right to learning should be given to every child.
Every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them.
If you want to protect the next generation, you have to think about their education.
I am 13 years old. I've been working with the fishermen about 1 year now. I don't go to school.
The thing we need more of now than ever is innovators.
How powerful would our world be if we had kids who were not afraid to take risks, who were not afraid to think, and insist that they become the best that they can possibly be.
Welcome, and thank you for coming to the XPRIZE Connect Future of Learning Lab. My name is Monica Groves, manager of XPRIZE Connect, and this lab is the first of its kind for XPRIZE. You are a part of history today, an active player in XPRIZE's first foray into hosting fully immersive virtual events. The Future of Learning Lab is creating a vision of an equitable and sustainable future for education and technology. This lab's theme is the power of gaming, and we are ready to showcase how video games and virtual reality can be a catalyst to learn, create, and experience the future. Joining us from all over the world are leaders, innovators, change makers, futurists, educators, creators, and motivators, visionaries, collaborators, and accomplices who are ready to get the work done. We come here with passion coursing through our veins, service in our hearts, and energy in our hands and feet. We come here with ideas, visions, dreams, concepts, and plans, and we are ready to get the work done. Because not only are we talking about the power of gaming, we are talking about the power of learning, the power of collaboration, the power of love, the power of curiosity, the power of kindness, the power of compassion, and we are talking about the power of innovation. We're bringing together leaders from diverse fields to have an immersive experience and step out of the arena of observing problems to become problem solvers with the aid of immersive VR education's Engage platform. We will use virtual reality to see how gaming and VR can make learning accessible, opening the world of tech to more learners and putting the power to change the world right into the next generation's hands. At XPRIZE, our mission is to inspire and empower a global community of problem solvers to positively impact our world. We believe the solution to the world's problems can come from anywhere, from anyone. The first ever XPRIZE competition, the $10 million Ansari XPRIZE for suborbital spaceflight, captured the world's imagination and catalyzed a multi-billion-dollar commercial space industry, representing a massively leveraged philanthropic investment. Since then, we have launched 20 competitions in the areas of energy, environment, civil society, human health and longevity, learning, exploration, and mobility. Our role is to define problems, set the targets, and crowdsource solutions through global competitions to really incentivize the development of technological breakthroughs that accelerate humanity towards a better future. We provide the opportunity and the platform for people to take risks that ultimately lead to solutions that seem out of reach or impossible. Instead of simply celebrating great ideas, we reward innovators who follow through on their vision and create tangible solutions that are validated through extensive testing and judging. XPRIZE's work falls into the domains of environment, exploration, and equity, and XPRIZE Connect's work falls within the equity domain. With equity as our guiding star, this Future of Learning Lab is important because it gives us a chance to really talk about and find solutions to ensuring equity in gaming and VR. Launched in May 2020, XPRIZE Connect was born out of our previous learning prizes and stands as the Foundation's initiative to push forward new ideals in learning. Our previous learning prizes were the Adult Literacy XPRIZE, which incentivized teams across the world to develop apps to help adults increase their English literacy skills and get them on a career pathway. And the Global Learning X Prize incentivized teams across the globe to develop apps on tablets to children in rural Tanzania to deliver education via solar-powered Wi-Fi. The XPRIZE Connect mission is to create a bold, equitable, and sustainable future for young people through technology. And we are empowering young learners through challenges, learning resources, and experiences, giving them the access to tools they need to build a better future. In these 4 short months, we have launched Code Games, a global game-making challenge which calls on young innovators ages 10 to 18 across the world to create fun new video games that envision and ultimately help build a better future for everyone. And Next Gen Mass Challenge, which empowers young innovators ages 15 to 24 to aid in the fight against COVID-19 by enhancing an effective solution, in this case, face masks. The next generation of masks will redefine the norm of mask-wearing behavior and help sustain crucial preventative health measures. At today's lab, the sessions will fall in 3 tracks. The social impact of gaming track will explore the impact of video games as effective tools in learning resilience, forming social communities, and the potential of video games to motivate and create transformative experiences in learning, health, and social emotional development. The virtual reality and immersive education track will explore how using a realistic and immersive simulation can increase engagement and effectiveness in teaching specific topics such as math, social studies, and science, and how it can create social understanding and empathy. And the game-based learning track will explore how to motivate students to learn by using video game design and game elements in learning environments. The goal is to identify tangible and proven examples of gamification that have improved learning outcomes and what the future holds for its incorporation into the new normal of education. As we get ready to move into today's programming, I want to remind you to reference the event schedule for sessions and feel free to stay after sessions to chat with people and be sure to visit the conference hub space where you can connect with other attendees. You never know who your next business partner or co-collaborator might be. We will also have XPRIZers at booths in the Hub conference space from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time from the Rainforest XPRIZE, the Next Gen Mass Challenge, the Code Games Challenge, and XPRIZE Rapid Reskilling so that you can talk to us one-on-one about these amazing challenges and prizes and how you can get involved. And now I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, Gordon Bellamy. Gordon is a visiting scholar at USC Games and head of the USC Bridge Incubator Program, helping to cultivate the next generation of leaders in the craft of gaming. He has played key business and product leadership roles at Tencent, Electronic Arts as a designer on Madden NFL football, and MTV, and consulted for numerous companies in the industry. He is the 2018 recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award at GDC and was featured on Nickelodeon for Black History Month for his 25 plus years of contributions to the game industry. Gordon is currently the president and CEO of the Gay Gaming Professionals and is on the board of directors for the Wave VR. Bellamy has served as executive director for both the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences and the International Game Developers Association. Please join me in welcoming Gordon Bellamy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you, Monica and the team at XPRIZE. It's really a privilege to be here, to be a part of the virtual Future of Learning Labs. And of course, thank you to the team at Engage for creating this wonderful world for all of us to share. So I am Gordon Bellamy. I'm here from USC Games, and we're going to talk about the power of games and specifically about esports, education, and equity and how they've come together to help us all move forward. So a little bit about me. I love knowing the agenda for any meeting, any discussion, or the table of contents, as it were. I love to know the beginning, middle, and end. So I'm going to share that with you for this talk. We're going to begin with my origin story. We're going to talk a bit about the history of esports. We're going to talk about esports and education, and most importantly, about the confluence of esports, equity, and you and your ability to impact the world going forward. So a bit about me. I come from a family of lawyers. My brother's a lawyer. My father's a lawyer. I'm actually named after my father's law school professor, Professor Richard Gordon at Georgetown. So I've had expectations set for me for as long as I can remember. And maybe some of you know what that's like to have expectations extrinsically placed on you. I studied engineering, and my path was to be an environmental attorney. And my focus was hydrology, which is the study of water, in my case, water treatment. Now, one of the great things about college or university is it's really about deciding what you want to do and who you want to become. So for me, that real day of reckoning came. We went on a field trip to the water treatment plant. And that's where you learn how they convert some of the sewage or wastewater back into drinkable water. And I learned two very important things that day. One, that I hold these people in the highest regard, who we trust with our drinking water and all the crafts associated with that. The second was that I'm not one of those people. That wasn't the path for me. That wasn't where my true passion was. And as important as to know what you care about, it's important to know, what's not right for you. So I started to reflect and think about, well, great. If I'm not going to follow this path, what do I love? What does matter to me? And what I love are sports. Now, I've never been like the greatest athlete or the fastest or the tallest, but I'm very, very passionate about the stories and narratives around sports. So by good fortune, my coursework required that I took a whole year off and I needed to find work. And so I decided I was going to apply to ESPN, the sports network, and EA Sports, which was very new at the time. So I sent my resume off and I got no replies. And I was like, confused, because I thought with my academic pedigree and my passion for sports, that would be enough. But it wasn't. And so in this case, pressure made some diamonds. I decided to take another more direct approach. In this case, there was a game called NHL hockey that I loved very dearly. And I called every single person in the credits for that game from the manual. And once again, there were a number of rejections I got along the way, but I got down to the credits, to the special thanks, and there was a guy named Jim Simmons who was an external developer. That means he wasn't actually even, in-house at the studio. And he picked up and he gave me the opportunity to have an introductory level quality assurance test, like the lowest job in the totem pole, the entry level role at Electronic Arts. So I go there, spring break, 1993, to take the test. And the way the test worked back then, they'd give you an incomplete piece of software called alpha software. So all the features were in, but it was still lots of bugs. And the reason I'm here today is because they gave me a sports game to test. They gave me a game called Bulls versus Blazers. And once again, my love and passion for games intersected at the right time in the right place. And that's why I'm here. If I had gotten a different type of game, I might not have been so fortunate. So I got the job and I went back to work that summer at Electronic Arts. And that began my life in games. So I worked on Madden, and that was another game, obviously football I love. And back then, the way it worked, games were made on cartridges. And so they'd be manufactured in Japan or Puerto Rico, and then they actually bring them by ship to America. And so that created this great time lag. And the result of that was that they'd have last year's rosters. So you wouldn't have all the rookies and all the trades and all the transactions that make football, for me at least, so exciting as you enter into a new year. So I spent my spring to summer working on a workaround for this, trying to problem solve. And so my problem solution was I started to call, because that's what worked for me, every NFL team to get up-to-date rosters so I could arrive at EA with the most up-to-date information like day one. So I show up day one, I've got my big notebook of solutions, but that's not what they hired me to do. They hired me there for QA. And so I actually got sent to another building to QA test a game called The Haunting starring Poltergeist and actually learn the craft. And as importantly, like learn the humility to be like a great team contributor. Ultimately, that worked out. I ended up making my way back to the Madden team, and I was EA's Global Rookie of the Year for all my hard work, and ended up becoming the lead designer on Madden football for a couple of years. And that was great. To this day, I love EA, I love Madden, but what I learned was that I also wanted to be living our dreams. Like Madden was someone else's idea and someone else's dream that we were contributing to, but we wanted to do like our own things. And so me and one of my best pals, we actually started our own studio called Z-Axis. We called it Z-Axis because back then making 3D games was a relatively new idea. We grew it up to around 70 people. Ultimately, it was sold to Activision, which is another game publisher. And it's still to this day like the most important financial decision of my life. I moved to LA, which is where I am speaking to you from right now, and hopefully around the world, all of you are healthy and safe. And I joined the business development side of the game industry. And by that, that's where you discover other developers and give them a chance to be published and distributed. It's sort of my way of beginning to pay it forward, the good fortune that I'd had in the game industry. And I've spent much of the rest of my career, whether that be running the Game Developers Association for the world or published organization, trying to help others move forward. And in fact, that's one of the reasons I'm here today, hopefully to help fuel your passion around esports and games. And it's also why 5 years ago, I entered into the realm of education. So I wanted to help people move from point A to point B with my abilities and connections. So I'm here in LA, and in LA, there's a school, USC, University of Southern California, and it happens to be the #1 game design and development program in the world. And it's really fun because the way it's set up, there are engineers and designers working together at both the undergraduate and graduate level devoted to games. And now there's creators. So there's streamers and communicators, all facets of the craft working together in a collaborative environment around games as their passion and their career. Some of the great things that have come out of the program are like Journey, you see it on the PlayStation, One Hand Clapping, Walden. We have a collaboration right now with Walt Disney Imagineering. Lots of exciting things. I myself teach a class where the PlayStation 4 is the textbook, and we play games as canon. And I lead a program called the XPRIZE, which is about professionalizing, which is, once you make games, how do you grow a community? How do you incorporate? How do you get into the business of games? And of course, as you know, I'm passionate about sports, and I'm very passionate about esports. I, in fact, love esports. And I saw that students were getting excited about esports as well. I mean, who wouldn't be? So we worked with teams like LA Valiant, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Team Liquid to bring esports to USC. And so we formed something called the Esports Student Union. And what the Student Union is about, it's all of our collegiate varsity sports, which are like League of Legends, Hearthstone, Overwatch, and Smash. And we're starting Rocket League this year. And it's run by a hybrid of student and faculty together that I advise. And I work in it because I love it, and because esports is a new and quickly growing and thriving industry that runs on passion. And the opportunity to help build those connections between grassroots, like the students who just love and play, and now are starting to create the games, and the professional teams to grow the ecosystem, like that's growing the future of esports. So games have always mattered to me. They've always been important. And the reason why is because, well, as you can see in VR, I'm African American. And when you navigate the world as an African American, and it's come to the fore this summer with social unrest, you navigate with a set of rules. And you're taught them from very young. And part of the joy of games is that it's a place where we all play by the same set of rules. We all start at the same point and move together forward, towards towards wherever we're heading inside of the game. And creating universes like that for everyone so they can have better understanding and shared experiences matters to me. Something else that matters to me is that you're enough. I think that especially now, there can be so much pressure to achieve or to be validated, whether that be in class, in social media, in competition, that you don't hear enough that you're enough as you are. And so I just want to take this moment with all of you and just say that. And we're going to return to that later in the talk. But if you take nothing else from today, it's that you are enough. Now, I want to take us back and talk a little bit about the history of esports so you can have some context for what's going on today. So, esports back in the 70s, way back in time, and even the 80s, games were primarily isolated arcade experiences. That's what dominated the video game market. The first famous esport athletes were like Billy Mitchell, who had high scores for the games like Pac-Man and Donkey Kong. The very first esports competition was actually in 1972. And we see we're going back to the black and white pictures. You know, it's a way back. So in 1972, there was a video game event hosted at Stanford University in California, and players competed in a game called Space War. And the top prize back then was a 1-year subscription to Rolling Stone magazine. For those of you who are super young, a magazine is like a bunch of websites taped together on paper. But that was the prize, and obviously it's grown and measured since then. Video games broke into the mainstream with a game called Space Invaders, and it's amazing because you can actually see it if you look up there. Okay, that is Space Invaders. And so they had a world championship of Space Invaders that attracted 10,000 players. And this really brought video games out of niche into the public eye. In fact, that competition was actually run by a friend of mine, Rebecca Heineman, who ended up working in the industry for a very long time. But this game, like what you're seeing right above my head, was the very beginning of mainstream esports. Later in the 80s, televised esports began. So there was a show called Starcade where contestants would attempt to beat each other in high scores in arcade games. That was very, very popular. Moving forward into the 90s, well, this technology ushered in a new era of competitive gaming. Games, for the first time in the 90s, had the power of internet connectivity. So online multiplayer became a prominent feature, especially in PC games. And a company you're probably familiar with called Nintendo held their first world championships, and they toured across the USA with their consoles. Now, another breakthrough moment, as big as the Space Invaders, was the first true pro esports event of the modern era, and that was Quake's Red Annihilation. That was in May of 1997. This was over 2,000 entrants on the internet playing one-on-one, and the top 16 players actually attended E3, which is a large gaming convention that's held every year in the summer. And the grand prize, as you can see in the slide, was a Ferrari 328 GTS owned by one of the programmers. So this was like the moment. This was when games became like aspirational, popular lifestyle. And as things grew on through into the new millennium, which is now 20 years old, more and more internet went to the fore, and the prize money went up. So, for example, prize money spiked as high as like $1 million in 2006. And esports grew in Korea, where StarCraft and Warcraft 3 became very, very popular games. And the presence of so much high-speed internet accessibility grew a culture around online gaming. Europe as well. ESPN hosted Madden competitions. And the scope of tournaments, there were about 10 tournaments in the year 2000. In 2010, there were 260 esports tournaments. And brands you may have heard of, like Major League Gaming and Intel Extreme Masters, began. So in the 2010s, hold on a second, boop, this was a big change. So television is one thing, but Twitch and Facebook are an entirely different world. So in both Twitch and Facebook, we experience the peak in accessibility. and the peak and people be able to get to esports now. So anyone with an interest in esports could dive right now into Twitch programming. So in 2015, Amazon bought Twitch. And so video game streaming is actually integrated into the whole Amazon experience. And if you've seen recently, now it's going to be Prime Gaming alongside Prime Music and Prime Movies and Prime Shopping. And what that means is that like games are so far away from being isolated. They're a core experience, especially for young people now, in the same way that television was for the generations past, or even something as broad as music. So what does that mean? So what that meant was the growth of broadcast esports. So League of Legends and Dota 2 become huge spectator sports, and you're seeing one of the championships right there. And why these games specifically? I'll tell you why. One, they're free. They're free to play, yet they're strategically complex. So League of Legends World Championship has taken place. It's going to be in China this year. It's been in the Galen Center, in the Staples Center. It's been in huge stadiums around the world. They attract performers like Imagine Dragons or even virtual performers like KDA. So if you remember like Stanford's Space War tournament I was telling you about in 1972, where someone got a magazine subscription, well now, look at what's been born out of that. So for example, Dota's the international is the prize pool is now well over $25 million per year that's spread between the different winning teams. Other popular games, if you're new to esports, are Valorant, which just came out, Fortnite, CSGO, Smash Brothers, of course, and Overwatch. You just wanted to start to look around at different games to explore to find the game that's right for you. So esports in your future, sort of looking a bit ahead. So how big is it now? The total esports revenue stream in 2019 was over $1 billion. Over 453 million people viewed esports last year. Over 57% of them are in Asia Pacific region. By 2022, it's projected that, by Reuters, that the esports revenue will be over $1.8 billion. And it's becoming present in even more mainstreams again. So, for example, in Japan's Olympics, which will now be in 2021, hopefully, there's going to be playing Street Fighter and Rocket League alongside the conventional sports. So streams in separate tournaments, mind you, but still, like, it's going to be part of the Olympic experience for people who are there and for people who are watching and streaming over the internet. So streams are breaking free of the internet now and becoming reintegrated with conventional channels like ESPN, ABC, etc. And in fact, as games are becoming even more normalized, esports are too. And you're just as likely as a young person to be watching esports on Sunday as you would be to watching the NFL. Something that's happened with that is the rise of collegiate esports. So there are now currently over 128 collegiate varsity esports programs across North America. And over 100 of those offer some kind of scholarship money for students to participate in the programs. Right now, scholarship money is over $15 million that's spread out between these schools to different students who are either playing or managing or helping the program in some way. Over 100 varsity teams competing this year's TESPA Overwatch Collegiate Championship. TESPA is like an officially partnered organization with Blizzard. And so different ecosystems are growing in different ways. Because what's unique about esports versus conventional sports is that the games are actually owned by a company. And so they share some of the responsibility for lifting up the ecosystem. So let's just to paint a picture for a team. So at USC, where I was telling you about the Esports Student Union, that's about 10 core staff, which are students, about 50 players, 50 varsity players across our 4 teams, and over 250 members of our clubs. You're just people who just love the games and just love being a part of the culture and the tournaments and the operations thereof. And so the next generation is really embedded with the games already. I mean, video games are now indisposable. because they're both interactive and they have this widespread appeal. Although they were once looked down upon, it's now everyone plays games, and video games isn't just a hobby, it's a job, right? So many of us, like me, who spent their whole career, and possibly some of you will actually earn money in and around games. And as demographics, interests, and culture change, esports will only continue to rise. So you might go, well, what am I going to do in esports? What would my career look like? Well, working in esports is not just being a player, but rather the entire ecosystem surrounding esports. So you'll see some examples here, like marketing and management for teams and sponsorships is a huge area. Like they foster networks of communication with teams. They talk to higher ups inside the school and inside organizations. They workshop slogans. They do social media. They do events. And they actually work with the players to do promotional stunts as well. Producing tournaments is its own craft. So, of course, there's teams playing, but there's huge teams that are needed to put on these tournaments, from camera people, directors, producers, writers, production assistants. And, of course, making the games being played, designing for esports. Now there's a whole generation of esports native young people. There's a generation of people who are creating games and creating experiences for esports. The industry is growing and changing so rapidly that there's likely jobs that you'll have that don't even exist yet. And they're just going to be a matter of you following your passion. And in fact, some of those jobs and roles may be created around your particular passion and creativity. But why work in esports? Even if you love it, how does it help you with tangible skills? So I broke it down like this into 4 key areas that I feel esports will help you develop in if you choose to pursue it and help work with your teams, whether it be in high school or college. Regardless of your position, being involved in esports, I think, teaches valuable and widely applicable skills. So those skills that I've identified are teamwork, professionalism, problem solving, and flexibility. Just talk a little bit more about each of those. So in the case of teamwork, obviously the players work with coaches and teammates, but the biz dev and marketing people will naturally collaborate with each other and external organizations to set up those great moments that either fund the organization or spread their acclaim. Professionalism. Now, Overwatch League is taking really powerful directions with this, and it brings it all the way down to college. I think that one of the great things about esports is it takes people who are experts in one thing and helps them develop skills in areas where they aren't. So, for example, press conferences, conducting yourself with an audience, responding to critique, accepting wins and losses graciously is not something that one always learns directly in school, but as an extracurricular activity, esports are a great place to cultivate these skills. I mean, at the end of the day, it is still a bit of a business and a fun thing to do. So supporting your organization, you might need to connect with sponsors, but across the board, you're going to need to be professional and just learn manners of communication. Another very important trait is time management. Days of people who work in esports are crowded. Crowded activities and scheduling is everything. And that's something you'll see, and I'll give some examples, that you'll be able to carry over into your academic life. And lastly, like problem solving. Problem solving exists. Like this is a real, once again, it's a confluence. It's entertainment, technology, and competition. It is notoriously hectic. New problems arise, and problems can snowball into other problems. And sometimes actions need to be taken quickly, and there's a lot of learning by doing. There's an attitude we have at USC where it's like, I don't know this, but let me learn. We really try to empower not only our players to solve problems in the game, the coaches to solve problems between players, the cast, the crew, and directors to solve problems with the broadcast. Always be trying to learn, like always learning and always trying to solve. And then lastly, flexibility, which is close to problem solving in that it's a way to solve problems. Like there's a lot of improvisation, a lot of problems that are being presented to you in esports only solvable by you because of how new a problem can be. Plus, it's an entertainment industry, so there are things that are running on and off schedule, and you've got to be flexible as a temperament to be successful. Esports and your education. So how does it affect? So I want to draw on 2 specific examples. So I'll talk about some students. I'll call my student A, call him Andrew. So Andrew at our school was assigned to lead the organization and execution of an entire event, the Overwatch Carnival. So the Overwatch Carnival was open to the public. It was a chance you got to meet pro players. You got to obviously play in Overwatch events, play fun events like offline as well to win prizes. And Andrew stepped up and organized and ran all this. Now, this he managed to do despite it being his first event and his first time handling an event of this size. But then what he was able to do was to bring that into his work as a team game designer and lead his team on his first class game project because he had the confidence and some of the best practices he took from running an esports event. My second student, we'll call her Quiana. Her name is Quiana. She actually manages our Overwatch team, scheduling, and what that means is their team well-being as well. So she mediates team conflicts, she leads group outings, she organizes the team bonding activities. Now, she is also the art lead on a game project, and she uses her social and organizational skills from management to help her art team do the best work. So I mentioned before the need to be always learning. Well, that's a core tenet in esports. So as a player, keeping up with the current metas and strats, that's key. By nature, esports promotes educational values, like all the roles in esports, whether you be a player, a coach, business, staff, must be up to the challenge of adapting, growing, and learning as things change. Because frankly, there's no precedent. It's a new industry, and every game that comes out is a new curveball. And mistakes will be made, but it's how you learn from those mistakes and how you build and grow. That's how the industry improves. It's basically learning via practice. That's the pedagogy of esports. The skills of esports carry over to school projects and other management skills. So school-level esports, whether that be high school or collegiate, are basically grassroots. And people come together and they learn and they harness that passion and energy into their current operations. And that's why so many people are now able to go out of high school and college esports directly into professional roles, either in the craft or into other skills, other crafts where people see they have those management and team building skills and want to integrate them into their businesses. But remember yourself. And I have a quote here. I'll just read it because this print may be small in VR. And this is from Quiana, who I was telling you about. She said, "When the team wins, you feel like you win. When the team does badly, you feel bad, and it's hard not to internalize the team status because you're so close to it. But esports has helped me realize that I need to build a work-life balance, and it's taught me the importance of self-care." So I just want to slow down because I know I've been talking about how great esports is. It is, but you are super important, and self-care is super important. So sometimes because of passion, people can overcommit in esports, especially school level where there are no defined work hours. And communication on platforms like Discord and other messaging channels create an attitude of people feeling the need to be constantly available at any hour of the day. Something that we encourage our students to do is to define a work-life balance, and that is to set boundaries. Like esports, like any activity, should be done like in healthy moderation. And for example, doing that work at 11 p.m. on a Saturday night should never be happening in anyone's job. It doesn't need to be happening in your esports. So in Quiana's case, she was working at the high school level always. She didn't see it as work. She would send messages during class, right before bed, etc. And it started to diminish the rest of her life. She was working and was on the verge of burning out. And so she actually stopped injecting her esports work into every facet of her life and set up like clear times so that she could be at her best, both mentally, physically, and socially, and avoid many of the issues that stem just from overworking. And thus, she's now able to enjoy esports and life at the same time. And esports is ready for you. One of the greatest examples of esports collegiate and professional success is Sabrina Wong. So Sabrina Wong is awesome. Look her up. I recommend adding her on LinkedIn if you're on LinkedIn. She was the leader of the UC Riverside esports program, and then she turned that into an internship at Blizzard for TESPA, that organization I was telling you about before, and then went right into the professional ranks, working for LA Valiant, 100 Thieves, and now she's a manager with Evil Geniuses. She also has her own clothing line business that she started as well. all things are possible. Basically, she is able to continue to pursue her passion and build on the skills she developed in school working in esports. A great resource for jobs in esports is hitmarkerjobs.com. There are over 5,000 jobs right now, and they're global. And right now, while everyone is working from home, there's a great democratization where wherever you are, you can now work for an esports team. As long as you have internet, you can connect and contribute in the way that you can with your skills. Back as far as 2018, when we looked, there were over 681 companies in 34 countries looking for teams. The big employers are still like Blizzard and Activision, Riot, makes League of Legends and Valorant, Twitch, of course. But there's so many companies and so many roles, big and small, that you can now get into esports professionally or as an internship. Heck, a great example is Philadelphia Fusion. They were once hiring a meme specialist at $17 an hour. So everything from writing social media posts to being an on-camera host to building like search engine optimization visibility to managing events or even teams, there's really something for everyone. You just got to get out there and go get them. Which brings me to the change in belief. So younger people, and many people are younger than me, are much more interested in esports than traditional sports. Esports is organic, and for those who are older generation who ridicule it, they just don't understand. And if you watch, go back to Overwatch League, and if you watch it on ABC, and you look at the tweets from all the angry people, it is something that is being born natively in your generation. And something to do if you want to get better is you should know Slasher. If not, look up Slasher. Look him up on Twitter. His name's Rod Breslau, Breslau. He's the most public advocate for esports. He's appeared on CNN, Fox, major news channels to defend esports from critics. And games are, as we mentioned now, very much a shared experience. It's accessible by all. Like anyone can play a video game and anyone can become skilled. Like physical hindrance, especially as there's more and more work being done with accessibility, is no longer the barrier that it was, nor is physical location. This has become a breeding ground for diversity, which has become embedded into esports and video games. So the rise in esports is just a small example of the changes in your generation's ideology. So violent contact sports have been like hyper masculinized, and that in turn has been normalized. But this generation is steering away from it. You don't need necessarily to run towards concussions. You could run towards a host of very competitive activities online. And there's nothing wrong with playing a video game. People used to think, or perceive that games were inferior to traditional sports, but they're not. And as the world progresses and beliefs change, well, certain things gain different meanings to newer generations. It's just as simple as like, well, back when we could and hopefully will again, like, younger people would eat out more because they enjoy the experience of eating out, but they don't love sitting in booths, which is something I learned because so lots of restaurants that were built around this idea of booth sitting have really struggled because they don't speak and they don't interact in the way that young people do. So esports lines up with the values of your generation, especially accessibility and equality and equity, and that leads to inclusion. Plus, esports are super fun and engaging, and diversity is good. So what can you do, right? Because you are growing the future. How can we emulate the success of games in cultures and businesses and other industries and even the world? Well, there's a number, like the root of a lot of the problems that exist are unconscious biases and adherence to traditional beliefs. And games and esports, though not completely innocent, have been able to begin breaking away from this. Like these beliefs that in the past were around like a pure reliance on logic and analytical thinking to maximize efficiency, right? A disregard for diversity and excluding like really the other half of our intelligence, which is really heart intelligence, which is creativity. Things like the tradition of masculinization and feminization of power roles, right? Like the traditional societal system isn't built to harbor diversity. Boys are often taught to harden up their emotions, to man up. Girls are often taught to defer and please in a system where they were never included. This leads to the development of bias, including against yourself, which in some cases can manifest itself by not articulating your strength or not applying for jobs. Like, so you've, read my story, and you've heard a little bit about me. Like, I had my own biases to overcome, and esports are now a part of helping other people overcome their own biases. And how do we continue to break away from these biases? Well, first, it's by redefining leadership, starting with ourselves, and leading while championing what's possible for the greater good. Expanding our awareness to foster inclusion, diversity, and meaningful engagements and equality, and viewing organizational culture differently. Like, organizational culture, the culture of groups, is a work in progress. It'll never be purely established, but we can always strive to improve it by using inclusive values as your guidelines and making sure that your organizations and your groups and your teams are a safe space for failure and for questions about diversity. And you might ask, well, why diversity? It's a great question, and I'll tell you why. It makes us strong. I have no doubt that diversity, that people bringing their uniqueness to the table as additive, makes us all stronger. I also feel that it's critical to creative endeavors and that creativity is necessary for us to move forward. I'm saying it's not a checklist or just a process, but actually a natural outcome of justice and us being just to each other. And that starts with you. You are the catalyst that will lead us, that'll move us forward away from many of the flawed traditional social and business systems that exist. You actively and consciously performing every day, paying attention to how you act on the world rather than letting the world act on you, will make our world a better place. There's a lot of extrinsic things going on right now that are beyond your individual control, but you can have so much impact as an individual in the choices that you make, in your choice of how you're going to be in the world. You have that potential. You are valid. You matter. And you're enough as you are. Thank you so much for spending time with me today. Thank you again, XPRIZE. This is just a fantastic event, and I really appreciate it. I'm going to share my contact info here. If you want to continue this conversation, there is my Twitter, my Instagram, my LinkedIn. Please feel free to add me. Everyone, just have a fantastic day. Hope you're all healthy and safe out there. And thank you again, XPRIZE.
Good morning. I'm Jordan Naftoff, the co-CEO of the Foreign Policy Youth Collaborative nonprofit. Today, however, I'm speaking to you not as a CEO, but as a 16-year-old high school senior who has grown up in a variety of educational environments. I'd like to talk a little about my personal experiences with gaming, both inside and outside the sphere of education, and how those experiences have shaped me as a student and as a person. My first interaction with online games in a classroom setting was in first grade when we were learning how to touch type. We would spend a couple of hours a week in the school's computer lab playing typing games. These games often had animations to go along with them, cartoon animals dancing or running, stopping or slowing down when you made a mistake, stumbling and hitting obstacles. Their speed and agility would increase as you hit a streak of fluent typing. These games incentivized achievements, often giving you a score and star rating after completing a level, much like beloved apps such as Cut the Rope or Candy Crush. I would play these games for hours and still sometimes do for fun. It was one of the first skills I mastered and has been incredibly useful as every year, more and more of our education is online. From writing essays to doing research, the typing games were incredibly influential to my development, and I remember them fondly. Even my friends who hated our computer classes enjoyed these games. It brightened everyone's day and left an atmosphere buzzing with excitement as we lined up outside the computer lab. Touch typing is a skill that is almost vital to success, especially in today's digital world. A task that could be menial and dull was made exciting and fun thanks to a few animations. This is a common and effective tactic when teaching young children. Introduce a storyline, bright colors, and characters. So why does gaming stop appearing in education after early ages? For the next few years, the only aspect of my education that could be considered gaming was trying to use the smartboards that had been newly installed in our classrooms. At that point, they were constantly glitching. To draw a straight line about a foot long with no interruptions would have been a miracle. Nevertheless, teachers attempted to integrate the malfunctioning smartboards into every lesson for the first couple of months of each new school year before giving up and using them as whiteboards. As far as my own experiences go, no one is using gaming in its traditional sense in education. In our chemistry classes, it's fairly common to complete virtual labs, online simulators designed to mimic experiments that can be unsafe for a classroom setting or simply too time-consuming for the desired outcome. Teachers are hesitant to give students a jar of an acid and a jar of a base and tell them to just go for it, so we use an online simulator to see the effects of mixing the two, often with other mixtures present as well. Virtual labs were usually either really fun or really boring. The boring ones were the ones with very exact instructions, almost as if we were completing a real lab and needed to follow precise instructions for our safety. The fun ones were the ones that took advantage of the fact that the lab was online and posed no real safety risk, allowing us to play around with it. We definitely learned the most when we were given a simulator and free rein to reach a set of objectives and observe reactions to different combinations and ratios. Now, I won't pretend to be an avid gamer. I've dabbled. Sonic and Disney Infinity when I was younger, Mario Kart with friends, and this year, to my surprise, I had a Destiny 2 phase. My first experience was with Sonic when I was 6 years old, on the computer of a child care center at our local gym. No one had ever explained the rules to me. I sat down and started pressing random buttons until something happened on the screen, which led to very frustrating sessions of Sonic where I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. There came a point where I was stalled. There was nothing more I could achieve without someone sitting down and explaining the rules to me. At that point, I approached the computers 2 or 3 more times before stopping entirely. I lost interest in the game. The same thing happened when I began playing Destiny 2 this year. With a new Stadia subscription, I was quickly drawn into the universe of Destiny, customizing a warlock character. I became enamored with the quick rise of my score, leveling up and gaining new weapons and gear. In Destiny 2, there's a soft cap and a hard cap on your score for each season. Once you hit the soft cap, it becomes much harder to raise your score and practically unfeasible for the average player to reach the hard cap. Once I hit the soft cap and advanced about halfway to the hard cap, it became next to impossible to complete the quests that would raise my points without the weapons I would have received as rewards for completing the quest in question. While my score was rising, I was gaining weapons and gear, and I stayed motivated. I could see myself improving as a player by the day. As soon as my score became stalled and I stopped getting exciting new gear, I lost motivation. The only way to advance beyond that point was to Google different hacks and watch walkthroughs, which takes away from the sense of reward and achievement after finishing quests or fending off enemies. The same thing that had happened with Sonic when I was 6 happened 10 years later with Destiny 2. In short, once there was no indicator that I was, in some way, advancing, I lost interest and motivation and abandoned the game. One reason why Destiny 2 was so appealing to me is that games with that level of complexity, another world with its own backstory, often have female characters that are sexualized or don't represent other cultures in a PC way. Destiny had female characters that wore the same gear as the male characters, just as covered and designed to mimic gear that would actually protect rather than embellish the character's features. While still lacking in its diversity of skin tones, it stayed away from inappropriate representations of other cultures or ethnicities as well. However, Destiny 2 involves mythical species that aren't human, so it's still hard to feel represented in the game by my avatar. The main reason I didn't start playing other games after getting into Destiny 2 was that every time I found one that seemed interesting, the sexualization of female characters prevented me from getting started. If we expand our definition of gaming, I enjoy Sims, and I think it's a great example. A large variety of customization for our characters, one of the best ranges of skin tone I've ever seen in a game, and almost entirely custom placement and size of features. In reality, I struggle to think of video games in which I feel I truly have representation. One of my passions is politics and political theory. Like most high school seniors, I'm currently applying to colleges, filling out form after form of information, completing lists of internships and extracurriculars, and writing dozens of essays about myself and my aspirations. As I work through this stage of life, I find myself wondering about the origins of my interest in politics. The first time I clearly remember feeling passionate about political theory was in my U.S. history and government class in 8th grade. My teacher, Mr. Tahiri, was a big fan of incorporating online simulators and games such as Kahoot. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Kahoot. It's essentially a trivia game that factors in speed, accuracy, and the number of correct answers in a row, calculating a score that determines a ranking for each player. It's been a staple in my education since I was in elementary school, and we continue to use it enthusiastically today. In Mr. Tahiri's class, we eagerly awaited our end-of-unit Kahoot games, the Silicon Valley classroom environment spurring fierce competition. To my surprise and delight, I had a knack for these Kahoot sessions. In my other classes, I was fairly mediocre at Kahoot games, but this subject matter and my ability to retain it, as well as my competitive nature, practically guaranteed a win in his class. This, of course, made me extremely passionate about U.S. government, a passion that I would later realize I had subconsciously retained. In his class, we also used an online simulator to learn the process that legislation undergoes, specifically the process of a bill becoming a law. Playing the role of a president, you observed the proposed bill bounce back and forth between the House and the Senate, eventually reaching you where you could either sign off or veto the bill. When I think about an ideal new gaming experience designed to inspire youth and political theory, it stems from the simulation we played in 8th grade. This experience would consist of a simulation allowing kids to design their own system of government, borrowing from countries around the world, as well as famous theories by Locke, Burke, Bentham, and more. They would have the opportunity to design a national economy, guided by computer-generated characters, and compose bills and legislation, watching it travel through their governmental systems and see the impact it has on their general population. In political theory classes, it's very easy to look at historical shortcomings in political systems around the world and believe that you have a simple solution. In fact, it's human nature. However, so many complexities exist that make political theory an intricate and often unpredictable art when being applied. The new game I'm proposing would be specifically designed to help kids understand these intricacies and learn to think both about the details and the big picture of politics. It would lead them away from black and white thinking in politics, learning to think dialectically. The game would have options to play out 4 years in about 20 minutes, or, alternatively, 1 hour, customizing your experience to either a quick simulation or a more detailed game. If I had had the chance to experience this hypothetical simulator, I would have become invested in politics and realized that it's what I want to pursue much sooner. When I think of the future of learning, I think of a learning environment that can be customized to the individual student's needs. When I was little, I used to go to a French international school in Texas, and I was extremely lucky to naturally learn well in that environment. The methods used to break down complex math problems, provide background for each method used, and prove why those methods work were perfect for my learning style. But not all of my friends were so lucky. Some of my closest friends, who were incredibly intelligent, ran into roadblocks when trying to absorb the information during our math classes, often getting low scores on math tests. Their frustration grew by the week, and they were scolded by teachers, regarded as less gifted, and expectations for their success were lowered. Most teachers wouldn't take the time to sit down with them and figure out how they learned, leading to detrimental gaps in their learning. I moved to Silicon Valley when I was 10, and I was thrown into a drastically different learning environment which left huge gaps in the math and science I learned in 5th grade, my first year in California. I was suddenly forced to use new methods to solve math problems instead of being allowed to use the ones that I had already learned that made sense to me. My teachers simply glanced over my papers and declared that they didn't understand the method, so I had to use theirs, without ever taking the time to ask me to explain my work to them. It was extremely frustrating and stalled my learning for a year. For my junior year, I was in an early college program which allowed me to study on a college campus full-time to acquire my high school graduation credits. The minimal interference by professors and general attitude that it was up to the student to find ways to absorb the lectures and complete the work allowed students to use their own strengths to work, and almost all the students in the program saw a great difference from how they were expected to succeed back at their home high schools. Students shouldn't have to rely on personal tutors in order to be taught in a way that makes sense to them and allows them to succeed. The learning experience should be customizable and adjust to an individual's learning style, with modules for visual, auditory, and kinesthetic learners. This is becoming a more realistic goal by the day as we see advancements in technology and gaming. From touch typing to chemistry simulators, technology is fairly integrated into our learning experience, but gaming is rarely used after 1st or 2nd grade, which happens to be around the time that students begin to lose interest in school and declare that they hate it. In gaming, as long as success is being incentivized, whether that be through progressing in levels or a score that increases, players will stay engaged and continue to strive for success. When looking back at my experience in schools, to me, the future of learning is one in which every student has a more customizable education which sets them on a path to success by using their strengths and weaknesses. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it is my pleasure to have you join us today for the XPRIZE Connect Future of Learning Lab. My name is Brianne Ward and I'm the project specialist for the XPRIZE Connect team. I'm truly honored to introduce this dynamic panel of thought leaders dedicated to empowering others. Today we'll talk about the power of gaming and the impact of games as effective tools in learning resilience, forming social communities, and the potential of video games to motivate and create transformative experiences in learning, health, and social-emotional development. In 2020, we've seen a worldwide epidemic cripple our economy and hold the lives of millions of people and ultimately change our proximity to one another. James McConigal predicted in 2010 that if we reach a critical mass of gaming hours, we can solve the world's biggest problems like climate change or poverty. And it's estimated that 2.6 billion players play hours on end to save virtual worlds today. So it raised the question, why are we not further along in using games to address issues like mental health? This panel of experts here today are all working on using games to empower people to build skills in virtual worlds they can apply in real life. I'll begin with introducing each of our panelists who will tell them a bit about their work, and then we'll jump into a discussion exploring the potential of gaming and social emotional health. Dr. Keisha Waddell is the Executive Director for the Center for Blockchain Studies, where she supports the applied understanding of new and emerging technologies. Dr. Keisha Waddell, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, and I am so pleased to be a part of this inaugural experience with XPRIZE. Let me just tell you a little bit about the Center for Blockchain Studies. We essentially are we call ourselves where the blockchain education meets wealth building opportunities. The Center for Blockchain Studies is the forward-facing education arm of Black Blockchain Consultants, which is a network of blockchain novices and seasoned professionals who collaborate to understand blockchain technology, where it's headed, how we can profit from the $3.1 trillion industry. And we basically are trying to recognize the power, and potential of blockchain, and we are basically using our network to educate, empower, and equip our members for the greatest wealth transfer since the creation of the internet. You might be wondering what blockchain is and how it kind of fits in here. Blockchain is a distributed, synchronized database containing validated blocks of transactions. And relevant to this discussion, it's important to note that the strength of blockchain technology lies in its consensus protocols based on game theory mechanics, along with peer-to-peer networking and cryptography. The three work together to enable secure, transparent, immutable, reliable, and validated transactions of value on the internet. Transactions that are of a digital nature, like photographs and video, songs, currency, and even academic credentials, or even of a intangible asset type like patents and trademarks and intellectual property, and then even as well as real assets like real estate property, gold, art, and that's all once it's tokenized to represent a symbol of ownership backed by a legal system. But anyway, it's all made secure and honest by the incorporation of cryptography and game theory. And game theory works to incentivize the collaboration of good behavior and of anonymous nodes that are distributed globally for the common good of the network. So in a purely decentralized blockchain network like a Bitcoin that you might be familiar with, cryptography and game theory is critical to making the actions of bad actors not even worth the effort. So that's how blockchain kind of fits in there. But beyond my involvement in the Center for Blockchain Studies, that is after my full day job, which is actually being a special education teacher in a public school setting in the suburbs. And in my classroom, I am known, in my actual district, I'm actually known as a person who integrates technology for transformative teaching and learning experiences, which include high-tech kind of gaming kind of things that I bring into my classroom and learning experience, to just reimagining, normal kind of games or gaming techniques in the classroom, just to deepen my students' understanding. So I look forward to speaking with this esteemed panel of folks who I know have experiences and probably tools that I would love to use in my classroom, to tell you the truth. So I look forward to that discussion. Thanks.
Next, we have Rosemary Lockhurst, who is a writer, technology entrepreneur, and award-winning producer. You may know her from her work on Shadow's Edge, multiple award-winning mobile game. As a producer and narrator, she's helped young people find their inner ninja. Thank you for joining us, Rosemary.
Thank you very much for having us here, and I'm honored to be amongst these ladies. To go a little bit deeper into what we do with Shadow's Edge, we help young people that have had some kind of hardship in their life, be that a chronic illness or like now with what's going on in the world, COVID and others, build resilience through our game. The game is based on narrative therapy and on artistic expression, and it's an adventure game where you have to save a city that has been hit by a storm. And you do that by answering therapeutic questions that you find in the game and by painting, spray painting in the game and sharing your art with others in a safe community. So the game is free, we're a nonprofit, and we just want to help as many young people as we can to build strength and to build emotional resilience.
Amazing, amazing work. Next, joining us today is Jessica Murray. She is the CEO and co-founder of Wicked Sank Studios, a media company designing crazy fun interactive story games that happen to prompt behavior change and real-world action. So happy to have you here with us, Jess.
Hello, hi everyone. It's so great to be here with XPRIZE and with these fabulous women around me. So a little bit more about Wicked Saint Studios. So like you said, we create interactive story games that are wickedly fun and actively good. So get out and change the world good. And so, and within our interactive story games, you're able to practice playing the hero and dealing with conflict. And then we'll prompt you to actually do something in real life. So you get to play the hero and then become a hero in real life. Right now, our next game that's coming out that we're currently working on is called Pathways. So imagine Riverdale meets Game of Thrones, and that's what's happening in Pathways. So again, interactive story game on your mobile phone, hopefully be available for young people very soon. It's a young episodic adventure game, and all of our games are really based on conflict, and that's because my partner and I, we've spent the last 7 years in peace building. And I do social change communication training. So that's where I'm training young activists all over the world in how to create strategic messaging, storytelling, and even gameplay to start shifting attitudes and behavior. And we have what we call the tattoo method, which is all about having an audience-centered approach to really how to tap into your audience's identity and so that they identify with your characters and your messages and your gameplay. So how to take young people on a real-life hero journey, and that's what we're all about here at Wicked Saints.
Our last panelist today is Ada Palmer. She's a professor of history at the University of Chicago, studying pre-modern European thought, history books, reading, censorship, and information control. It is a pleasure to have you join us today.
Thanks. So in terms of games, that's my kind of other hat from my historian hat, which is my science fiction novelist hat. Being the author best known for the Terra Ignota series. But I've been using gaming both in history teaching and now in science fiction teaching. So for a number of years, I've used text-based and face-to-face live-action role-playing to teach history. I'm best known for my papal election simulation, which for 2 weeks every year fills campus with people dressed in long cardinals' robes and wandering around campus with swords, and everyone knows it's because they're learning history. But for the pandemic, the university has approved a project of mine called Exoterra, in which I'm creating an online text-based collaborative research community via Discord, in which all of the students from across all different disciplines in campus are pooling their research to design a new civilization to be built on a terraformed exoplanet. And so from our planetology and planetary science labs, we have the details about the planets that they're looking at in the new solar system. And all the different disciplines have to pool their resources to do it. So the economists have to design economic systems. The oceanography students have to design the ocean biosphere. The law students have to design the new legal system. And it's allowing all of the students, hundreds of them in many different classes, to do collaborative research toward an aspirational and constructive project, which is building morale and community during the separation of COVID. So a great example of how real research within a gaming sphere can be used to facilitate collaboration and community.
All right, thank you all so much. You all do such amazing work We had some concrete examples of games that can impact learning, health, and resilience from all of you. And so a question for the panel, what do you think is the true potential of gaming for learning social emotional skills?
The true potential of games. Rosie, do you want to start us off?
Sure. So we've had this question when we wanted to translate our book into something digital, and we looked at, what can we do to create a product that is digital and that's comfortable for the next generations. And gaming is just so powerful because it has a few values, I think, within games that you can't really match. And play, for example, has been used for hundreds of years in psychology. Just nobody has taken it digital so far. And I think just that method of really being able to create experiences that people can go through, they can experiment with. You can't really kick your brother under the table, well, at least not more than once, right? But in a video game, you can practice that, and you can get better at it, and you can take those skills back into real life. And I think that's something where gaming has a lot more potential than we see nowadays, to really teach people certain things, not just procedures and processes, but really teach them things about themselves and have them experience and practice that. I don't know how you ladies see that.
Well, I wanted to add to that, actually. Yeah, I know, working with my students who have, clinical disabilities, to include the learning disabilities, reading and that kind of thing, I have to say that when they are engaged in gaming, they absolutely tap into almost what a sixth sense, I would say. They make sense of what's going on. They engage so deeply, which we understand that's how learning even begins. You bring in your existing knowledge and and layer on new information. But the biggest thing I see in terms of the impact with gaming, particularly in the traditional classroom setting, and I'm talking K-12, K-12 serves a certain type or a profile of a student very well. If you think of the bell curve kind of situation, there's that set of kids who are going to do well no matter what. And then, of course, there's a kind in the middle, which they kind of make it, they don't. And then, of course, the folks on the tail end who are just, this is not going to be the right setting. Gaming allows for everyone to show their expertise and to be what it is they want to be in a safe place. As much as a lot of times educators attempt to make their classroom a safe place to, fail, which we know is a part of learning, it's not a safe place, even if the teacher, he or herself is very, empathetic and caring, you got the whole set of peer pressure and such like that those dynamics that go on in a classroom. So when you're able to take on a persona inside of a gaming situation, and I'm not even really just referring to a digital space, but just even when you're able to role play and really take on a persona, whether it's digital, offline or online, people really get into it. I mean, I see how people change behaviors just at Halloween time when they're able to put a mask on. They become a whole nother person. You know what I mean? Do you see that kind of behavior, Ada? Like
in the classroom? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, on the campus.
After the role play, exactly. The role play that I do in my Renaissance course is in the midpoint of the class. So they've already been in class for a couple of weeks. Then there's this moment where they take on different roles and they become different people and they have to negotiate and betray each other and help each other and invade France or not invade France, whatever they decide to do. Afterward, they know each other's names. Afterward, the balance of who speaks in the classroom changes totally so that it evens out. And a lot more students who didn't speak before do, and the students who were sort of the hyper enthusiastic, hyper engaged students who tend to dominate the conversation, instead are eager to hear what their peers want and address more of their question to each other. Oh, you were King Charles when you did this, why did you do it? Instead of it being between them and the teacher. It's amazing how much, and another great example of this, it lingers. So that this year, as COVID shut the classrooms down and shut the campus down, it was the students who got to know each other through that role-playing game, who kept in touch, formed an online community, supported each other, had the emotional and friendship resilience to cope much better than the students in other courses, because they had that experience of having tried together, failed together, planned together, and accomplished something together, or gone down in flames if they were the losing faction. But even that is an accomplishment, because of course in a game, as I stressed to them, what your goal isn't to win, your goal is to create an awesome experience for everybody. And so if you're the person who's going to go down in flames, that is a great achievement too, so long as the going down in flames is exciting and dramatic.
Oh my gosh, this is so interesting, you guys, because in peace building we use role playing a ton, and just in more to say, like, if you're in the field, like, what would you do in this situation? We also use it for violence prevention training. And so I went to this one violence prevention training where they never told you what to do. They just had you read through scenarios. Okay, this is what's going on. What would you do? And it's so powerful. And again, what you're talking about with experience, like, we know that behavior change doesn't happen by giving someone information. It happens through experiences. And that's something that we can give through gameplay, through stories. And it's one of the reasons why I train storytelling in so many places, is that you can kind of vicariously have an experience through somebody else. But through gameplay, you can be that main character. You can decide how to respond in a situation and then safely experience the consequences of that behavior. When we're talking about something that's like real life type of things, as well as what we really address in our interactive story games, is like, okay, what do you do when a bully's coming at you? What do you do if a bully's coming at someone else? What do you do if someone's saying something really racist and hateful? If you respond in an aggressive way, the chance of retaliation is really high. If you respond passively, you become a bystander and you become vulnerable. But between passive and aggressive, there's all these other ways you could respond. And wouldn't it be great if you could practice those responses in a safe environment, where you can still get that feedback that you need, but you don't have to experience that embarrassment or being horrified or paralyzed in the moment when it happens in real life. And that's what we found what led us to interactive story games was actually, in the beginning, we started with just having a gamified app where it asked you to go and do missions in real life. And we found that the youth didn't have the self-efficacy. So they didn't believe in their own ability to accomplish their goal. And that lack of confidence, so social cognitive theory says that self-efficacy is the #1 indicator whether someone will take action or not. And these youth wanted ways to practice dealing with conflict, having these tough conversations, what to do in these situations before being asked to go be a hero in real life. Rosie, do you also find this kind of thing with the students that you're working with, that like are looking for some kind of experience, or is it something different where they're looking for an escape or something else?
So I think because of how we advertise the game in the App Store, they are trying to actively learn something. And in our case, because it's mental resilience, what people come to us for is self-care or self-help. And so they do know what to expect when they get into the game. I think one of the things, the combination of really being able to immerse yourself in a game such as our game Shadow's Edge, where you have a different world, different characters, they don't really look like humans. There are things that really give you that suspension of disbelief that video gaming can bring. But we then combine that with really proven therapeutic processes that take them through what they're going through and actually really teach them something about how they react and how they process certain situations. Let's say, for example, with COVID now, we've seen a lot of our players really ask these questions about, isolation and how they deal with it. And then we encourage them via challenges within the game to actually reach out to people. And that takes them back into real life where they also practice what they did in the game, what they practiced in the game, and they take that back to their own life. And I think that's something that we see a lot. So they do know what they're coming for. We do give them that clear experience. And as Ada was saying too, there's a bit of role play in there. We're a first person game, but there's a bit of role play in there because you're the savior of the city. And you have that power to actually make the decisions necessary to save that city. And to do that, you have to dig deep into yourself and really talk about what you're going through. And that's the basis of narrative therapy that they take back into real life. Dr. Keisha, how do you see that working out?
Oh, I was really just thinking, I know we were talking about digital gaming a lot, but I'm really what I'm seeing. I'm thinking about my daughter actually. As you guys were talking, she had an experience, a collaborative experience in her first year of college, where she was supposed to kind of exchange different things with different people who she never met before. I forget it's a very, very famous study. I was trying to think of what it is, but anyway, she was very reflective. She realized that she really needed to kind of, scale up her social skills. She felt a little insecure asking people questions, and that was something she wanted to kind of develop. And as the game went on, because I guess there were so many of them doing this game, that people were starting to get a little more comfortable with people coming up to them and asking for exchange, or it's kind of a barter thing or something. I forget how it goes. I'll have to look into it. But anyway, she realizes that she started to be a little bit more conscious of her surrounding. You know how students and people nowadays have earbuds in their ears all the time, and they're kind of in their own world. She would have to kind of overhear conversations, because I guess she had to find certain things, and when she'd overhear different things, she would approach the person to talk. And so anyway, that she came away just really feeling like she really needed to increase her skills just from that experience. And again, that was a very large, typical lecture study kind of course, and the outcome of it was so much more than just the task, and it really affected her to date. She's a second year college student. But yeah, I really do see that, being able to go into, to gamify instruction really allows us to cover so many learning outcomes and necessary skill development that, and putting them in isolation just doesn't happen. There's just, we know the 21st century requires critical thinking skills, and all of that kind of thing goes on, just simultaneously in a gaming situation, from what I understand. And even with the digital ones, I see how I have a set of twins, and a lot of times they'll be in their very separate rooms, and I hear them, this conversation going on, but they're not even in the same room, but they're interacting through a game, and it's just interesting to me. So it truly does create, oddly enough, even though they're right there, it does create community. I have another girlfriend who's 52 like myself, and she does the game with the words or whatever with other people. And I mean, it really does bring in community, where you would think it's kind of that negative perception of, some lonely person in the basement playing games kind of thing. It's hardly that. It is definitely much more positive.
Yeah. And on that point, that connects to something I'd wanted to bring up, which I think is one of the elements that tends to be under-tapped in digital gaming, and also in what one might call big budget gaming, because there's lots of small-scale indie gaming that makes use of it, which is the power of generating your own words rather than just words. Most of the role play that happens in large-scale digital games is you get to a point where there's a choice, and you have a palette of 5 pre-written answers. The good answer, the medium answer, the mean answer, and the you can only do this because you joined the cult of the cat god answer, right? and you pick one of those four. And you can have very interesting narrative trees from that. But it's a different thing from generating your own words. Whether you're generating your own words via speech or via text typing. And there are a number of games and formats that even a very large-scale digital game can tap. So, for example, a really neat format for a very simple moment within a game is you have people that have characters, they're in a multiplayer situation, and something comes where one of them has to make a decision. One of them is the head of the space agency and just has to decide which character will be the pilot and which character will be the head of the mission control. Or, you've come to a place where somebody has to make a decision as to whether to, pass a law or not. Or somebody is the judge in a trial and has to decide whether they think someone is innocent or guilty. And you can then say, okay, there's going to be a half-hour timer, and we're connecting the players directly to each other to talk, whether by text or voice, and debate this. And you have to embody your character and say the things you think your character would say in the interaction. And then in the end, a real human being makes a real human decision based on your persuasive efforts, and you've used your own words to do it. And it's an immensely powerful tool in gaming. People talk about it years later. Remember that time when we were playing the game with the space decision? You do see people doing that. And we have medical studies as well, which show that there are a lot of different neurochemicals in the brain, but there are some that we associate with fight or flight reactions, sort of stress chemicals. The stress chemicals that are generated by living in COVID, the stress chemicals that are generated by trauma or anxiety, the stress chemicals that are generated, in fact, by some forms of action gaming. Because when you're doing a really awesome simulator of being chased by terrible monsters, your brain is also, in addition to being filled with fun, being filled with stress chemicals, which can do damage and can linger in your mind a long time after you've finished playing the game in a way that we think might be damaging. They've monitored these chemicals lingering in the brain for up to 2 hours after playing a game or watching a film. If you have a conversation with another human being, they go away in 15 minutes.
Wow.
The power of just human interaction is so therapeutic. And so that can be integrated into any game just by making it possible for the human beings to create their own words and interact, whether as the whole game or whether as a small node within a game with many other structures.
And maybe if I may add to that, I think that a lot of these mainstream games at the moment, they go by a certain formula of what a game should be like. Which is a lot of it is, giving people multiple choices, as you say, or, you either do this or you do that. There's limited option. We've opted to go for a different way where we try to encourage people to create their own diary and create their own narrative and their own story by writing about what's happening to them in real life, and then take that experience back into the game and share it with others. And I think with what you said, Ada, is it's very powerful if you then, through what you are going through and what you are thinking, especially if you're like stressed out or anxious or depressed, it's very powerful to then connect others through that game in that world that is not as realistic yet as your real life, and you can test those things out and you can experiment with them before you actually take what you've learned back into your own life and hopefully start reaching out. We've had players that said, I actually did talk to my parents now. I've never done that before. And it's really rewarding to hear that they take things seriously that have been created in a game, right? And that they actually came to with their own conclusions through their own words.
And I feel like that's so important. It disturbs me so much when I hear students feel like they have to, they graduate from traditional education. They feel like they learn, now they learn what everything means. So having that connection and that deep connection, with one another and with themselves is tremendous. And I have to say too, I think that is one of the tremendous adds for gaming is that whole idea of choice, real choice. And then particularly in the way you're talking about, Rosie, that's really dynamic to make it choice that is outside of the just choosing C as the answer mindset, kind of a thing. Yeah. Interesting.
You all have noted some amazing points of how gaming can fill in gaps where other technology may fail, and particularly within the traditional or mainstream education setting. I wanted to know what you all think about using gaming to support those who have more atypical conditions, those who may fall on the autism spectrum, or those with who may have gender dysphoria and are working through gender fluidity, and how we can use gaming to improve and understand those areas, and also how we can create more acceptance within those people, and going back to this idea of resiliency.
Well, I think we've touched on it in the sense that games allow for the building of empathy, on deeper levels. Ada, you just kind of mentioned how when you talk, when in that study, when people talk with one another, the information just kind of disappears in 15 minutes. And I think that's because
the stress chemicals, yeah.
Oh, the stress. Yeah. Oh, the stress. Oh, okay. Disregard then. That's going to take it somewhere else then. Yeah. Well, then. Well, what I was going to get at, well, I misunderstood what you said then. But what I was going to get at was just the whole idea of being able to, kind of like what we all have been saying, be able to take a situation and really play it out without the danger of offending someone and what have you. I mean, I feel like the power of gaming is likened to the power of music. How music is considered the international language kind of thing. There's much that can be conveyed in a gaming situation, and depending on the purpose of the game, it could be used as quite a powerful tool, in which case, again, I feel like we really need to teach people how to evaluate things, because we're using games for good, and there might be some really some ideas that we don't want to get locked in so deeply, but we know the power of gaming, and it could go that way and in a negative way. So that's where we still need to games also play into making critical decisions and evaluating things, so that you can identify what message is really being sent. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I think inclusion and representation and empathy are so important to consider when building your games. We look at of course, I'm always going to go back to like conflict and peace building, but what we tend to do is demonize the other. And when you demonize the other, it makes it easier to harm that person. And also, when you feel like you're under attack, it's also impossible to see the pain and suffering of others. And so that's the amazing thing about games, and more so games. I'm more even like the narrative scope of things is when you also have a really strong narrative base, you're able to identify with some of these people, and and you start to form a relationship with these characters, especially if you do the whole character development and they feel real. And it goes a long way to thinking about, okay, so to have this person who, if they're on the spectrum, or however they may be different, being able to see them as a person, being able to interact with them, to see the ways that you interact with them and how it affects them in their life and in their happiness, is a great way that we can start building empathy, and really starting to, maybe you can go play the game in their shoes for a while. And and so it goes across every type of difference. And I really believe that our inability to deal with difference stops us from making progress on everything we face. And and then the other thing of inclusion is, whether you're creating a messaging campaign or story, people have to be able to see themselves in it. And if they don't see themselves, whether it's themselves in the language or the imaging or how they identify, then that means that whatever that is not speaking to them. You're not speaking their language. And so it's so important to have this kind of representation within games, and so kids can see themselves within the games and interact. So on kind of both sides of it, whether it's empathy for how you treat others or being able to build confidence in who you are and that's okay, and seeing yourself represented in games, all those are really powerful tools. And again, you go down to kind of this power dynamic that you're talking about, Ada, with, when people are able to come together and collaborate together, and that social impact, how powerful that is. With contact theory is about, people, it's not about helping the other, but it's about engaging them as a partner to accomplish something together. And that's when you see a reduction of fear and an increase in empathy. And that's something that these games, whether they're social games or you get to kind of, dive into this world and practice stuff. There's so many different elements that I don't think that we've even tapped into all of it that can really help build relationships and lead to more inclusive society if we're conscious about how we build games. I know, Rosie, I'm really curious to hear what you have to say with all the work that you've done around mental illness and things like that, and how you've seen it kind of play out with your players.
Yeah, we do a lot of testing with our players, and we do one-on-one interviews with our players. So it's very interesting to hear back, how they perceive certain things. We've had a lot of communication on our in-game platform about what's going on in the world right now with COVID and how that's making people depressed. But also, we've had discussions around suicide or racism in there, and it's interesting to see that. These young people, they do feel all of that, and they do want to learn something about it. It's more that a lot of times it's fear of being ignorant that stops them from actually finding out more about the other person. But go one step further, even with games, which to be fair, we don't do at Shadow's Edge at the moment, but I think that we will in the future. I think games are uniquely positioned to also have us as game developers, as industries, and how people play the game and what they play and how long they play and what choices they make and why they make those choices, to really potentially in real life be able to help them and support them better as well. So we could also use gaming as a very powerful research tool.
Agreed.
Ada, how do you see that? Do you learn a lot from what you do for example, in your real world role play games, or that you take back into teaching?
Oh, lots. I think there are several points I want to touch on in order, and starting with a through thread on inclusion and also disability. Relating to what you were saying and also what Jessica was saying about there being an eagerness among young people, especially to learn about inclusion, and also an anxiety about how to be sensitive about it. To give an indication of the degree of this eagerness, I'm disabled myself. I'm a chronic pain sufferer. And a couple of years ago, when I had to miss class for a surgery, I went in front of the class and said, I'm disabled. I'm a chronic pain sufferer. I want to give you a 5-minute Q&A about it so that you'll understand why I'm missing class. They were so eager to talk about it, eager for an opportunity to ask about it, to ask how invisible disabilities broadly work, how to be a good ally, how mental illness, which is an invisible disability, versus invisible disabilities that affect the other parts of the body work. That they kept asking questions for the full hour and a half, and afterward 13 of them came to my office hours to talk about it more. There's so much eagerness to have a space to talk about how to be a good ally, and gaming can absolutely be that. In a really valuable way, especially when it's cooperative, especially when there's a team and different people on that team have different roles. Because if this is, let's take my Exoterra project where students are designing a new planet. If there's a team that's the agriculture team, and there's one person on the agriculture team who's a microbiology specialist who knows how the microbes in the soil work, you have to listen to them when it's time to make these decisions, right? They're the expert on this. Everyone else there does plants or does consumption or something. And if that person is on the spectrum and talks in a funny way, everybody wants to listen to them, practices listening to them, right? They get to speak to other people who really care about them, feel authoritative, and be the expert. It works the same way in the historical role play where, only one person is the king of France. Only one person is the cardinal of Milan. They have things these other people need. And it means all of the students practice really having a strong reason to interact with a person that they don't personally know who has an unusual affect. And the person with the unusual affect has the practice of, oh my God, everybody in the room is listening to me really seriously and taking me seriously. Nobody is being a jerk about this. It's a very positive experience on both ends of that, enabled by the fact that it's teamwork and everybody has something that they're the only one that contribute to this situation. It's been immensely effective in that. I want to talk a little bit about representation as well. Which is another space where, again, when teaching these things, it's very effective. So, I'm always making a point of pointing out, for example, when historical figures we're looking at are disabled, because often we hear about famous historical figures like Lorenzo de' Medici, but because his disabilities were erased in the 19th century, they tend to still be erased. And when you point out to students, not only Lorenzo de' Medici, but also King Charles of France in the period are both what we would in a modern sense call disabled. Everyone is super excited by the fact that these major figures, the King of France, are in this category, and it becomes a group, conversation. That said, in a lot of games where the characters are pre-generated, there are limits to how much you can represent. Right? Let's imagine you have your 5-person squad and you've tried to make them as diverse as possible. They can't cover everything. And even if they do cover a wide variety of things, the intersectionality won't necessarily be what a particular person is looking for. That you might have somebody who is an asexual black trans woman, and that combo doesn't appear. Like each of those attributes might appear, but they won't be together. And there are also, this is about future-proofing the utility of a game. There are axes of marginalization that we aren't thinking about yet, that have not yet moved into the forefront of discourse, that exist, right? But we're constantly expanding how many different categories we're caring about. There's much more conversation now about trans rights, for example, than there was 10 years ago. Think of the equivalent of that a decade from now that we aren't thinking about yet, but that matters to people and will matter.
Yes.
When you have an opportunity for the person to design elements of their own character, to create part of the backstory themselves and have that backstory matter, not just be in their own head while they go around being a zombie hunter like everybody else, but to embody those attributes in a conversation with another person, in a set of actions, in something they write. You make it possible for your game to give representation to every intersectional combination and even to axes of marginalization that don't exist yet, right? And 30 years from now, when we have kids who are genetically engineered and feel anxious about that, and that's an axis of marginalization which doesn't exist now, your game, even if it's 30 years old, can still be powerful and cathartic for that student if you've built in the capacity to have some self-generated elements of the characters.
That is a powerful point. Oh, I love it. So there's work to do, it sounds like, in this in this space. But yeah, that's entirely powerful. I was going to mention how I think I may have started to talk about how powerful it is to take on personas, but just being yourself in your full self is more powerful, And you mentioned that, Ada. There was a statement you made about the difference between empowerment. It was something you shared with us that really was poignant.
Lots and lots of games offer a power fantasy, right? Lots and lots of games offer, you are the chosen one and you're the only one who can save the world, rescue the girl, cure the disease, defeat the dragon. You have the special whatever it is, whether it's dragon's blood or whether it's a technology or whether it's just you have protagonismos, right? You have the attribute of being the main character and everything will revolve around you and you will solve it. Those kinds of power fantasies are fun. They're narratively powerful. We've been writing them since Homer's Iliad. They're really cool. they aren't the same thing as making a person feel personally powerful, so that when they leave the game, they still feel like they discovered a power that's in them.
Yes.
When you persuade someone to do something, when your words do the thing, when you were the one who solved the puzzle about how do we make the agriculture grow quickly enough to feed the colony, when you used your expertise, your unique intervention, you feel empowered. You discover that you are powerful, and it's the same kinds of power you wield in real life. It's not in the game I can lift a 50-foot sword and swing it around, and in real life I can't. So I'm powerful in the game, but I'm powerless in real life. It's, I won this game by being really persuasive and by really knowing my biology. Or I contributed to this team project by being persuasive and knowing my biology. That's true of me in real life too. I'm powerful. And you feel powerful as you leave that kind of game.
Yeah.
Especially if it went badly. This is the last thing I'll add, and then I want to hear what others say, but there are, students come to me over and over. Nothing is more powerful than when they had a plan in the simulation. It totally failed. They were defeated. And then they had to recover. And they had to get new allies now that they've been defeated and the other king has won, right? And they have to find the enemies of that king and rally a defense and recover from setbacks. And they feel so powerful, realizing, everything went wrong, and then I turned it around. And I reached out to people and I figured out the solutions, and we came up with a backup plan, and it didn't result in the ideal victory for us, but it ended up in a compromise in which we were okay. That is so powerful, and games can generate that. Because if one team wins and another team loses, if the story continue and say, okay, the win was the midpoint. Now that your papal candidate has failed, how are you going to recover and generate a new base of power and defense in the new situation where you didn't win the election? In the new situation where, the first colony you tried to build failed and you're building a second colony. That is so empowering in a way that no 50-foot sword or giant robot ever is, because you have to leave those behind when you leave the game. You don't have to leave behind your ability to recover from failure.
And truly,
that's so cool.
So powerful. The soft skills are what transfer. That really answers how games can build resilience that lasts beyond the gameplay, honestly.
I think it's less, the good games really make it less about power, but more about building mastery and autonomy to make the right decisions and to really, learn something and become better at whatever you're trying to achieve. And that's something that is really unique to gaming versus more traditional ways of educating. I believe, to have that in a playful manner where it's easy, where you can go back and where you can experiment again. That's something that really resonates, I think. Jessica, you were going to say?
Yeah, no, it's so interesting hearing you talk about this, because this is one of the things that we're currently working through with Pathways, is that we know from some of the media behavior change, other types of media that we've used with our organization before that we had worked with, we did use like soap operas and a lot of fiction, and from comic books and all these different types of fiction. And what we found was that when things were so fantasy that there was no way, like with superpowers and all this kind of stuff, that people created dissonance between themselves and what they were capable of, and they actually didn't take the skill away. And so one of the things that we're building in Pathways around this world is like, we want the world, like, it has to be, it's little futuristic, so it has to be cool enough where like kids want to be there, but also has to just be like, you have the skills that you have and how to reward some of these different skills. So like when we have so again, everything you're saying with like, okay, like you're gonna be able to create the avatar, and the main character will reflect you and your backstory. And then when you're going in through the 1, 2, 3, we're thinking about how to kind of do this kind of thing to reflect different strengths of different personalities and some of these soft skills. And so let's say you have a certain amount of courage points and then you need to spend them on some of these choices. And so we're thinking, okay, you have these 3 kind of categories of choices. So you have like the little humor icon, because let's say, because wit can be used to cut down someone and to mock someone, but humor can also be used to de-escalate a situation. And then you have like the brain icon for those who are a little bit more intellectual, but kind of like quiet. And then you have the action icon, which is like, okay, I want to step in. And you can step into a fight and make it worse, or you can like get people around you to help surround a victim and stop it from happening. And then and then basically reward different types of traits that are powerful in different types of ways. So there's not one way to solve something. So let's say you take a gamble and choose a choice. So it costs a certain amount of points. But let's say you actually used empathy in that choice. Now we're going to reward you some points back. And then on the back side, you're actually going to have what you'll have is like your player stats. And instead of having a stat that's full of agility and strength and like all this other stuff, maybe we have some stats on like empathy and trust building and like courage and like some other things, so that and we can actually say like, this is actually your personality that we found by the choices you've made. And being able to kind of, again, build this confidence and this sense of identity of, this is who I am and who I believe myself to be. I believe that I can transform relationships, I can transform society, that I have the power to do this, I have these skills. And it's, and again, everything that you're saying, Ada, with like, we will allow, most games you have to defeat the enemy, right? Because we've been taught. Right. Someone has to lose in order for us to win. But the way that the world works, it doesn't actually work like that. If I call someone a racist, I might win my argument in that moment, but is that person any more likely to want to help me in my cause? Probably not, but that's the person I need most. And so within our game, we're going to allow you to go down the path of like, defeat the other person. That's the enemy. Let's try to get them kicked out of school. Let's try to like ruin them or like whatever. And you're probably going to hate this person, and you can go down that path, but then you'll see what happens. And you'll probably actually need that person at the end of the day to solve the mystery, to solve the conflict, whatever it is. And so there's so much kind of interesting things that you can go into and you can use. And like, we're still play testing a lot of this ourselves. But again, there's so many ways that you can see if you make impact with these games. You can have your baseline testing, but you can also see how choices evolve over time. And then with our game, we're going to be able to, you're going to practice these different types of behavior and techniques without it feeling hopefully very practicey. It should feel like entertainment. But build your confidence, and then you're going to be able to unlock missions to do in real life. And so we're hoping to see that some of this transfers of being more confident to be able to talk about some of these issues, and then see when they unlock them, if they will go do them in real life. And I'm really excited to kind of see how that all plays out.
Yeah, I have a couple concrete examples of exactly what you mentioned, which I'd love to say, but I'd love to hear what Keisha wanted to say first.
Oh, I just wanted to let Jessie go. I think I've talked over her, so you're fine. Go ahead, Ada.
Oh, well, you've reminded me in the first of two different things. So just where you were talking about how, in a lot of games, we're very powerful in an adversarial way, but it can be developing other kinds of skills that are very exciting. I'm in the middle of running another game right now. It's a tabletop and text-based game. But it's a really powerful and very grim game. But I mean, the players in there, I've had players, literally jump out of their chairs and bounce up and down with excitement. I've had players cry. And I have one player who, his character has achieved amazing stuff. He's re-engineered his entire country. He's literally turned himself into a god. The thing he cares most about, the player, is his friendship score with the character's best friend. He cares about that so much more than the rest because it's rich and relatable, and the best friend character is a very powerful character. He was more excited when he reconciled with his best friend than when he turned himself into a god, which is a good example of how powerful these kinds of stories can be. which relates to a movement within the science fiction and fantasy world, which is sometimes these days referred to as hope punk. If you're used to cyberpunk and other sorts of punk, hope punk. But we've noticed that there are so many very dark narratives. Yeah. There's so much grim dark. There's so much, the conspiracy turns out to be worse than everyone thought. There's so many plots where, you're learning that there's some kind of conspiracy. What is it doing? It's doing something terrible. Narratively, it's incredibly powerful and surprising when what turns out to be happening is people are being good. And I can use some famous and some non-famous examples of this, but many people saw the film The Martian. And there's that moment at the beginning where they realize that they left him on Mars, and we have the people at the computer seeing the pictures, and they say, well, left him on Mars. With 24 hours to inform the American people of that, because that's our legal duty, so better prepare the press conference to reveal that we've left him on Mars. And it's really surprising, right? Because in every other story, they would cover it up. Mm-hmm. Or in the film Interstellar, where they come upon this secret compound and the secret bunker. What are they doing in the secret bunker? It's the good guys, and they're trying to save humanity. It's full of doctors and medicine. It's so surprising. That's what never turns out to be the case. And we're in a point, because narratives have been so dark, that we can tell stories that are more surprising and therefore more powerful and also accurate by having the opposite, right? And there are these observations people make about how we have so many disaster movies where after the disaster also everybody turns into a terrible person, and we have biker gangs, murdering each other. We have so many versions of the trolley problem. Whereas real life isn't actually like that. In real disasters, people tend to pool together and cook each other gumbo and help, but that's not what we depict. In real confrontations, a lot of people try to make peace and come up with a solution that isn't A versus B, somebody has to go down, that is cooperative. Even when Google was testing the Google cars and everybody's braced for the trolley problem, right? Everyone wants to ask about the trolley problem with the self-driving cars, because we're so used to the idea that the universe is going to make us make these grim choices. And then they ran millions of simulations, and it was never the correct answer to hit the pedestrian. It just isn't actually true that happens. It's always the better choice to protect everybody. That's the way the real world turns out to work. But because we discuss the trolley problem so much, because we discuss conspiracy so much, because we discuss zero-sum adversarial so much, we assume it's the way the world works when it isn't. If we tell more accurate stories where people are better, not only is it therapeutic and educational, it's also more exciting narratively. Because it's what people expect.
It's relatable.
I love how you've touched on preferred future state, but telling narratives that, like you said, are relatable. And Jessica, I absolutely love that you're working towards creating that preferred future state within your game, and everything you're doing with your team, to make sure that you have empathy and you have this idea, and correct me if I'm wrong here, you have this space where the player can see exactly who they are in the game, right? And applying that to that narrative Ada has brought up about real world consequences and what will happen, that's more realistic, I think, is an amazing way to, again, into that preferred future state. Rosie and Dakisha, I wanted to give you both the opportunity to talk about your vision for a preferred future state as we're reaching at the top of the hour.
Well, you know what? I really wanted to tap right into what Ada said. I'm so glad you brought that whole idea up of changing the narrative, because I do feel like that's exactly what's going on in this moment that we're living in real life. I'm an African American woman, and I know right now we're as a community changing the economic narrative. We're changing the narrative in a way that is much more empowering. And I really, really can appreciate what you're saying, because that's something that I notice in movies and music. There's just the darkness factor just aids to the fear and everything that's going on right now. So that is so empowering. And that's one thing that was one of our questions, was to think about how it can how things can be impactful beyond gameplay. That right there, being able to truly change the narrative for what's really the truth about things. It's just not a trajectory to hell kind of thing necessarily. It doesn't just have to be. Particularly when I know I'm here and I know most people around me are like me, who are more good and looking to do good. So that was tremendous. Yeah, I'm very, very encouraged by that. And truly, even in my classroom, when I've allowed my students to just really be themselves and just add to a project. They struggle with that because of some of the things you just mentioned, Jessica, about how that the opportunities to exercise that on a day-to-day, and students in K-12 studying are in school probably more, well, prior to COVID, in school more than they're with their parents and whatnot a lot of times, and it has quite an impact on them. So for them to get into have an opportunity of choice, and then the choice they actually make is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to see. It really, really is. So yeah, very good point, Ada.
Great. And so, Rosie, your vision for a preferred future state within gaming as it pertains to mental health and well-being. Do you have any final thoughts there?
Sure. So I think that there are a lot of mainstream games now that touch on the topic of mental health, like Zelda with their suicide scene that they have. There's a bunch of them that have characters that have certain traits like depression or other things. I would love to see more of that, but in a more accurate way, because now it's not somebody has depression or somebody's stressed out, but it's somebody's crazy. And it's less, somebody has issues and feels terrible and doesn't know how to react to things, but they're mentally ill. And I think that really being able to portray these characters more accurately when we then do choose those characters, that would be something that I'd really love to see more in gaming. The other thing is that I think that there's a lot of gamers and a lot of players that want to do something good, and that's a trend really going up. We see that in our game where, so many of our players actually come to us and then want to help us make the game better. So I would really love it if more of not just indie gamers, but also bigger games would actually really take that seriously and take the input of their players who are wanting to do the right thing into the game and create different narratives and stories around real situations. I think that we can use more of the real world within gaming, so that then it is easier to take what we learn in games back into the real world. That would be my preferred future state, if you will.
Agreed. Yes.
Excellent. So as we reach the top of our hour, I'm so saddened, but filled with such gratitude that I had the opportunity to grace this stage with your brilliant minds and to be a part of this amazing discussion today. For everyone in the audience and everyone watching our live stream, I want to make sure that they have an opportunity to follow your work and that we can still continue this conversation, because as we've noted today, we have a lot of work to do, but we're getting there. So if all of you could just share maybe your Twitter handles or digital spaces you can follow and keep up to date, that'd be a great way for us to close out.
Well, I'll start. You can find me on LinkedIn at my full name, Keisha Waddell, and I'm also on Twitter at Dr. Keisha Waddell. And then certainly you can follow me on Facebook with Black Blockchain Consultants.
For me, it's even easier. Shadow's Edge is the name of the game. And around that, there's the .com for the website. You can find Shadow's Edge on Instagram, Facebook, etc. All of those, including the website, will then also lead back to me and to my profile. And we have a direct email if somebody wants to contact us. That's feedback@shadowsedge.com.
And you can find Wicked Saints. You can follow us on Twitter. It's wicked_saints. And then on Instagram, it's Wicked Saints Studios. So you can find us there. You can find me on both Instagram and Facebook or on Twitter as well. Jessica Murray, no space, and it's Murray with an E. And of course, our website. So wickedsaints.studio. And there you can also sign up to beta test our pathways for when it comes out. And every email that goes through there, I'll see. And so, yep, please feel free to reach out and or sign up for our pathways game.
You can find information about all the things I do at adapalmer.com. You can find my history information via University of Chicago's History Department. You can find my novels, starting with Too the Lightning, which is the first volume, TOO, as in too much, too like the lightning, first volume of Terra Ignota. I also have a blog, exurbe, exurbe.com, where I blog about how history works. The most recent post is a set of healthy work habit and self-care guides customized for COVID, which I produced for my university, and which synthesize national research with my own chronic pain experience to give guidelines for what the WHO has recognized as a global mental health epidemic. And the second most recent one is about the Black Death and COVID and what we can learn about what the aftermath of COVID will be like looking at the Black Death. Answer, it's more complicated than most of the short op-eds have been giving you, which is why my version is a 10,000-word blog post. As for Exoterra, the current game where the students are creating a terraformed exoplanet, you can find that at voices.u, that's the letter U, chicago.edu/exoterra. So voices.uchicago.edu/exoterra. Though if you email me, I will, of course, point you at anything you like, and my email is available on adapalmer.com. Twitter is Ada_Palmer.
Thank you so much for joining us. And again, it's such a pleasure to continue the conversation. And I'm looking forward to it. Thank you all.
Thank you. It's been an honor.
Thank you for having us.
Hi, everyone. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining me. My name is Julie Smithson, and today I'm going to be talking about the creative design process for 3D. And I'm going to be using our Metaverse engine as a demonstration tool to be showing through my presentation. And I'm really excited to be able to introduce the concept of 3D as well as our Metaverse engine to help you understand a creator tool and the creative design process for 3D. So a little bit about myself. Again, my name is Julie Smithson, and I'm the Chief Learning Officer at Metaverse. I also co-founded XR Ignite, and I'm the producer of XR Collaboration. I also am a VRARA member and education student co-chair, as well as an XR Bootcamp advisory member and educators and VR member. So I'm very heavily involved in the education space, as well as understanding how this technology works with enterprise and business organizations. A little bit about our Metaverse family. We have our Metaverse company, which started about 4 or 5 years ago, and we started with strategy and consulting, doing projects, everything from augmented reality, 360 video, virtual reality, teleportals, web AR. We kind of dabbled in all of it just to make sure that we understood where this industry was going and how business was going to be interpreted and how the technology would unfold within the future of work. We also have our Metaverse engine, which I'll get into a little bit more about that. We also have XR Ignite, where we actually started this company to help startups understand how to work with business organizations. And throughout that, we also built out some resources that we host on xrcollaboration.com. And I'll touch base a little bit later in my presentation about that. We also have our podcasts. I actually host the XR for Learning podcast, and it's through there that we talk about the different ways that you learn and you teach. My partner and husband also has XR for Business podcast, and that's where if you want to learn about what all of these big companies are doing out there with this technology, Alan really gets into the nitty-gritty of understanding even more about the business applications of XR. So that's our metaverse family. Let's get into a little bit about my story and where I came from. Back in 2010, my husband Alan and I, we actually created the emulator. The emulator was the world's first touchscreen DJ controller back in 2010, and we're on Dragon's Den. That was kind of my pathway into technology and understanding the potential of even touchscreen. And it was from there that we were introduced into the VR world and technology world, where obviously I'm here today understanding the potential and use cases of how we're going to use this technology. This is my daughter, and right after we had the emulator company, we actually ended up inspiring our daughter to create a shoe company, and it was within this time of her life. She was 9 at this time, and today she's 16 years old. But for a few years, she actually produced 2,000 pairs of shoes and sold them. And the idea was the love sandal that left a heart-shaped tan line on the top of your foot. It was through this entrepreneurial experience that we understood how much education needed to change, and change for the better. And then our personal mission, we actually started to build out the Unlimited Awesome Academy, and it's it saw from, creative problem solving and teamwork, responsibility for your finances and economics, and having that social impact through sustainability of the environment, and of course, perseverance. And it was through this mission that we decided we wanted to focus on democratizing education by 2040, inspiring the next generation to think and act in an economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable way. And do that, we would leverage the most advanced immersive technologies in the world. And here I am standing on the stage today in a virtual space. So just overview of the immersive technologies, we have the 2D view in our smartphones. We can also look at 360 degrees. We also have augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed realities. All together, extended realities is where we are in this space, and using them on a daily basis. We're starting to integrate these technologies more and more into our lives. So let's talk about 3D enabled devices. And right now, with all of these devices that are out there, the computers, tablets, smartphones, and the headsets, there are actually 7.5 billion 3D enabled devices globally out there already, and that people are using, that we can start to introduce the concept of three-dimensional objects and spatial objects that are used inside of these technologies, like virtual and augmented reality experiences that are used for different purposes. So this is kind of why we're talking about 3D now. Why XR? Why now? For years we've had the personal computer, and then mobile took over. And, as of 2020, XR is starting to take over, and all of these different technologies. So right now we're in this upswing of of the investments that are being made in this space. So it's really important that we understand how this technology will impact everything that we're doing on a daily basis. A little bit of reality. Ever since COVID, invaded our lives, it forced us apart. But this technology has made it possible for us to learn and interact with one another while remaining physically distant. And being here today on the XPRIZE stage is certainly an example of coming together and being able to use this technology to continue conversations and collaboration. And this quote actually came from XR Collaboration in our mission to build out those resources. So a little bit of reality in this COVID acceleration and how fast things are going. Coming right from Nike, they originally targeted 35% of their sales for 2020 to be made online, and they're already reaching that 50% overall sales, and now for the foreseeable future, will be made online. So already the trend of purchasing online and digitally interacting to purchase items like Nike are taking place, and this is actually, you know, a pivotal move in how humans are behaving with this technology and how trustworthy they are in even their purchase decisions. So a little bit about the ROI on the investment in this space, and we're already seeing everything between commerce, marketing, and training. The numbers of sales conversions going up, marketing click-through rates are going up, the increase of retention rates are already going up, and through all of those number changes, companies are obviously saving money and resources. So already the benefits are starting to play out in how it's implemented into the business world. The many use cases of immersive technology can be used from retail and marketing, of course, with face filters and e-commerce transactions, but also through education and product design, data visualization, education and training from healthcare and medical, industrial design and training manuals are starting to be implemented and used using augmented reality. And then, of course, entertainment always plays a big part in actually being as immersed as possible through all the sensory avenues to immerse you into those experiences. So immersive technology is already playing a part in many different industries, and through mixed reality, they're also solving big, huge enterprise problems like remote assistance and collaborative visualization and access to certain data that businesses make decisions moving forward. So all of these different companies and enterprises are already starting to use this technology, which is really important. And companies like IKEA placing furniture in your space, or Modiface using AR for face filters. Restaurants are using their menus to augment what those meals look like, and placing activities within the menus in restaurants. Being able to see some of these retail items through your devices and being able to interact with them obviously leads you down that purchasing decision a lot quicker. GPS tracking through stores to help you find things, and interaction with characters from certain TV shows using AR. All of these play out into amazing to interact with others and that engaging experience to understand whether it's the product or the situation better. And the best business and education and training applications are really the ones that are expensive or rare, impossible, that they're really dangerous, or even counterproductive. You know, everything from body swapping and time travel, taking field trips to places where, you know, you really can't have access to, or you don't even have the money to go there. Being able to put students inside these experiences and having them go wherever they need to go, or, studying what the behaviors of others are like. This technology allows all of these different possibilities to become real and for us to experience them. And it does take the development side to be able to create these things. So I guess, first of all, I'd like to just acknowledge the stage that we're on here today with XPRIZE. And, we have an environment, and we also have a lot of different things going on. We have animations above us and different signs. There's cabling ribbon through, the floors are through. So all of these things obviously took a design process to create the environment that we're here in today. So, what does that look like for XR? And really, the creative design process to build XR requires you to think spatially and in 3 dimensions. So for us to walk around the stage, we obviously know that there's something above us, below us, each side, behind us. There's so many different things. I have this podium here to me, and I can look around it, and I can actually move around it as well. I can move all around this room, and it's because I understand that we are in this spatial room, this 360-degree space where our entire being is influenced by all of these different assets that are in our environment. So thinking spatially, thinking the ability that things are around you is the first step to designing in 3D. So 3D actually stimulates the real thing. It builds connections and it invites interactivity. It sparks curiosity and it makes learning fun. We have access to over 7 billion devices. So it's really that next step to understanding why and how we need to build in augmented reality, virtual, and the mixed realities. It's that stepping stone. Understanding 3 dimensions and understanding things spatially is where things all begin. So last year I did a talk, or I wrote an article on 3D learning and how to, introduce it. And it's really introducing and thinking more in voxels now instead of pixels. We're moving from 2D into 3D. So how do we start to think spatially? Start to think in voxels and how we build things. And that spaceship on the back there of the stage is a perfect example of just building blocks and how you need to start to think in a spatial way. So this leads us to degrees of freedom, which is used in a virtual setting when you have a headset on, being able to see things in a 3 degree of freedom, just looking around and seeing your space. But 6 degrees of freedom obviously allows you to interact and move within your space. And that's where the immersive really steps into it. And being able to go sideways, up and down and forward and pitch and move around allows you to interact and become more immersed into the scene that you're in. So this is kind of the definition of the degrees of freedom inside the space. So the first step in designing in 3D is really just understanding more about depth and dimension and that spatial understanding of multiple different perspectives. And when you're considering building XR, you have to think of a lot of different things. You can start to think about security and logins and that sort of thing, and that's all very important. And that's part of that process when you're building an XR. But there's also, understanding the natural interactions and being contextually aware about the things that are around you. And if you have an avatar beside you that you're speaking to, that you understand their space or you understand where the podium is in your world. There's a lot of other things like collaborating real time and managing your assets inside of the space or even just in the designer mode of the digital assets. Being able to manage all of these things is part of building an XR. But we're going to get back to 3D and how we can use that to creatively design for XR. And a little bit about the Metaverse Engine, because I'm going to be using this to show you examples and give you instruction on how the design process works. Our Metaverse Engine, we just recently released at AWE in June. We're really excited that we could pull forward our development a lot sooner than planned. We were expected to release at CES in 2021, and due to COVID, we pulled up our delivery date, and we're really excited that we're able to launch 3D for the web and AR as well, based on our One App solution. And we're working towards building out the virtual and the virtual support for our system. So that'll be delivered in Q4. But let's take it back to 3D and that stepping stone that we need to take in order to understand more about immersive technologies. 3D, remember, can represent content and data visually, and you can also use it to interact and learn and collaborate, presenting a story, a timeline, or a visualization. And it can be used for marketing, commerce, training, and education. So let's talk about 3D for a moment and what it takes to become an asset. And once you have your object that you would like to place in this space, it basically starts off with a layer of mesh. And this mesh comes with polygons. And these polygons all really start to invite the different perspective and the customization of the object itself. So when we talk about mesh and we talk about polygons, each asset has its own package of how it needs to be entered into a system, augmented or virtual reality. Just like these items here in this space, they were an asset that was dropped into this virtual world. So throughout my presentation, if you do see a QR code like this one, you're welcome to take a screenshot of it, or if you're on a desktop, you can actually pull out your smartphone. The QR code will take you to some of our live experiences that you can also take a look at on our metaverse.com/case page. And these are some examples of 3D, which unfortunately I can't show you the new live animated version here in this space, but I hope you do go and try them out. This is an example of our shoe configurator, where you can go in and design your own pair of shoes. And the shoes show up in your space, whether they be augmented or just in 3D in your device. And you're able to interact with that shoe and change the colors, the tongue, the laces, the sole. You're able to change all of it. And it's through our engine that you can simply make this experience and build the configurator out to be able to look at the different perspectives. To give you an example of spatial design, again, Lowe's has it right with using a device to be able to show the layout of the architecture of the space that you're willing to build. And that's the same thing when it comes back to 3D models and 3D assets, being able to visualize your space. So when you're creating 3D models, you always have to create your own assets. Sometimes they're already made for you, but just so you know where to go to be able to make your 3D models, these are some of the softwares that are out there where you can build out your the models to your liking. You can use photogrammetry or upload CAD files and that sort of thing. And these are some of the softwares that support that. So once you've created your model, and if you get it at one of these stores, CG Trader, Sketchfab, Turtle Squid, all these locations, they all have a library of 3D assets where some of them have free models, and some of them are actually you have to pay for, depending on the intricacy or the amount of detail that are in the actual asset itself. So there's a lot of places that you can go to get your 3D models, and they do come in different formats. And these are the most common ones. Our engine automatically uses OBJ and FBX, and then within the next 4 weeks, we're releasing the support for USDZ and GLTF. So we're starting to support a lot of CAD files as well that can be uploaded into our engine for access to be able to manipulate and work with them. A little bit about our engine in comparison with Unity and Unreal, the two other engines that are out there. Metaverse was built to be that introductory 3D engine for anybody to use. It really does take the relief of coding off of anybody who is wishing to design in 3D. Our engine is actually low code and no code, and we use JavaScript on the back end to and you're actually able to enter any JavaScript in our system to add further animations or environments and that sort of thing. But we did build out code snippets that allow you to drag and drop certain things that make it easy, like a configurator or adding a button to an interactive button to your scene. This is where the code snippets come in. The average learning curve for engine is actually 2 to 4 weeks compared to some of the other longer times in Unity and Unreal. Last week, I proved myself in the fact that I did a presentation in the same day that I fully learned our engine and was able to present it to others. It really took me 6 hours to gain the understanding of our engine, and then I presented to 180 university students the same presentation and was able to have that confidence to understand everything about the engine. The development time to be able to develop anything can be as little as an hour 2 hours to 1 to 2 weeks, depending on the complexity of the program or the experience that you're building, compared to months of development time in the other engines. Now, the other engines, they obviously have their purposes. They're a lot more detailed, especially in the gaming or more intricate in experiences, and you do need those engines to be able to create the graphics detail that's required for them. But they are applications, and you need an app to be able to access them and download that. Metaverse Engine, we are web enabled, and it's released automatically and published automatically right to the options of iOS or Android or QR code or an embed code for your website. So we've made it extremely easy. I'd love to introduce you to our Metaverse Engine video intro. You can take a look at it on our website. There's the QR code that'll take you right there. So a little bit about the Metaverse Engine and the benefits of it. The rapid prototyping is really key, especially during this time of rapid innovation and the need for for enterprise and business to be able to quickly solve the problems that they need to in their business or organization. So already we're seeing design time reduction when it comes to rapid prototyping. And I think this is really key in our engine today, is just trying to figure out what to do, what to use, and be able to quickly flip that over into something that can be presented or decided, quickly, whether the actual object is going to work or not, or the process is going to work. So the engine also, as I said before with the shoe, being able to design your preference and have what use it in your marketing campaigns. Being able to custom design things obviously increases your sales conversion, and we're already seeing that in some of the examples that we're building. The product configuration of being able to see whether you like a car one way or one color or another, the interior design, being able to see if you can see in your driveway and fit in a parking spot or a parking garage. That obviously closes the sale of these products a lot faster, and that's one of the benefits about our engine and designing in 3D. Product showcasing things in 3 dimensions is really important. Try before you buy. Place it in your space before you decide to buy that and have it moved in and shuffling the furniture. This can also be applied to virtual events or to any kind of new design framework. Being able to design it to see if it works before you actually physically make all of the changes to your household or space that you're working with. Virtual showrooms, same thing. If you could see what the bathtub could look like in your new bathroom or vanity sink, which marble color you like, being able to visualize that space before you actually implement it is possible, and being able to see it in 3 dimensions and alternate between those different colors or styles is really important to be able to have that user immersed in that experience to see what it would really like if it was this way or from this different perspective. Remote training and education. This is, I think, one of the biggest potentials for our engine, and being able to explain things, being able to place images in the space to be able to show the user what something is really like, or explain something. This experience here that we have on our website is about the solar system. And when you go in and you take a look at the solar system, you can actually see all of the planets moving in real time and in the pace that they're moving around the sun. You can place this in your space in an augmented way, so you can see the planets in a field and see between them and see how what the distance is. You can even just have it on your phone and play around with it in 3D, taking a look at the Earth's inner core, comparing the planets Mercury to Saturn and how big they are. This type of interaction and being able to showcase this to another user where they can be immersed into that experience and learn for themselves, taking a closer look up to the sun or those rings, the rings around Saturn, just to to see what what they look like up close. So this is just one example of how education and training can reduce that training time and increase the retention rates and the interest level of just being able to learn about that subject. 3D instructions and manuals. This is where I believe there is a massive potential, and actually one of those first steps of how education and business will start to introduce 3D or augmented reality into their workplace or their learning space. It really, using 3D technology is already bringing 97% less time to gain that information, gain access to that information. So this still photo here of a blood machine is something that we worked on to build a user manual being placed in augmented reality right over top of the blood machine itself. So what we did is we took a CAD diagram drawing of the blood machine itself, and you can physically place that blood machine in front of you with the user manual overlaid on top to understand how to insert the syringe of blood, where to push the buttons on the screen, and going into the back end, changing out the spark plugs or replacing certain cartridges. The entire 32-page and 32-step manual on how this product can be modeled was then built into our engine and distributed through one link published that anybody could access from their team. And they could do that remotely just by pulling it up on their device and placing that blood machine in their space or beside the blood machine itself. So it really has shown that impact of how 3D manuals and instruction manuals can play a huge part of usability and accessibility being remote and not having to use paper anymore. And if you think about how we used it in a blood machine manual, imagine what we could do for textbooks in schools, being able to overlay more instructions or insert assets into a storyline that could help the user understand more about that topic or subject. So our engine also does connect with IoT sensors. And I think this was one of the biggest surprises about our engine, that we were not really sure that it would work, but it actually did. And we have a use case out there from Sakar Kata from Oracle, Oracle's XR lab, where they took our engine and then connected the engine with one of their monitoring stations with a sensor and pulled out data and put it into a presentation model in 3D within our engine. And this was a huge stepping stone to be able to understand how our engine could work with IoT sensors. And I think this is a huge benefit in building out solutions for innovation, whether it be both business or education, or innovating a global solution that could be connected to an environmental problem, being able to monitor soil erosion, or monitoring equipment in their performance, or even just reporting back the conversion rates in design. So being able to report back real-time analytics use cases and the choices of the user or the monitoring of that system, and being able to display that in a direct and relevant manner that's very simplified to use, is one of the greatest benefits, I think, of our engine, and being able to introduce the reporting of 3D. So our engine is and browser agnostic, and we wanted to make sure that our engine was accessible for everyone on every single device, and making things as easy as possible, just like adding code snippets, which you can actually break it out and code yourself in JavaScript. But the code snippets allow you to drag and drop those more complicated coding sections that provide a little bit more intricacy to the experience itself, like and configurations. This is a picture of our dashboard, and it really is very similar to some of the other development engines out there, but it is all drag and drop, and being able to quickly access all of the different features of the mesh in the mesh inspector just on the right-hand side, and having your assets right within your framework. So let's go back to a little bit of the spatial design and the design process. And the first thing I want to address is the world or a scene. And just like you're in this space here, the world and the scene that we're in has background and there's a stage. This is our world, and this is part of how you need to build and think about what the background looks like in these virtual worlds. And the Metaverse Editor actually provides grid lines around your asset, so you can understand the XY axis and what position it is located in within the space that you're building. And this thing right in the middle here is called the grid, and you're able to manipulate and use that to move it up, down, or to the side and position it within the world itself. And when you are adding something to your world or your scene, it's also called a skybox. And as an example here, this cube that I've built in our engine, I added a skybox from Toronto that you can see here. And it really does provide an environment around or the experience building. Spatial design also includes textures, and this is really important. It's something that we've never really learned before, is that everything that is inside of a 3D space, we're using 3D, textures to make it look as real as possible. And that's the goal, is the realism. And what does that look like so that it looks like it is as real as it is in the virtual world as it is in the real one. So the first thing that I want to take a look at is the albedo textures, which is the base color. And this is where you can replace something and make it green or blue or red. But you can also add a texture as an image. Maybe it's a logo, or maybe we've just added the feature of adding video. So you can actually add a video to a cube or to a sign that's in that 3D space. Textures that are emissive provide shine and light to something. So if you think something should be a little bit shiny or have a little bit of light on a certain edge, this is where you would adjust your emissive textures. Roughness on something, is something made of sand, of sandpaper, or is it the sidewalk, or maybe smooth, and there is no roughness on your 3D object and your asset. So this is where you would adjust that reflection. Ambient occlusion is really important when it comes to lighting and shadows, and understanding how things that are within a shadow are, not seen, or they have a different type of reflection. Understanding where things are placed within a spatial environment and what shadows over something or replaces something is really important to understand that more about the 3D object. The metalness texture is also really important. Is it rusty and dull, or does it have a shiny metalness to it? And this is where you can adjust those different levels. Normally, kind of that last addition onto a 3D object, and you would really understand what that looked like until you actually added it. And it really just gives it that little bit of depth and dimension and surface texture to an object that makes it look as real as possible. For me, when I'm creating now in my engine, I really use those normals in that last moment to just give it that touch of realism. Spatial design also includes lighting, and it can come from everywhere, especially when you're in a 360-degree space. So you can actually have lights in front of you, behind you, to the back, left, right, top, bottom, and you can change the color of lights. So when you're in a 360-degree environment, or you have a 3D object and you wish that object had a little bit of red tinge to it, and you can change your lighting on the right-hand side to red and have that object reflect the new lighting. Spatial design can also include configurator options, and that means choices and perspectives. And this is where you can add that different choice or perspective to your 3D model to see, what does something look like? Do you prefer the gold one or the blue one? And being able to innovate and design and think of different things that could happen to a particular object, or an animation if you preferred it to go to the left or the right, or does the architecture or the innovation of an engine happen to work this way or that way? And this is where configurators really offer that different perspective to make a decision quickly, and that's as easy as adding a configurator in our space. So going back to our dashboard, and having this cube in the middle, once you publish the cube itself, or the that you've built, you come to a publish page that looks like this, and you can actually take this URL in the publish space and drop that into a particular experience, or show somebody if you want to. You can actually show them experience through the QR code, or you can actually enter in the code for Android and pull up the code for Android, iOS, or the web. And it'll give you the embed code for you to implement that into your website or into an app that you're working with. Really, it's being able to publish and see your 3D object as soon as possible and immediately, so that you can make a decision whether you like it or not. And you can also share these with anybody around the world, and they can pull up the same 3D object in their space and in real time and take a look at it. So building 3D for business and education, where to start? What are your ideas to make change? Really adding hybrid models, a digital hybrid model to current systems is the best way to start to engage in 3D and take those 3D steps. So taking a look at manuals or textbooks and adding 3D onto them, whether it be like a user manual, or adding a tiger to a page and having a 3D object of a tiger sitting right beside you in that textbook. This is where our engine makes it possible, or 3D makes it possible for that interaction of learning to be more immersive. Placing 3D models into your space to learn about them is one of the best ways of this technology to be able to introduce new ways of education. And using different design perspectives with configurators and being able to change out different models is also a great way to engage in 3D and immersive applications into business and education. Visualizations of data, for example, bringing in information from IoT sensors, or simply just using visualizations from math or sciences is where the system can, where the engine can provide, and 3D can display a more immersive experience. So your takeaway today, what problem in the world could be better understood with 3D? And how does 3D offer solutions for business and education? And this is where the next generation, you, could help us come up with some of these solutions using 3D to solve some of the world's biggest problems. Or maybe it's some of the community's problems, or maybe your backyard problem, your school problem. We want to inspire innovation, and using 3D to start to use that in immersive experiences for explanations, for lessons, for operations, for procedures. 3D is really that gateway into all of the technologies that are out there to become more immersed and to utilize and have a spatial understanding of how those objects reflect in the space. So what will you create? I would love for everybody to take a look at our website and take a look at these different experiences. You can actually go to our showcase page, metaverse.com/showcase, and put that couch in your space and see what it looks like. And then think about how, place 3D objects into your space. What could you do? What problem could you solve? And learning as much as you can right now about how these applications work within the space and the different business models and industries and how they're using it. Here's a list of resources. I've put our podcast right at the top there. The XR for Business podcast by Alan Smithson really is provides a foundational understanding of every single industry out there and how they're using it in their space. And, the XR for Learning podcast, I'm addressing all the different ways that we're teaching and learning differently and using 3D to immerse those experiences. So a little bit just to close off in collaboration tools that are out there and the reasons why. This circle here represents a directory of over 70 different collaboration platforms that are out there that are hosting meetings and classrooms and places of learning, interaction, and communication and collaboration. Engaged today, as we are here, they are represented in this space of being able to provide a place of collaboration to remotely learn and work. And I encourage you to take a look in our directory where you can go through the search filters and figure out what kind of assets and configurations do you need in your space to be able to collaboratively work with your team or your class. And the directory provides you with a narrowed down version of some of the companies that are out there. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because there are so many opportunities out there to become involved in the XR space, and so many jobs and skill sets that are starting to evolve from design, all of these things, everything from a 3D modeler to a creative technologist, data analysis, cybersecurity. There's so many opportunities there to become involved and to learn and understand all of these roles and how they'll play a role in the future of work and learning. So, learn as much as you can, but remember that your most powerful skill is the unique ability to be creative, and using technology like 3D to engage in any kind of experience is really where it's at. And the key is you. The key is you to create these solutions and to come up with innovative designs. So we look forward to seeing what you create. And I thank you so much from the XPRIZE stage here in Engage on the creative design process. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing how you become involved in this 3D immersive world of ours. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, thanks for being with us today. We would like to share with you our ideas in how games-based learning can be a teaching skill that will transform the way we learn. I'm Alejandro Suarez, founder of Creativa Kids, and with me is our Director of Education and Learning Experiences, Sara Cuevas. And we will do our best to leave you some content that can be useful for you to teach in a new and different way. Nowadays, learning is being transformed with all the elements that surround us. Children are asked to develop hard and soft skills to be able to solve real-life problems and be prepared to enter into the labor force. Also known as the 4 C's, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication, are the skills that are being asked for the kids of the 21st century, and are expected for teachers to include the hidden curriculum. We should remember that the principal aim of the curriculum should be answer to the students' necessities, generating meaningful learnings, which will prepare them for the future. Constantly innovating the learning process makes it possible to teach the children of different generations without staying obsolete.
One of the educational trends that are currently permeating the teaching methodologies is introducing games and video games as didactic resources. This seems as an extremely innovative idea, but 3 centuries ago, the German pedagogist Friedrich Froebel was already speaking about games as the highest expression of human development. That is because Froebel recognized that gaming allows a person to learn from all the elements that surrounds them, and to practice with their knowledge in controlled spaces. It is easy to agree with this idea, but taking it to practice is not a piece of cake.
Today, we will mention 2 ways to incorporate games to the learning process. Each of them could be used in different contexts depending on the objectives of the subject that we are aiming to teach. The first one is gamification, which is the strategy that incorporates game elements to a training process. It helps to recognize achievements by rewarding the student when he presents a desired behavior or reach a learning outcome. It could be defined as an educational path enriched by fun resources.
The second one is game-based learning, which consists on merging the core content and objectives from a training and a game. This permits to make the whole learning process fun. During the game, children will develop specific skills, use and consolidate their knowledge, and achieve learning outcomes without feeling part of a traditional learning process, but a game. Both are great resources to incorporate fun and creativity to educational activities. But because of how it works, game-based learning helps to engage children on their learning and create an environment that boosts imagination and the desire to be part of the process. This itself is one of the things that we, as teachers, are most looking forward to, producing the kids the liking of learning.
We are sure it is not a surprise for you to hear that video games are the most played game in the present. On a typical Thursday, Steam video game platform registers up to 20 million users playing per hour. The industry is growing so fast that on 2021, the quantity of gamers is expected to be close to 2.8 billion people. This is around the 36% of the population of the world. And it is why teaching by using this resource is a right guess by approaching the students with something they already like.
Now, here is a fact that might not surprise you either, but that will help us to identify our opportunity area. It goes as follows. In 2016, 27.5% of all the games sold in the USA were shooter games. What do we expect society to learn if what is being offered on these daily teaching resources are killing skills? And of course, it is not our aim to eliminate these games, but to take advantage of a great resource to enlarge the opportunities that students have to learn. Even though these popular games can develop some skills for young generations, like strategy, teamwork, and resilience, among others, giving kids the opportunity and knowledge to create their own games will develop new skills like creativity, problem-solving, technology literacy, and several others that will become a competitive advantage for them to be successful in many fields for the future of work, and at the same time will project the educational platform which we count with.
What a huge responsibility trying to create educative games that will apply to all our students. But what if we incorporate developing video games in the curriculum? How can we do it? Let's talk about coding.
Coding is the process of creating instructions for computers using programming languages. It is used to program websites, apps, and other technologies. The digital industry is growing at the fastest pace in history, provoking the creation of millions of jobs related with coding. Industries and jobs from several areas like design, marketing, finance, medicine, and many others will consider the ability to code as a must or a competitive advantage on their workforce.
Coding develops a variety of skills as logical and critical thinking, and problem solving. Also, teaching these concepts in early stage will create more profound learning experiences that will stay for life and establish a structural mindset that will become a competitive advantage. Being able to communicate with computers is as hard as communicating in any other language, just adding the complexity of making the instruction perfectly clear for them to reproduce the information. The earlier children are introduced to coding, the easier and more natural it will be for them to apply the knowledge in their daily activities. If we choose the correct activities, it will also be fun for them to learn.
It is easy to create video games if you know what tools to use. It is possible to create your first video game by using basic concepts of coding, and either using them as a didactic resource or as strategies for the children to learn. As a didactic resource, we can create video games which can incorporate the lesson subjects.
For example, this is an easy game for health education. To put the organs on the right place is an easy way for children to memorize the distribution of the body parts. can help them to create an alternative reality in which they can interact with the concepts on paper to see exactly where they are. On the other hand, we can ask them to create their own games using knowledge that they previously got and take advantage of their interests to impulse significant learnings while having fun.
How can we create these easy games and introduce children to coding world? We can start with graphic programming, which will allow us to teach the coding basics and logical thinking since an early age. mblock 5 is an open source and free-to-use block-based visual programming software. Based on Scratch 3.0, it uses colors and shapes to make it clear how to connect the blocks to create a whole instruction or algorithm for the program and the robots. It has a stage in which we can create animations that will work as the foundation of the video game, making it either consolidate a learning by providing a virtual space to interact with, or the key to allow them to imagine how something can be represented and provide them the resources to create an imaginary space to make it real. We can make it react with the keyboard or with a simple additional Arduino-based component or robot, which will help us to increase the fun and the opportunity to interact with it.
So how can we do it? We would like to share with you 5 very steps to create your first video game in mblock 5. With this, you will see how easy it can be when we are creative enough to think in how we can make our classes fun. Now, Sarah will show you how to apply these 5 steps so we can create a video game right now and right after you finish this presentation.
Perfect. So let's get started. Today we're going to use this simple example of a video game that we want to create right here, right now with you. We're going to be using mblock 5, which is MakeBlock's graphic programming software, and is one of the most complete resources that we can use to create this type of video games. Right now we're going to start labeling our program. This is going to be related with additions and subtractions, so we're going to just name it like this, and it's going to be related to a monkey, so we will put it here. We're not using devices today, so we're heading directly to the sprites. In these sprites, we can find a panda, which we're not using today, so I'm going to delete it. And now we're going to add some other elements. In the first place, our main character is going to be a monkey. So here we're just going to type monkey. And now we can choose any of the ones we can find here. We're going to select this one because it has different animations and we like it. Then we're setting this monkey over here and we will start working out with some fruits. Since we're going to talk about adds and subtract, we're choosing fruits which represents the numbers that we want to add. For 1, we're going to have 1 apple. And for 2, for example, we're going to use bananas. We have 2 right here. For 3, we will use some beans. Yeah, we're just going to type it. Perfect. So, yes, we have 3 beans. And we put them right here. Now, for 4th and 5th, we couldn't find any fruits that actually had this number. So we're going to use cakes, which actually have the number. So here we're going to choose this cake that has 4 raspberries. And finally, we're going to add another cake. Yeah, we're going to write cake right here, and we're going to choose this one, which has 5 cherries on top. So it's really easy to see the number that each of them has, and we're going to work with this for addition. And now for subtractions, we're going to work with a bomb. This bomb is going to help us to subtract 1 point each time. Yeah. So we're going just to put it here. And yeah. Now for complementing this game, we will be using some backgrounds. And for the backgrounds, we just have to move on to this other part in which it says backgrounds, and we will start to select some options. First, we would like the monkey to be on an open place to be able to play. So we're going to work with this forest. It says forest, but it's like a jungle to me. And now we can add some other random place. I think we're going to select today and a specific place on space. So it's going to be fun to send him there if he loses. Perfect. Once we have this information here, we're going to keep it aside until later. So right now we're going to try to start working with the sprites and begin with all the programming. So let's get started. Yeah, we are selecting each sprite. Perfect. We're going to start today with the monkey because it is going to be the first one that we're going to use, and it's going to be our principal character. So it's going to have the lead of all the programming that we're doing today. We are creating the biggest part of the code on it, also joining all the information from the other stuff. The fruits will be using this to work. So right now we're going to start by using this event block when the flag is clicked. And yeah, with this, we're going to start right now. We're making an easy program, so we hope you can follow it and enjoy it for all long. Let's start with this monkey, and this program will have several elements to complement to create a full working video game. Now, we're going to hide all the other objects to make it easier to work with each of them. So we're going to start hiding all of them one by one. It is really easy because here on the bottom of the page, you can see like an eye. So with this eye, we will be able to select each fruit. And when selecting each fruit, we're just going to ask it to not be shown. And that way, we're just going to work one by one. It's going to be really easy. Okay, so heading directly to the program, we're going to start by creating some movement for the monkey. We want him to be able to move side by side and have all other stuff to can move on this. So for this, we're going to head to the blocks of control, and on them, we're going to choose this if-then block to start working, and we're going to use this other block, which is used to control with our keyboard. And we're going to choose two different options, the arrows. So we're going to use the right arrow and the left arrow to move the monkey on the stage. And we, like, you know that we have two axes. So we have X and Y to work with, which permits us to move the character in the whole stage. What happens if we choose the axis Y? Okay, let's look for it. Perfect. So yeah, here we can see the one that controls the X and the one that controls the Y axis. So yeah, right now we're going to use the one with the Y so we can see how it works and understand why we're choosing each of them. So we can do this with kids so they can see what is the difference between the axis of Y and the one on the X. Yes, so right now we're going to start trying out what we're doing. And for this, we're going to make a little test. First, we're going to add this forever block, which will help us to keep making this happen. And when we press the arrow, it moves to the top because the y-axis is the one that moves like this, upside down. And if we change it for the one in the x-axis, we're going to be able to see that now the motion goes side by side. That's the way that we want to work today. So we're going to start with this one, with the x-axis working, and now we're going to try to duplicate this information in order for us to have it to go into the left and to the right. So right now we can see that even though we have selected arrows right and left, they keep going to the same place because the number is the same. So we have to add a minus 10 in order for it to move to the other side. Perfect. Now, once here, we will recognize that the monkey actually seems pretty big to this stage. So we recommended to change the way it looks. So we go to looks, and here we can select the block for change the size. We are planning on changing it to around an 80% of the actual size of the monkey, and now it seems pretty okay with all the information of the game. It seems pretty accurate, the size, right? Okay, so from here we are going to start working with the other sprites. So we are going to add them to the information that we have right here. We're going to start with this apple. We're going to make it sim. And right now, we're going to start with this one. And then we will use the same information to work with the other sprites. So we should remember that the apple value is 1 because it's just one apple. And now we have to add again this block, the if-then block. This will allow us to ask about what is happening on the screen. In this case, we're not going to ask about the side or if we are touching some key, but what does the monkey is actually touching. So yeah, we're going to select this one first, and we're going to change the idea of the mouse pointer. Instead of it, we're going to select this sprite, the Apple one, which is the one that we're working with right now. And now, if you remember, we said before that this monkey could have some different animations. So we're going to start using this to see how it changed. We're going to we're going to see the different options of how the face of the monkey can be. And now we're going to put this same block in 2 different places. So we're going to keep it with the face 2A, that it's kind of happy when it's normal, and we are going to keep it with the face 2B, that it's kind of excited when it goes to the apple. Right now, the apple is not moving or doing anything actually, but each time we put the monkey over it, it makes him happy or excited. So now we're going to ask him to wait until he stops touching the apple. Right now, it's not so clear why we're going to do this, but in a few seconds, I'm going to tell you exactly how it works. So here we can see that we have 2 moments. One when the monkey start touching it, and then when he ends up touching it. So yeah, right here we're going to start doing some other elements and see that we can find out how to work with this. Now, this is really easy, and we're going to start working with some variables. A variable is actually a data which will be changing while the program is running. So we are just going to head over here where it says variable, and we're going to create one. We are going to use more than one today, but right now we're going to start creating this one. We're going to name it a score, and we will give it the information from different points that the monkey can have. And every time the monkey touches a fruit, it's going to change the score. So first we're going to set the score for 0 because we want it to start like 0. And then we're going to ask it to change it by 1 each time it touches the apple. Here on the screen we can see the actual score. And then each time we put the monkey over the apple, it's going to add 1 point. Now, what is important about this is what happens if we take off this block that we were saying a few seconds before that we don't know how or why. So here you see that the score is going to change rapidly because it doesn't have any reason to stop. So the information that we are asking it for here is that it doesn't count again the apple until it stops touching the monkey. So that way we just count it 1 time each time they touch. Okay, perfect. So right now we're going to start with the actual programming of the apple. When we touches the apple and go to this screen, we can see that the code is completely clean, even though the monkey's code is stated. So the apple is completely a new spot to work with, and we're starting at the same way with this block with the flag, the green flag. And now please watch the size of this monstrosity. We have to fix it. If this apple ever touches the monkey's head, he is going to get knocked out. So let's change the size by adding this block. Let's set it to, I don't know, maybe around 50%. Let's see how it looks. Okay, touch. Okay, it still seems pretty big, right? So I think that we could change it to 45, perfect. And now, yeah, I think that size is a little bit better. Even if you see it's big, you can keep changing it. So right now, what we want this to do is to keep it start moving, but we always want it to fall down. So we are going to point it in 90 degrees. So yeah, we can see that it is right now in this position, and so the apple is not going to be turning around. Now we're going to see where we want it to be. First, we're going to try to move it to the top, and here we're going to see where in the axis X and Y we can find them. So the first thing that we want to do is to set this in the top, like the most top part of this screen. We're going to try to make it to 250, but it actually doesn't even move. So we know that the 190 is like the limit of the screen in the top. So yeah, we're going to leave it like in 190, and that way we're going to know that it is on the toppest part of this screen. And then we're going to choose the place where we want it to appear. So we're going to, we could choose just one spot for it to appear, but we don't want that. We want it to appear randomly in different spots on the X axis so that the monkey doesn't always know where the apple is going to be. So right now we're going to see, on the X, we're going to set also the X, but we are going to add something that makes it differently, that makes it appear in different places. For this, we're going to head to the operators, perfect, and we're going to add this block that says pick random. So it's going to choose random numbers between two different positions. So for this, we're going to see how long our screen is. And we know right now that the number is around 236 minus, perfect. And then obviously on the other side should be something similar. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, around the same long length for the other side. So now we have it, and it can choose randomly any place. So each time that we press this code, it moves to different places. That is something that we want it to do. Perfect. So right now, what we want this to do is start moving upside down. And we're going to ask it to move like around -10 or -5. I don't know. I think that we want to try -5 on the y-axis. It actually just modifies the velocity in which this apple, in this case, is going to be falling down. That way we will have this opportunity, or it's going to be easier for us to catch it and to have the numbers that we need. So yeah, I think that we're going to use this -5 option. And now we want it to keep going down until it reaches a certain level on the down part of the screen. So we can choose different things for this to happen. One can be the limit to the down part of the screen, but the other is actually the last part in which the monkey can touch it. So yeah, that's I think that what we're going to decide today. So we're going to repeat it until the apple is on the place in which the screen ends for the monkey. So if we can see here, we're going to compare the information, and this way it's going to be easier for the program to understand when. So we're going to compare the y position, the position of the apple in the y-axis to a number, and this number is the one that we're going to obtain from this information. So it's going to be -100, and it's going to be changing by -5 until it happens. So yeah, right now we can see that that's what happens, and now the apple is closest to the monkey. Now, once we are here, we will like it not to stay on the monkey's hand, but to return to a place above his head. So we're going to set again this spot, the y, like the 190 on the y-axis, and this way we're going to be able to have all the information correctly. So each time it touches the bottom of the page, it is going to be up again. And now here we're going to try to repeat it. So each time it repeats, we're going to be able to see that it changes the place in which it is. So right now we're supposed to catch as many apples as we can, and each time that we catch one, you can see that the score changes. So this is why we're going to have this whole information. So right here, we only catch 9 up to the 10 apples that we were able to catch because we had 10 repetitions of this activity. So yes, perfect. So in this case, we have this, but we can change it in different ways. So it can be, one option is this one, repeat during certain amount of moments, but we can also use the repeat until. And for this one, we will be able to add some other characteristics that we can depend on. So in this case, we can see that it's a comparison between the timer. So it will take some time as any other game, and we will compare it, and it has to be bigger than. And we're going to use 40 today because it's easier for us to start working with this, but later on we could change it to whatever we feel like having. So yes, right now we're going to make a small tryout, and we're going to give 10 seconds to the monkey to try to catch everything. And he starts running, and as you can see, even though he catched almost everything, I think, is only 6 points because in 10 seconds it only took like the possibility to catch this. So yes, now we have a whole thing that's working with time like any other game. And now we could say that this is going to change because 10 seconds, it's really a small amount of time. And we would like to add here that it has to wait. Why waiting? Because it will help us to control when the game starts. So the apple is not going to begin to fall until we press the space bar. In this way, we're going to be able to control the whole game. As you can see now, we have all other elements that we have to work with. Finally, we have this other element that it's going to be waiting. If we don't wait, like we saw before, the apple is going to be falling and falling and falling again a lot of times. But something that is going to make a little bit more interesting our game is to be able to wait different amounts of times easier. So here we're going to put that we are going to wait to fall again a random number between 1 to 10, and then the apple is going to fall. Let's try this one again. So it is waiting for us to press the space bar, and now once we press it, it starts running, and yeah, it waits different amounts of times. It depends on the random number that it obtains, and we only have 40 seconds to catch them all. So it is a combination of luck and actual good work with this. So yeah, now I think it had finished the time. Perfect. We're going to stop this, and now let's see. So we, as you can see, have a lot of more objects or sprites to work with, but it could be a really hard work for us to make all the programs. But if we select this one and then take it to each of the elements that we're working with, you can see, like right now we're going to see it, but we are copying our program on each of these different sprites. So we don't have to make all this programming a lot of times, but on each of them we have the program, and they are going to be doing the same thing that the apple. So we know that all of them are going to be working. Yeah, so let's see. They are all in the top, and now we can go to the monkey, and on the monkey we have something that is missing. Right now we only have this first one that contemplates the apple, and among the apple we have a lot of more things that we're going to be using. So let's duplicate this element in order for us to have all the different options. Yeah, we're going to put them all inside of the same cycle so that it is easier. And okay, I think this one is the last one. Perfect. And let's go to the top. So first we have this comparison of the apples, but then we will start working with bananas. So it is if bananas, then it keeps like this. We have to change it by 2. And again, we eat bananas until they stop touching. The same thing with beans. We have to set the number 3 and beans again. Perfect. Then for 4, we're going to choose the first cake, and we have to, perfect. And we're changing it for 4. Perfect. The last one of the cakes is going to be the number 5 and cake again. So I know we're still missing one of these projects, but it's a little bit different. So first we choose bomb the same way that we have been working with all the others, but here we have to change the face that they do, because with the bomb, the idea is that he feels a little bit sad. Perfect. And now there's this last one that we also have to add 1, but we said that we wanted to decrease it. So we're going to set a -1. And now the program is ready. So yeah, let's see. So each time we catch any fruit, the fruits are going to give us a number. It's going to be adding. Perfect. So yeah, we can see that it happens. And in the case of the bomb, it will decrease our number. Perfect. Yeah, it is working exactly how we want it to. Excellent. Now here we have to work with 2 more things. One is related with the backgrounds, which will make us feel more like in a game. And the other one will help us to compare the actual information that we have. So yeah, let's get started with the backgrounds. We're going to go to the option look, and then we're going to select this one that it's going to help us see differences in the back part of the image, and we're going to set the forest 5. That's the one that we choose before. And yeah, this way we're going to actually be on the place that we want to be. And now we said that we wanted to work with some other variables. So right now we have one score, that it's the one we have been working with until now. But we would like to start working with some other variables that will allow us to create some more information. So let's see. We enter again on this variable and we make a new one. Here, the first one, we are going to create something named sum. Perfect. And we are going to work with this later. And we are going to create one more which name is going to be time. So now we have 2 different new variables, and we're going to set them all together at the beginning of our program. This will help us to understand what we are doing and to see that our program is working correctly. So score, we want it on 0. Time, we also want it to value 0 when the program starts, but we have sum. So yeah, we're going to set sum here, and we're going to give it some values. This value is going to be picking a random number. We can change the numbers depending on what we are seeing with our children. So in this case, we're going to choose to be picking random from 10 to 30. And this way we're going to have this first information. Now, in the stage, we can see the status from the 3 of them, and we can move them however we like to make it easier for us to understand or to learn what is being said here. So right now we have this information, and we are waiting for this, and you can see that the score and time starts in 0, but some will change each time that we start again our program. Perfect. So right here down, we have this option of a forever, but we actually don't want it to work forever. We just want to work it for a little while. So we're going to repeat it until. We're going to repeat it until the time is over. So it depends on how many time we want to give our children to work with, but we're going to make again a comparison between the time and a number, so it is going to be clearer. And in this case, we're going to respect the 40 that we had put before on the other sprites. Perfect. Okay, so now here the time has given us some information. And now we're going to compare the time with a timer. But we have other option that says round. So I would like to use round, but let's see why. If we set just timer and we start the time or start the program, you can see that the timer is moving really, really fast. But what happens when we use round? Then the timer is just counting one by one. That makes it easier to read. So yeah, I think it's better for a game to have this option than the other one. And like all the other activities, we will wait until the space bar is pressed. This is going to help us to give us a clue of when all the program is going to start and how to control it. So perfect. If we want to know like the final scores and all this, we will have to make some more questions. So specifically, we would like to know if the number, the sum that we had before and the score are the same at the end of the game. This is going to tell us if we are winning or losing. So we're going to compare it. It has to be exactly the same, and we're going to set score and sum. If score and sum are the same, then, and we have this option of else in this doc that we're using right now. So we're going to do, or the monkey is going to do something. He will say, you win if the sum and the score are the same, and we'll say, try again if the sum and the score are different. So yeah, we're going to use some other element to get a little bit funnier, and we're going to try to make the monkey travel if he wins or lose. So in the case of the monkey winning, we're going to add this backdrop. In this backdrop, we are going to duplicate it and put it on the other one too. If it wins, we are going to send him to the beach. And if he doesn't, we're going to send it to another planet. So yeah, right now our program is pretty much complete, and we can make some tries. So right now it is waiting for perfect, and now we start trying to catch the different objects. We have a 23, so we're supposed to start looking to get there. We had 24, and okay, so we're supposed to avoid all the fruits and try to catch just one. Yeah, now we need a lot more of our bombs to be able to win. And the time is almost okay. Yeah. So right now we lost. So yeah, I think everything is working perfectly up to here. Perfect. Now, we would like to give some instructions at the beginning. The rules are really important, and if the kid is trying to work this out by himself, it's not going to be clear. So let's set this option. It says hello, and it's going to say, hello, my name is Changuito. Changuito is little monkey in Spanish, so it's going to be funny for those who are learning. And now that we have it up to here, we're going to put it to wait for 3 seconds, the information. And now we're going to start changing a little bit more these options to say more things. So then we will use this, use the fruits to reach the sum number. Some perfect number. Okay, so now it's going to stay for 3 seconds also. Let's see if that's enough. Then we're going to make another one. It's going to say, well, we can duplicate them as many times as we need. And here we're going to ask the program to tell us what is the sum. Probably we won't need 3 seconds. We may use less, sorry. So yeah, we can put it there and then duplicate again the block. Perfect. And now we're going to try to write something else here. Maybe we can put something like each fruit values as the number of fruits it has. Perfect. And now let's do one more. Excellent. So yeah, now the bomb will decrease your addition maybe by 1. Okay, perfect. I think these 2 last options should be a little bit longer because I think the sentences are bigger. Perfect. And I think that it's important for the kids to know what to do next. So let's ask them to press the space bar if they want to start. Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, super. Now, we have this other option that it's going to put the monkey just in the middle of this. So yeah, we're going to put it there and then add this element that compares. Perfect. Now, if you want to see how it fully works, let's get started. Excellent. So this is the full game that we have been creating. Now we can see how it fully works. When we start it, then it starts telling us this information about what we are supposed to see. The number right now is 12, so each fruit is going to help us to add the different numbers, and each time we are past this number, we can subtract them using this information. So once it starts, we try to keep getting this. Right now we're just missing a 2, so okay, perfect. We took it, and let's see if we can keep like this for a few more seconds. Okay. Just 10 more seconds and then we will win. Perfect. So yeah. Okay. If we want to make it a little bit more difficult, we can make the limits of the wall less flexible, and we can also add some sounds to make this activity more interesting. So yeah, as you can see, we can make a video game pretty quickly. I hope you enjoy this.
So what do you think? Sometimes the first time you do it, it can look a little bit more complex, but it will be very easy with a little bit of practice. We believe it's all creativity. In developing countries like the one where Sarah and I live, we have to be creative and we need to do big things with very little resources. However, today, more than ever, knowledge and tools are more close to us if we know how to use them, and also if we have the willingness to change the way we are used to. Finally, let me give you our best advice we can. We believe that for kids to get engaged in anything, we have to provide them activities with these 5 key elements. Number 1, it needs to be fun. Nobody likes to learn boring things. Number 2, it needs to be easy. Kids need to feel, depending on their level, that they are able to achieve things in order to engage. Number 3, it needs to be meaningful for them. It's different to learn while playing with video games, drones, robots, electronics, than any traditional method we can think of. Number 4, it needs to be in team. No, not everybody likes everything, and we need to learn to work with others to achieve bigger outcomes. And number 5, it needs to be with a purpose. It is different when you understand why or how this can change your life instead of because it is required. So we hope this presentation can be helpful for you, and Sarah and myself are really thankful for the opportunity to be in here. And all of our teams in Creativa Kids will be happy to teach you more about this or help in any way we can. Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, Jesse Schell here. Very glad to be here today. I've been doing VR for years. First time I'm giving a talk in VR, so that's pretty exciting. So what I was going to talk about today, I was going to talk about educational VR games. I've been working in VR a long time. I started back in 1992 at Carnegie Mellon. After that, I was working at the Disney Virtual Reality Studio in the 90s. And then I started teaching at Carnegie Mellon, teaching a Building Virtual Worlds class, and I also run a video game studio called Shell Games, where we've done an awful lot of virtual reality games. Some of our best known ones are entertainment games like I Expect You to Die and Until You Fall. But today I'm going to talk more about educational VR games that we've had experience with. We've produced several different ones to this point. I guess 4 different main ones I'm going to talk about today. And there's an awful lot to say about educational VR games. We've been learning a lot of lessons as we've been doing this. So a lot of people ask questions, really, is VR really ready for education? Because aren't there meaningful problems? Like motion sickness can be a real problem. So far, I would say motion sickness with well-designed experiences is something that you don't have to worry about, but they have to be well-designed experiences. Now, a lot of people say, well, wait, isn't it too expensive? Because obviously, VR is kind of high-tech and potentially very expensive. But of course, as many of you know, I'm sure many of you are checking it out right now, probably wearing it at this moment. The Oculus Quest system has really made a major breakthrough in terms of platform. Now we have a system that is under $400, requires no wires, requires no PC, requires no phones. And that, I think, is going to be the huge breakthrough for the educational market. Already, we're seeing just the accessibility of that it's really exploding in terms of mass market popularity. And I think we're going to see that next move into the realm of education. But then you still have the question of hygiene, which has always been an issue, but is now kind of in the age of the pandemic is more of an issue than ever. If you're talking about people sharing headsets in a school environment, that's a real thing that you have to contend with. But even that, there are solutions for. There are things like the Clean Box, which is a relatively inexpensive system that uses ultraviolet light to destroy viruses and bacteria inside your headsets. We use these at the studio when we have headsets that are shared, and when we go to conferences or trade shows where we have to use a VR headset in a public place. Of course, obviously, the pandemic makes this a little different, but when things get back to normal, hygiene is getting manageable for shared headsets. But then you got the question of, are schools themselves actually ready? Because some of the things we know about schools is they tend to be very slow to adopt new technology. That's just how it is with schools. It's part of how they operate. And they're slow for good reasons, right? They can't be adopting every new thing that comes along because they need things that work. But because schools are slow to adopt new technologies, I mean, think about when was television invented, right? The 1940s. When did television come into schools? Maybe around the 1980s. So it took about 40 years for television to kind of make that breakthrough. Think about when the internet first showed up, and then think about when it started making a difference in schools. A lot of people would argue that even now the television's still education is still catching up with where the internet was in the 90s. And so I don't think we should expect virtual reality to go streaming into the schools, but it is something that is starting to happen. So in terms of making educational VR experiences, I'm going to give a few tips today. And the first one is you want to focus on the body. A lot of people think of virtual reality as an experience for the mind, an experience for the eyes, but really virtual reality is an experience that's all about the body. It lets you bring your body into a computer simulation. And so that means that when you're thinking about experiences that are going to make sense for it, you want to think about things that involve the body. And this is all about the sense of presence. People who do VR all the time, they're familiar with this idea, but I think a lot of people forget, even if you're familiar with it, even if you've experienced it, it doesn't always mean that you really get how important it is. The idea of presence is that feeling of actually being in a space and in a place, right? Because that's the magic that VR brings. It lets you feel like you're actually in a place that you are not. And there's real power in that. That can be a very strong experience. We very often see people in VR accidentally lean against imaginary objects. And of course, they know intellectually those objects aren't real, but something inside their body believes the illusion so much that they're actually willing to treat them as if they're physical objects. This doesn't happen with television or other flat media. And part of that is using your hands. A big part of the way presence happens is your ability to reach into the world and grab things with your hands. And so making experiences where using your hands actually matters is important. So we created something called HoloLab Champions. This is a chemistry lab experience. And because we were thinking about what kind of experiences would not be possible without VR. And we started thinking about education. We started thinking about chemistry labs, because what you do in chemistry labs is so oriented towards just being physical, learning how to properly manipulate glassware, learning, that the fact that when you look at a graduated cylinder and you're trying to measure it, you actually have to bend down so that you can see where it is. Your body is very involved. And so we thought that this would be a good way to bring your body into the lab. And so I'll show you a little trailer of it right here.
Welcome to the greatest event in the galaxy!
The traditional chemistry lab finally has a modern companion. Developed with input from chemistry teachers, HoloLab Champions is an immersive, safe, and entertaining environment that makes mastering lab skills fun. As game show contestants, players can perform a variety of lab challenges, leading to a show-stopping final lab. Or, in practice mode, they can hone their skills on specific tasks. Players are scored on accuracy and safety as they perform work that prepares them for success in a real lab. HoloLab Champions is the chemistry lab companion you've been waiting for.
All right. So yeah, you can see how that worked. That was something that both students and teachers found really engaging and really exciting, to be able to actually be in the chemistry lab and learn those real skills. So hands are important, and that's part of what you want to focus on, experiences that use your hands, but also experiences where place really matters. that there's a team that made an exciting experience that's all about being inside the Anne Frank house. Now, my whole life, I've heard stories from people who've actually visited the real life Anne Frank house, and they often come away talking about how influential it was and how the feeling of being in there and being in that place really made them understand the situation in a way they never had before. And the same thing is true in the VR experience. The VR experience is very it really affects people because there's something about being in that place and in that situation that gives an understanding that reading about it, watching a video, it's just not going to make you understand. So this is a thing to think about. What are places that are going to transform people in a meaningful way? Because VR is good at putting you in places. Another thing to think about is being near another person. We have a lot going on in our heads. It's all about dealing with the feeling of being near another person. We have a special nucleus in our brains that is all about that feeling of when something comes closer than arm's reach to you, right? If you're sitting next to another person and like someone puts their hand like into your personal space, you can feel that part of your brain wake up. There's something very real about being near other people. And one great experience was created by some Carnegie Mellon students, an experience called Injustice that was all about confronting situations of police brutality. And by actually putting you in the situations where you have to deal and decide, what are you going to say? What are you going to do? And it's one thing to read about it, one thing to hear about it, another thing to be there and have to make decisions on the fly. It's very memorable and does a great job at promoting conversations. And then, of course, the idea of being another person, going into somebody else's shoes. Another experience created by Carnegie Mellon students was an experience called Thin Line. And this was designed to help doctors and nurses understand what it's like to be a woman who has had an abortion and then has to go and talk to doctors and nurses about it. Because very often there is prejudice against patients who have had an abortion by doctors and nurses. And this experience of kind of hearing the story of this person and kind of going through their life and then seeing what is it like to be a patient going to see doctors and nurses that look down on you because of your past is something that really helps open the minds of doctors and nurses. And so thinking about situations where you being somebody else actually matters and can help open someone's mind is something worth thinking about. So related to that is the idea of making VR into something that will let people be creative. It can be tempting to just use VR as a playback device, just like you are right now. You're watching me kind of give a lecture, and it's a playback device. But when VR is something that can be a creative tool, of course, right now I'm using it as a creative tool, then people can get much more engaged. I wonder who's more engaged right now, you or me? We'll have to think about that. Obvious examples are things like Tilt Brush, where people get to do 3D sculpting right there in VR, and the things you draw and sculpt are all around you. Those are very incredibly engaging. We worked on one called History Maker. We asked ourselves the question of what is going to be the best way to use VR to create an experience that connects students to history. And at first, everybody thinks about, oh, we'll create battlefields, we'll create ancient cities. And of course, those things are incredibly expensive to do. And, you know, you're going to spend millions of dollars to build this. And we kept looking at how could we do something much more economical that could also be influential. So we started thinking about VR as a creative tool. And so I'll show you our little trailer of how History Maker VR works.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
Welcome to today's Social Studies classroom, where the virtual reality content creation tool, History Maker VR, can enhance the learning experience. Students can immerse themselves in history while showing off their knowledge by embodying 8 diverse characters across U.S. history, from Ben Franklin to Sonia Sotomayor.
It's easy to use. Students set up the scene and select their props, create their performance, import their script, and start recording. Export, edit, and share their performances with teachers and classmates.
So you get the idea there. It's not that different from what I'm doing right here, except that it's focused much more on stepping into the shoes of historical figures and actually being able to give speeches as that figure. And it is very powerful to be able to step into the shoes of these characters and these historical figures and look down, and your body is their body and you have their skin, and you look in the mirror and there's their reflection right there. We found that not only do the students find it very engaging because creating interesting videos is so culturally relevant for them, but we found history teachers found this very interesting and inspiring because perspective taking is something that they care so much about. So my third tip is finding ways to design for both teachers and students together. Certainly, these are things we focused on with both HoloLab and History Maker. We kind of thought about what do the teachers care about, what do the students care about. In HoloLab, the students were most interested in kind of finding ways to fool around. And that sounds bad, but it's really not, because when they're fooling around, they're learning the boundaries of what's acceptable and what's not. It's always a problem. Students want to fool around in real world chemistry labs. To be able to get that fooling around out of your system and actually kind of break some glass, and it's okay in the virtual world, kind of makes everybody understand where the boundaries are. Now, what the teachers really cared about, the teachers cared about students learning proper lab practice. We at first were very focused on chemical reactions because we thought, oh, that surely is going to be what the teachers are going to want to teach. But it turns out they really cared much more about what's the right way to use a balance, what's the right way to scoop powder, what's the right way to use a pipette, those sorts of things. And so we ended up turning it into a game show all about can you do chemistry practices properly. So another tip is fulfilling educational fantasy, because people always focus on, oh, what's the curriculum and oh, what's the fun? But thinking about the educational fantasy is an important idea. And one place we did this was an experience we created called Deep Time Detectives that we created for the Smithsonian Institution. This was something that was designed for parents and children to play together. The concept is that a family goes to the museum. Only one of them can put on the headset. It's usually one of the children. And that the person in the headset has the ability to kind of uncover fossils, and the rest of the family is looking at a screen of what they're doing, but they have another screen that has more information about the fossils, and it forces the family to have discussions together because only some of them have the different types of information, and they have to talk about identifying these fossils. Now, this experience, we could have kept it very just like, here's your fossils, now let's talk about them, but we realized it was very important to focus on the fantasy of what is it like to be a paleontologist. So here you can take a look at a video of a parent and child doing this together.
Right, pick up the red eggs, cover the mystery software up slow. This is a very fast brush. I would be in your life.
That's way better than the dinosaur museum.
Yeah,
that's just a list.
This looks like a T-Rex.
So my partner is uncovering a mystery fossil. What kind of animal could it be?
So we didn't need necessarily to do the actual brush. We didn't really need to put that in there, but we put it in because it's fun. First of all, like, that's just a great VR interaction, kind of using the brush to kind of uncover the fossil. It's just fun to do. But secondly, it's a big part of the fantasy of being a paleontologist. And you hear them talk about it in the video. They talk all about how, hey, you know what, this is even better than at the actual museum. Oh, okay, all right. So tip number 5 is you want to involve the spectators, right? So, and that you saw part of that happening right there in Deep Time Detectives, is that when you have people who are watching, if you can find ways to kind of get them involved, that can help keep everybody interested. A great example of this is the game Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, a really successful VR game. If you haven't played this, you really should check it out. It's a lot of fun. So the way this works is, if you see on the left here, there's a group of people playing it. They have all these papers they've printed out that are manuals about defusing a bomb. And you see there's only one person there that actually has the headset on, and that person is the only one with access to the bomb. And this creates a really fun dynamic because it lets the people outside do something that's hard to do in VR. One thing's not great in VR, text. Text is not, detailed text is kind of hard to read, hard to manipulate, but here these people outside can have a lot of access to detailed text, and the person in VR, of course, can manipulate invisible 3D objects. And so that creates an awful lot of fun. So we used a lot of that same idea in Deep Time Detectives and tried to create experiences that required both players to work together. So I talked about it a little bit, but here I want you to see what it's like when two people work on this together.
Closely related animals have bones with similar features. I told you to. Okay. We'll tell you where to search. Tell me where to search that.
Back, hind leg.
Oh. Your fossil.
I don't even know what that means.
Determine looking at an angle bow diagram from the two animal groups. Describe your fossil and make sure to look at the red arrows. Discuss which of the two groups matches your fossil. We got seal dog group, whale deer group.
You want to do?
I'm gonna do whale deer group because that looks like a deer. Okay. Like you see like the head features and the Hey.
So you get the sense, you know, the father and son kind of working on this together. One of them can manipulate, the other one has access to other information, and they have to do the discovery together. And that, you know, there's something really fun about designing for that, letting people kind of participate together, because not everybody's ready for VR. A lot of people they're like, oh, I'm not really ready for that, but they don't mind watching their friend do it. In fact, it's kind of fun for them to watch their friend do it. And if you create an experience where they can kind of work together, that can be a lot of fun. We found with our successful title, I Expect You to Die, that's often how a lot of people play it. One person will wear the headset, another person's watching the screen and kind of offering advice about how to solve the puzzles. And it's a nice way to create something that's a social experience without having to deal with all the headaches of multiplayer, multi-headset gameplay. So now you may be still wondering, like, okay, well, those are some interesting experiences, but I don't know if I'm ready to kind of embrace VR for education. I mean, the market is too small, it's too early. There's a lot of reasons that you might say, hey, I'm not ready for that. But if you care about educational apps, I want you to look back in time a little bit. When people talk about some of the most successful educational games of all time, Oregon Trail always comes up. It has been a game that has been a success in getting people interested in history through gaming. This game came out in 1971. Can you imagine working on this in 1971? It just, you know, what market was there? It didn't make any sense to be doing this. And that's what pioneering is all about, right? If you are there early working on things, if you're the first one in there, you have a chance at really influencing the way the entire medium is going to be used for the next 50 years. So something to think about. That, yep, the market's not giant yet, but on the other hand, you might have a chance to be incredibly influential if you start working now. Thank you very much for having me here today. This was super fun to be here in VR and doing this. I'm happy to chat with anybody about these things. Do feel free to drop me an email if you like, and have a great time at the conference.
I'm Daniel Fountainberry, the founder of Co-Teacher, and I believe that every child in the world deserves and can have access to a high-quality caring teacher. Why is this so critical? Because research demonstrates that teacher quality is the most important school-related factor for influencing student achievement. Teacher quality starts with teacher presence, being in the classroom, available to students. Here in the West, we take it for granted that our children's teachers will show up to school. But for more than half the world's students, chronic teacher absenteeism is a serious impediment to student success. Imagine students sitting alone in their classrooms, expecting and wanting a teacher, but being left to their own devices. The rise in teacher absenteeism is a foresign of a greater problem. Around the world, teachers are burning out and fleeing the profession, and the timing of this trend cannot be worse. According to UNDP, the world will need 67 million more teachers by 2030 in order to educate every child in the world through high school. We're not on track to add 67 million new teachers. So how do we ensure that every child in the world has access to a high-quality teacher despite the growing teacher shortage? That's what we're here to discuss today. I want to speak to you today about a future that's possible, that we can achieve if we think big and act boldly. Every child in the world can have access to a high-quality teacher. Now, that could be a teacher who's physically present in their classroom, a teacher who's virtually present, or an intelligent agent, an AI that's nearly indistinguishable from a human teacher. Let's talk about each of these three cases and how they build upon each other and how we'll get there. So, first, a teacher that's physically present in the classroom. What makes a good teacher? Do you remember the best teacher you ever had? Chances are there was some moment when a teacher, whatever his or her name was, led you to have a breakthrough where you mastered something that you thought you couldn't have, and you felt so proud of yourself. That is what great teachers do. They build your confidence in yourself. They prove to you that you're more capable and more talented than you ever imagined. How do they do it? Empathy and emotional intelligence. Now, listen closely. I'm going to let you in on a teacher secret, and athletic coaches know this too. You've got to push the student beyond their comfort zone so that when they achieve a win or a victory, they feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. Here's where the emotional intelligence of a good teacher comes in. A good teacher can see when a child has reached their limit and is becoming discouraged. This is when a teacher will adjust their voice and say, "Hey, Timmy, you can do this. I believe in you." The teacher may even reach out and place his or her hand on the student's shoulder just to add a bit of extra warmth. The reason why I'm talking about these very human interactions is this. If we're going to launch teachers into virtual reality, we must provide them the ability to emote and to interpret the emotions of their students. How can this happen in a virtual reality environment? There are technologies that will be essential for enabling the exchange of emotion within virtual reality environments. And the first and most important amongst them is 5G, or maybe its successor, 7G. So here's what 5G really does. 5G reduces latency. Simply put, the time it takes for a packet of data to go from your device to the internet and back to your device. What does this mean for expressing emotion in virtual reality? Well, have a good look at my face. Okay, here's my virtual reality face, and think about my real face. You'll notice that the range of emotion on my virtual reality face is limited. When I talk and move, it's a little robotic. It's not fluid. If this environment tried to capture the full range of my emotions and movements and update them in real time so that I look more natural, your computer would fail. Our internet systems are not meant to handle that kind of load, but 5G and its successor technologies are. The future is getting closer. Very soon, expect to have more intimate human connections over virtual reality. In our 5G-enabled environment, a teacher can project themselves into a classroom halfway around the world and have an intimate, face-to-face discussion with the student. The teacher's camera can read and interpret his or her emotions on their face and project those into the virtual reality space, updating in real time. The student's camera can do the same. It's as if the two are in the same room, speaking to each other, connecting, able to view each other's emotions. Now, once we've enabled any teacher to be anywhere, have we provided every student in the world access to a caring, high-quality teacher? Unfortunately, no, we have not. That is not enough. In a regular classroom, a teacher can manage about 25 students, maybe 30. In a VR environment, it depends. Now, I'm not talking about a lecture hall where the student sits and takes notes like in college. I'm talking about a classroom with kids. Virtual reality or not, a teacher's ability to manage a classroom will top out at about 20 students at a time. So we still need 67 million more teachers. How are we going to get there? I believe the only way we can close the teacher gap and provide the world enough teachers is to supplement human teachers with intelligent agents. Yes, AI teachers. But could an AI be a teacher, your child's teacher? Could an AI interpret a child's instructional needs and respond to their emotional needs? Not just respond with a teaching strategy, but also with empathy, something resembling humanity. This is the gap. This is the leap forward we will need to make so that every child in the world has access to caring and quality teachers. We will need to build agents for virtual reality classrooms that can deliver personalized instruction and interpret and respond to the emotional needs of a child. This may sound like science fiction, but it's within our reach. We just have to look at the innovations that are transforming industries like gaming and e-commerce and put them to use in education. So what are these critical enabling technologies that we need to move forward? Let's look at a few of them. First, voice replication. The ability for AI to replicate and reproduce human voices on the fly. So we're reaching the end of the era of Alexa and Siri voices. Soon, voice applications will speak to you with human voices that'll make it easier for you to forget you're speaking to a robot. That'll be very helpful in a VR classroom setting. Dialogue technology is another. Have you noticed that chatbots and robocallers are getting better and better, or at least easier to communicate with? That's because computers are getting better at holding conversations, or actually faking conversations by having thousands of responses on hand. Either way, AI-based teachers will benefit greatly from research in the field of dialogue technologies and chatbots. And the last technology, virtual world creation. Any gamer knows that the best games are the ones that immerse you in a world that is infinitely expansive. Such games are using AI to generate new game components and build scenes on the fly. Scenes and game components that the producers hadn't imagined. So bringing together technologies in voice, dialogue, and virtual world creation, we can build AI teachers for virtual worlds that provide students the guidance and support they need to grow as learners. An AI teacher could never replicate a human teacher, but can certainly replace an absent teacher. The world needs 67 million more teachers. AI-based teachers must be part of the solution. Let's start working together today to solve the problems of tomorrow, because tomorrow will be here very soon. I'm Daniel Fountainberry, the CEO and founder of CodeTeacher, and I'm excited to speak with each one of you about building a future where every child in the world has access to a high quality and caring teacher. And that means using technology to maximize the classrooms of today and also building for the classrooms of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
My name is Joe Shockett, and I'm a game developer. I've been working in Los Angeles for the past 25 years. And today I'm going to talk to you about a company that I co-founded 6 years ago with Grant Husford called CodeSpark. And we develop a platform that helps kids learn how to code. I'm going to start with just a 2-minute kind of marketing video just to show what we do. And then I'm going to jump into some slides and talk to you about why we do what we do and how we do it. Here we go.
Welcome to CodeSpark Academy, an award-winning app that introduces kids to coding. Kids can begin coding as young as 4 years old without the help of an adult. Kids love to play CodeSpark Academy and don't even realize that they're learning. Kids will encounter fun challenges as they help the foos find lost items, take care of pets, feed hungry diners, and sort candy. There are over 1,000 activities to keep your kids engaged, and new challenges are added every month. Every activity teaches your child a fundamental coding concept. Coding skills will help your kids now with math and reading, and will even prepare them to succeed in our tech-driven future. Kids will learn how to approach problems using logic, discovering creative ways to solve a problem, and even build confidence testing new ideas. Watch their faces light up after finally squashing a code bug. Now they're ready to create. Your kids can bring their ideas to life as they design, build, and code interactive stories and games. This is where older and more advanced kid coders thrive with unlimited coding opportunities. And after creating their masterpiece, kids can't wait to play with their closest friends, swap projects with siblings, or share stories with their parents. They can even safely share their game and inspire millions of other kid coders. Continue learning on the go. Track progress. Anytime, any place, on any device. There are no ads and no in-game purchases. Join over 20 million kid coders on CodeSpark Academy, the award-winning app recommended by parents, teachers, and education experts. It only takes a few minutes to sign up. Try it completely free for 7 days.
Okay, so that's our product, CodeSpark Academy. And we've been working on it about 6 years. We're a small team in Pasadena, California. A little background on me. My background is in theme park design. I worked at Walt Disney Imagineering. And this is relevant because there I learned really how to create a world that has a story that engages an audience. And I went on to develop virtual worlds. So these are kids' communities. And this is relevant because with CodeSpark, from day one, we set out to build a community of kid coders. So how do you do that safely? How do you keep it positive? We'll dive into that. And then lastly, I've spent a lot of time in education, and especially coding education. I was on the original Alice team. Alice is a product out of University of Virginia and Carnegie Mellon that introduces students to computer science. And then CodeSpark is my current project. And I've also done quite a bit of teaching, both teaching how to use Unity in college, at the college level, and coaching and mentoring and volunteering with groups like the First Lego League, which uses Lego robotics to introduce STEM subjects. This is a little bit about me. I'm a child of the 80s. I grew up with toys that were creative and open-ended. And my approach to teaching is a very constructionist, kind of along the lines of Seymour Papert's writings, very much a learn by doing, a learn by creating. And you'll see that kind of bleed into everything that we've built at CodeSpark. But how do you get kids to create? How do you get them excited about learning how to code? Well, I think it's through games, and that's why we're all here today. And I don't just mean that CodeSpark is a game. It certainly has game-like elements to it. And I don't mean purely through gamification, like giving kids 3 stars, giving them chocolate for suffering through the broccoli. I mean by actually letting kids create games, creating their own video games. But let's take a little step back. Let's talk about why we should teach kids to code. Some of you may be wondering, like, why introduce? We go all the way down to kindergarten, and then we're going to talk about how to do that. And I think hopefully some of the lessons that we've learned in teaching kids to code can apply broadly to other forms of education and entertainment and even products that you may be working on. I grew up watching Bob Ross, The Joy of Painting, on PBS, and found it very inspiring. He made it seem like painting was easy, it was fun, it was something that everybody could do. And his goal was not that everyone watching should become a professional painter. It was instead to say that painting is a form of self-expression. It can be part of your life. You can find joy in it. And I have the same goal with coding. I think that coding is a form of self-expression. It can be fun and anybody can do it. But why computer science? Why right now? We may have heard the quote, software is eating the world. And that is certainly true. Technology and software in particular have affected every industry out there. And when you look at the jobs of the future, they are certainly based on software. But that's not entirely our mission to create a job force. We see that by learning to code, you're actually learning creativity and problem solving. And this is going to be increasingly important in the world that kids are growing up in, even if they're not software engineers. 90% of parents want computer science for their kids, as some research from code.org. And that's great. But the problem is school systems are slow to change. They're doing a great job adopting curriculum, but they also need products to adopt. Quality, engaging computer science education is still emerging. And so that's why we're here. And lastly, computer science is foundational. It can be used in so many other subjects, from biology to physics to math, and the humanities certainly too. But there's this perception out there that computer science is kind of isolating. It's about hacking. It's only for a certain type of person. And that's not true. In my experience, computer science and being a software engineer is very collaborative. It's very creative. And it's something that anybody can do. And don't get me wrong, I enjoyed all these shows. These are great shows. But of course I did. If you look at the hero in each one, it looks like me. You know, I can see myself in there. So representation matters. And so you can't talk about computer science education without talking about the gender gap. There's a lot of great research that we follow from people like Allison Master at the University of Washington, Marina Burrs, and they're looking at this, they're studying it, and they're finding some patterns. As a young boy, you saw the toys I played with. A lot of STEM toys are given to boys. They're marketed to boys. Also, for parents and teachers, there's kind of a unintentional bias that emerges. Maybe it's things like, I'm not a math person, and girls will see their often female teachers say that and identify with it, and it kind of becomes part of them accidentally. We have to lean into this. These are our characters in CodeSpark. The first characters that you interact with are girls. They're powerful girls. They're interesting. They are diverse. And you can do really small things. Even the design of the computer lab that you walk into matters. If girls walk in and there's pictures of Star Trek or Star Wars or World of Warcraft, they will say, oh, maybe this space is not really for me. But if you take down those posters and replace them with things like nature posters, mountains even, the gender bias goes away and the girls stay. But there's also an access gap. Not every kid can afford a STEM education. You tend to need a device. You might need an expensive robot. You might need a mentor or a coach or an expert to get you through some of the tricky things. And not everybody has that. And we'll talk about ways that we at CodeSpark have bridged that gap, mostly through partners like these two. This is the Berteau Foundation, where they actually drive a bus in and distribute laptops or tablets with preloaded apps like ours to all over the world. And locally, this is a group in Pasadena called Steam Coders that runs summer camps essentially for underserved kids in the community. So our mission at CodeSpark is really to inspire a generation of creative problem solvers. Let's look at how we do that. Hopefully I've convinced you that this is now an important thing to do. Let's look at how we do it. 4 main areas. The first is accessibility. So what this means is really making sure that every kid has access to the platform. Second is equity. Once you get in, make sure that everyone has an equal chance to succeed. Third is community. Again, going back to that virtual world experience, how do you get a community of kids together? And lastly is creativity. How can we get kids creating with code? So accessibility, the first thing is to realize that not everyone, we're a subscription-backed product. Not everyone's going to be able to afford the subscription. There are millions of kids out there that we would not reach if all we had was an at-home subscription. So we decided to make the app free for public schools. This is a picture of our teacher dashboard where teachers can go in and create a classroom. They can track progress. They can see all the projects their kids have created. And it also creates a walled garden for them to avoid some of the safety concerns that you might have with school kids. And that's free all over the world and translated into many languages. We rely on partners for distribution, the 2 that I showed on the slide previously, to get, because even giving the product away free isn't enough. You often have to go one step farther by distributing devices or making sure they have access and Wi-Fi. Third is we have to support old devices and many platforms. We spend a lot of time on this in our development team. We support all the way back to an iPad 2. We run on WebGL, so we run on any browser. We support Android, Amazon, of course, iOS. It's a lot of work. It means you can't use all the fancy new stuff like VR and the crazy new shaders that come out, but it's worth it. When you go into a classroom and open the device cabinet, you never quite know what you're going to see. And so it's really important that you run on the majority of devices out there. And last is the app is self-directed. So you do not need a coding expert or a computer science professor to get started. You can kind of hand it to the kids, airdrop it, and off to the races. Once they're in the app, let's talk about equity. How do we make sure that every kid that opens the app will succeed and have a positive experience? The last thing we want to do is for kids to try computer science and something goes wrong or they get a bad signal and they say, oh, this confirms my fears that this is not for me, or I'm not smart enough, or it's for a different type of kid. So what do we do for equity? First, like I've said, we lean into the gender bias. This, we start every one of our puzzles with a comic, with a story. So this is Val, and the chapter is called Puppy Problems. And the kids are learning about events, so responding to events with code. But it's really important that they start with a story, and they have some reason, they have some problem to solve. This was especially important for girls. We didn't used to have these little comics, and when we looked at our data, we saw that boys were completing the puzzles about 20% higher, at a higher rate than girls. And it's not because they're smarter or better at coding or better at problem solving. It was just that intentionality that the girls were sort of, why am I here? And the boys were, by and large, happy to just kind of jump to the right and find the star. We added these story missions where we really put you in the role of a helper. You are trying to help a character solve a problem. In this case, Val, the astronaut, is on a mission to deliver space puppies, and the glitch character, which is the light blue monster there, has accidentally opened the airlock, and the space puppies have been sucked out into space. Don't worry, they're fine. The kids have to program Val to rescue all the puppies. And so when we released the stories, the girls' completion rates equaled the boys. And the boys were cool with the stories too, but it evened the playing field again. Another big design constraint that we put on ourselves is that there's no reading required. So this bottom area here is showing our coding tray. This is where kids write code. It's all block-based. So we don't, for instance, make them read a paragraph about what a loop is, or make them type anything, or put semicolons at the end of their line. None of that is age appropriate for a 5 to 9-year-old, the audience that we're targeting. Instead, we give them colorful, animated icons and a visual language. So this in particular is a loop. It's looping an infinite number of times, and it's building a crate and then jumping to the right. And we very slowly scaffold kids up to this point where they start with just one command, then two, then we introduce a loop, then we introduce more complicated commands. This no reading requirement has actually had a lot of benefits for us. Number one, of course, learning to read is hard enough. So learning to code and learning to read at the same time is just a bad idea. But also it increases the equity for kids that maybe have developmental disorders or reading problems like dyslexia.
Unfortunately, Joe is experiencing some local internet connection problems. This concludes his talk for the day. I'm sure he'll be back later. I hope you can meet up and talk to him personally in the public hub or during break times.
Hello, my name is Alton Glass with GRX Immersive Labs. I want to say thank you to XPRIZE and Engage platform for our presentation today. And I'm here with my co-presenter and partner in education and storytelling, Dr. Kemai Wilson.
Hello, welcome everybody. XPRIZE, it's such a pleasure to be here with each of you. I'm so excited to be presenting with Alton today.
So the title of our presentation is called Storytelling in Action, the GRX Immersive Labs Way. And just a little bit about myself. My background is film and television. I'm a director, producer, And I fell in love with virtual reality about 5 years ago. And I just really love what virtual reality did for my imagination. And it really showed me that, coming from 2D film into VR, that the imagination is frameless. And it taught me how to tap into my childhood and my imagination again, and to think outside the box, and that the possibilities are endless. And from there, I really realized just how powerful this could potentially be for education. And I was inspired by Verizon Innovative Learning Labs to take this on and take the immersive content we were doing and to move it into the educational space. And then connected with Dr. Keemai Wilson.
I've been a teacher at the elementary, middle, and high school level. Now I'm a university professor in the Charter College of Education. Really focused on teacher education. So I've had the wonderful opportunity to work with Alton in developing the Verizon app that really pushes forth this whole notion of STEAM entrepreneurship and really taking virtual reality and storytelling to the next level.
Thank you, Dr. Keemai. So a little bit about who we are. GRX Immersive Labs, we're a collective of bold storytellers, revolutionary educators, and innovative technologists converging together to reimagine worlds in entertainment, education, and technology. And we are a creative technology studio and research and design lab with a dedicated focus on reimagining how we leverage emerging technologies, virtual reality storytelling, and most importantly, as Dr. Keemai Wilson said, STEAM entrepreneurship. And our mission is to break new grounds with virtual reality storytelling and to be able to really leverage that into our deep narrative analysis, which is understanding how powerful our own stories can be, how we can leverage our stories into these technologies to make them even more powerful and impactful. Our areas of play are immersive content creation, primarily. As I said, my background is traditional film and television, so storytelling is at the heart of everything we do. And so we focus on virtual reality production, mixed reality, augmented reality, a lot of creative production in general, IP development, which is really important, and game development, and just all around intellectual property development. So just taking your ideas and bringing them to life. And of course, experiential learning and developing experiential learning platforms is a key area of focus right now as we merge education and storytelling together with technology. And I'm going to show you just a sample of how we bring together projects at the intersection of immersive storytelling and education as well. So we did a project recently with Time, Time Magazine, which is now called Time Studios, called The March, which is a recreation of the 1963 March on Washington with Dr. King, where he gave his iconic I Have a Dream speech. And with that, we created an immersive exhibit to really tap into how you can reimagine historical narratives, which was the 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. And this was done in collaboration with Viola Davis, executive producer, and who also narrated this to really bring a whole another element to inspire you with her voice and her passion for immersive storytelling and education. So we're going to play a short video that shows you just what that project took as we brought to life, recreating the 1963 March on Washington and leveraging some of the tools today to design a 3D rendition of Dr. King.
The relationship between Time and Dr. King runs really deep. He was Time's Man of the Year, and he's been on the cover many times, and we're speaking to the relationship that historically has existed between the two.
So the March is an immersive installation, like stepping into a Time magazine cover of the 1963 March on Washington and experience up close and personal with Dr. King in virtual reality, like we've never seen him before.
we thought, imagine being able to stand in front of Martin Luther King while he delivers this speech.
Now is the time.
We're being in close proximity to history. That's where we began our journey. Right now, there is nothing like this in VR. The pinnacle of the challenges is the creation of Dr. King.
To have it feel like you are truly looking into another human being's soul is very, very difficult.
But I really wanted to try to push that boundary and make a big jump in the industry towards realism with virtual humans.
To create a new blend of technology that allows us to do something that is as real as our digital humans for feature films in real time as well for things like VR.
And I think it's going to touch a lot of people out there in the country. And that's the intention.
And molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside.
At this point, there's very sophisticated ways of creating a photorealistic 3D environment. The process of getting digital humans that match the level of quality of that environment into a VR experience is still very difficult.
So when we first started talking about this project and diving in, we were looking at a number of things that what we would call firsts.
The special task we had on hand for Dr. King was creating not only a realistic digital human in VR, but also historically accurate to a specific time. And that time is 1963, on the day of the march.
The process of creating Dr. King requires a bunch of different teams, a lot of disciplines, and it starts with
Capturing our stand-ins and our facial bridges to MLK, scanning them through a wide variety of different facial technologies.
3, 2, 1, scan.
Chris's face shape and structure is similar to Dr. King, so it gives us a jumping off point to sculpt Dr. King without having to start from scratch.
On top of that, we use a huge amount of reference photography as well as reference video so that the modeling team has something to match to. That's the first part. The second part is to cast a performer that can give the speech verbatim and use him as the driving force behind our digital Dr. King performance.
Thank you. So for educators who are interested in virtual reality, it's been around for quite some time, but now as a result of some of the newer, faster technologies and chips and so forth, we're now at a space where we can actually use virtual reality in a way that makes it a little bit easier to get into the hands of everyone. You have companies like Facebook and HTC Vive who are now making, and various other companies who are now making these technologies usable to be able to bring them into the classroom to be a very powerful computing system for the generations now to learn from. And this is just a brief timeline as you see the progression of it. But what I think is most important is when you look at the evolution of storytelling, and you look at how students learn, whether they're watching videos or they're picking up a camera. I think it's very important to see how things have evolved. And myself, being a storyteller, I came up when we were learning 35mm film, and then that moved into digital. And now you have young people who are now using cell phones to tell their stories. And not only that, they're creating their own enterprises, their own businesses. They're becoming social media influencers. And I think that it's very important to understand how to make sure that you can adapt to the changing times and educating the next generation on how to use these tools to adapt to the changing times and embracing the technology transition. So like as a result of COVID, now we can see that, a lot of new businesses are going to be born as a result of COVID. And a lot of companies and a lot of schools are seeing ways that they can now be more proactive in being prepared for these shifting times where education is going to be a very, very big lead for us to continue to collaborate and communicate. So we want to make sure that, we don't get left behind with technologies. So one thing we like to talk about, especially when you're thinking about youth and education, is meeting the youth where they are. And this is just sort of showing you the convergence of technology and entertainment, where a lot of young people are already inside of these platforms, such as, you know, the boom of YouTube, Netflix, of course, Facebook, Instagram, all of these different technologies and platforms such as, you know, the iPhone, Google's, are where young people are accessing their content, and to be able to leverage tools now like virtual reality that are being deployed within all of these systems is a great way to reach them, to give them some interactive ways to learn through the use of technology and immersive technologies. And what I really love about these new technologies and how they're being made is you have a lot of young people who love to play games, right? So what they don't know is whether you're a storyteller, you're a filmmaker, a digital creator, or a developer, or even a hardware engineer or software engineer, you have a convergence of all of these different disciplines that you traditionally were siloed back in the days, right? Where now all of these young people, these industries are coming together. So now you have STEM, which is now, of course, STEAM, where you're able to bridge all of these different disciplines to come together. And virtual reality, augmented reality, or the immersive economy as a whole is a great place to introduce these different disciplines and these career fields, which is great. And then you can see all of these different platforms, especially with game development, which is a very big one because, you know, the kids are playing the Fortnites and the Pokemon Go's. And so this gives us an opportunity to create more immersive technology programs and to get their hands on some of the entry-level technologies to start being able to get an entry point into immersive storytelling and leveraging the virtual reality tools. So here I'll show you a program that we have that takes young students in high school and bridges them into West LA College, where we have an immersive media program. And then we also have a program with Verizon Innovative Learning, where we're teaching the students early on about these immersive technologies by doing that virtual reality career day experience where they can meet STEM professionals in virtual reality and hang out with them.
Join me as we get ready to take these students on a ride they've never had before.
You got your headset? This program is about being able to take Career Day and encapsulate it into a virtual reality experience. These young men are able to get up close and personal with role models and entrepreneurs working in areas of STEM and see that they can do this themselves.
Students were able to see how technology is used in careers and entrepreneurship.
The kids really got to see that you can actually create a business out of virtual reality and you can have creative opportunities to make VR from scratch. We hope that through that, they'll have a plan to be able to succeed and enter the pipeline into STEM and access to resources and money and careers.
I'm pretty excited to see what ideas they bring to the industry.
Our partnership with Verizon Innovative Learning is one of our core missions as we continue to build and level the playing field because technology is the great equalizer.
Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit briefly about immersive tech readiness, right? And that's the process of preparing individuals and organizations to adopt and deploy immersive technologies such as VR, AR, MR, or what they call XR, cross reality or extended reality, as a means for increased engagement or collaboration. And as you can see again, COVID-19 has definitely rapidly accelerated the use of a lot of these technologies. As you can see here, we get an opportunity to come into the Engage platform to be able to communicate and still do our presentations. And with students, one of the things I really enjoyed working with Verizon on is we were able to build an application that had cross-platform capabilities so that whether you were in VR, whether you were on a desktop, or even down to the lowest common denominator of a Chromebook, students still have the ability to engage with each other through an immersive experience. Kima, anything?
So when we think about really educating our youth of tomorrow, right, we have to think about Technology needs your voice. The biggest thing that I've always heard as an educator is that students often feel in educational landscape, they have no voice. So one of the things that GRX Immersive Labs, we're very intentional on really empowering students to design their future, right? It's the foundation because we know that the future is now. We know that it is very important to understand how we create a level playing field for future generations, particularly in the tech field. Look, we all know the statistics are very dismal as it relates to underserved communities actually participating in STEM. And so one of the hallmarks of GRX Immersive Labs is to really think about how can we increase underserved and minoritized communities to really be a part of this virtual reality space and really empower them in their own educational goals. So we do that by really looking into what's your DNA? And when we talk about the concept of DNA, we're really thinking about it from the standpoint of deep narrative analysis, right? We understand that everyone has their own unique story that they are bringing to a classroom, to the world. And so it's very important at GRX Immersive Labs that we begin to create programs that actually bring out students' DNA. And so let's dig deeper into what is this deep narrative analysis all about? Well, one of the things at GRX Immersive Labs, we're really intentional about revolutionizing education. And what does that mean? That really means we want to create experiences that showcase technology as an equalizer, right? We know that if we are able to empower students to become their best selves, really begin to develop a STEAM identity very early on in the educational process, they have an opportunity to change their communities, change their families, and eventually change the world. Because we believe that imagination is frameless. We want to really encourage everything that we design, Alton and I and the rest of the GRX team. We are very conscious that anything we design, we want it to be an opportunity where students have an opportunity to think outside of the box. They get an opportunity to really explore STEAM entrepreneurship through critical thinking skills, through doing collaborative activities with each other, particularly in the Verizon music education module that we're currently designing and working on. One of the things that we thought we really wanted to empower students to go in and really begin their own learning and really take ownership of their learning, right? We want to position the teacher to become more of a facilitator of knowledge, and because kids are coming into classroom spaces with a wealth of information, and so we feel that every product that we design, we want to make sure that that ingenuity and that genius is to the forefront of every virtual reality experience. And to do that, we know that we had to have self-guided experiences, right? You don't need to ask permission to be great. We want you to create. We want you to explore. And we want you to expand your horizons and really make the learning experience crafted to what you want it to be. With that, create, build, prototype. Talk to us, Alton.
Yeah, so rapidly prototyping. I think it's never too early for young students to start to build their portfolios, start to create, you know, so that they're learning and they're doing, and that's one of the philosophies that really helped me in working with Dr. Kimai Wilson and our team is getting their hands on the tools and being able to get them to insert themselves into everything that they do, so that they can understand, you know, early on, what problems can they learn to solve, not only technologically, but also within their community, right? What stories can they bring to life so that they can share and increase their cultural competency for each other and other peers in their classroom, right? And I think most importantly is making sure that they're creating and building and prototyping, because not only that, like I said, technology we know is outpacing so many different areas in different fields, and we want them to be able to gain those new skills, those skills that will help them adapt and evolve and create those transferable skills, so they can constantly be growing as they continue to create. And one of my favorites is making sure that they understand that it's okay to want to go out there and build your career and to get a job, but we also want to make sure they understand how to be investable versus just employable. And knowing that their DNA is a part of them understanding how they can take control of their destiny. And I think it's a twofold part where educators are now becoming storytellers because they're laying the foundation for these young people to understand that the most important story they ever tell is the story they tell themselves first. Kima, would you like to add anything to that?
And I just really love the fact that one of the things that we're really conscious about at GRX, we want students to be investable and employable. And we know that the futures of tomorrow really are going to be housed in entrepreneurship. And so we just want to prepare our students to maximize that opportunity.
And why is immersive education important? Because of this emerging industry, right? So if you look back, it took maybe 100 years, or you can see now, for the traditional Hollywood system to be built. But as you can see, when they started to build that industry, they started to tap into the USCs, the NYUs, you know, and then you had a large amount of young filmmakers out there who went out there to create their own lanes and their own pathway. And now you're starting to see this new ecosystem being built with all of these large tech companies. You got the Facebooks who acquired Oculus for $2 billion from a young man who was building a development team in his garage, and he did a Kickstarter to raise money for one of the first early VR headsets. So being able to get these students to understand that they can go out and they can build these types of opportunities for themselves, I think is very, very important because this industry is growing, and we're at the very, very beginning. You know, we're at the precipice of a great opportunity for them to take an industry to build and create the language and the grammar for what this new immersive economy can be. So not only are they learning, at the same time, they're preparing themselves for an ecosystem that they're going to continue to build. And with that, we know what's going to be needed. It's going to be hardware needed, software is going to be needed, and all these new platforms, you're going to need developers and creators, most importantly. Anybody want to add to that one?
So the opportunity, creative entrepreneurship. And one of the things that we have in GRX Immersive Labs is even if you don't want to start a business, learn to think like one. Because we want our students to be able to problem solve. We want our students to be able to take the opinions and the advice from co-creators and co-collaborators that they work with. And so in every educational model that we design, because a part of storytelling is also making sure that you listen to other voices and make sure that other voices are heard. And so creating an atmosphere and creating a space, these are amazing tools that really help students become creative entrepreneurs and really bust down the doors of virtual reality.
And I have this, one of my favorite ones is when I talk to kids when we go to different schools, and they'll ask you about a job or a business, and they'll say, well, how much money do they make, right? And you tell a kid, oh, this particular career makes 6 figures. Their eyes light up. And you think the kids don't necessarily really care about that. The kids like to earn, and they like to learn and earn as well. And I think it's really important that it's never too early to teach them about what these opportunities present when you go on certain career fields and certain tracks. And even understanding, you know, as educators, where are the investments, where are the acquisitions, so you know where these industries are going and how to prepare these students to be prepared for that immersive economy, or what some would consider this next fourth new industrial revolution, with all of these new technologies that will impact how we live and how we learn. And I think that's very, very important because especially when you start to think about how VR has now started to impact so many different various industries. And then with the next wave of that, implementing things like artificial intelligence and machine learning, these are things that kids can learn about now that they're already using in their hands when they're playing video games and they're trying out these new apps. Being able to get them to understand how to unpack those things takes them down a road of discovery that allows them, like Kim had talked about earlier, of unpacking new opportunities for themselves and learning as they're doing the things that they love. And here's just sort of a landscape, I mean, of companies that have started as a result of the immersive economy growing year after year. All of these jobs, and most importantly, what's amazing is look at all of these. A lot of these are startups. So, you know, when you look at one, you got to imagine at least, you know, 3 to 5 jobs are being created. And as you continue to go up, you know, you look at the larger companies, the Facebooks, the Sonys, you know, the LGs, you know, you're talking about thousands and thousands of employees, or what we consider entrepreneurs, and also entrepreneurs supporting each other. So this is a very large landscape of opportunity for the next generation as they get their hands on these immersive technologies when you're teaching them, and to even educate them on the landscape as well. Because you'd be surprised, a lot of these companies and these tools that they use, you know, they love sort of like Fortnite. You know, when you tell kids about Fortnite, and then they start to unpack the company that created Fortnite, called Epic Games, and then you start to teach them about, well, how did they make Fortnite? They made Fortnite with a game engine called Unreal Engine. And now Unreal Engine has educational workshops where teachers can teach through Fortnite. So, you know, that really, really gets them going. And then we have, you know, virtual reality experiences, augmented reality experiences that will allow them to learn and not be just consumers, but also producers. And again, like we said, meeting kids where they are, this is the playground for them. When you look at places like the esports landscape, right? You have companies like Amazon who acquired Twitch. You know, and then you have Apple. They're buying motion capture companies now. The things that you see in your phone, where you know the kids are doing, like what is it, Snapchat? When you teach a kid about Snapchat, what's really behind the mechanics of Snapchat is, you know, facial recognition technology that allows them, or augmented reality technology rather, that allows them to be able to create these emojis that move to their face. They really get excited about understanding what's underneath the hood. And then you have Niantic Labs. You know, they did Pokemon Go. This company was originally the company that developed Google Maps. So when you teach kids and you say, you know what, you know those little cameras that you roll around and you see those bubbles around different neighborhoods? Those are 360 cameras that are capturing the entire landscape and putting it up in the cloud for you to be able to go on Google Maps and see certain neighborhoods and communities. So those are opportunities for them to learn how to get new trades, skills, and new opportunities for themselves. And of course, you can't forget PlayStation. You know, they have a VR console, and a lot of these young people are using computers. So NVIDIA, you know, they're making a lot of the chips. So there's so many different things that they use on a day-to-day basis. They can be unpacked and take them on a road of discovery of opportunity. And then what you end up seeing is, again, it falls right back to STEM, where these things that they're learning by doing are things like 3D mapping, navigation, 3D capture, 3D content capture, eye tracking, audio. You know, there's so many different areas that you would just never really think about until you start to really dive deeper into what you can teach and what they can learn. Yeah. And again, you know, the beautiful thing about the convergence of technology now and storytelling is that storytellers and technologists are coming together. So now, even though you might not be the type of student who may want to code, they're making programming languages that allows you to still be able to exercise your talent as an artist to still be able to create. And that's one thing I love about bringing them all together, so that no one's left out of creating in this new technological landscape. And I'm going to play one more last video just to show you how we're able to bring in, you know, some of the young students from college and get them prepared early as they move their way into college, preparing themselves for leveraging immersive technology.
Today was an activation day, and I thought it couldn't have gone any better. Everybody was having fun. It was nothing but smiles.
I think the students' response to the VR workshop was really nice to see. They were excited about it. It isn't our traditional pathway. It's new for us.
My students were really impressed with each other's work, which I thought was awesome. You know, we teach them traditional filmmaking, so how to set up shots from that vantage point. And I think the wrapping your head around the 360 camera and that new world and those new possibilities, that's the piece that I feel like the students have been coming up to me and talking to me about, was just this new world created by this 360 camera. So I thought it was really impressive what GRX did.
I think it's a wonderful opportunity for people who are just on the traditional film track, because immersive media kind of offers you kind of a side door into the industry, and you can find a lot of opportunities that you might not get otherwise just because you're doing something that's a little bit more niche.
When I attended Hollywood CPR in West LA College, it gave me the confidence and the foundation to go out there and get real-world practical experience. And that later helped me transition into the local 600 union and then ultimately into the Directors Guild of America. And I've continued to keep that foundation with me, not only as an individual, but I've also made sure that we continue to use that in GRX Immersive Labs and creating that safe space for creators and entrepreneurs and artists and technicians to continue to grow their craft.
So we talked about the march earlier on, and just one thing that's great about immersive tech is that even though when you're creating these virtual reality experiences and stories, it gives you an opportunity to make subjects refreshing and bring new insights and perspectives. So one thing I loved about the march was our challenge was, how do you take the civil rights movement and certain aspects of the civil rights movement, especially with Dr. King, and bring something refreshing to it? And our challenge was what they call the 9-word problem. You know, when you're in school and you learn about the civil rights movement, you learn about it in 9 words, which is Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, I Have a Dream. And, you know, we do this from the time you're in kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. And we wanted to figure out, if we're going to take an experience like the March on Washington, how do we bring something refreshing to this experience? So it gave us an opportunity to dig deeper into the nuances and the stories and the unsung heroes that were a part of the March on Washington. So opportunities like that, we were able to create a curriculum. So not only when you finish the VR experience, you learn about the rich history of what it took to create the March on Washington. When you come out, there's more information to really learn about how you can continue to be an advocate for change and to be able to move forward. And you learn about other people who contributed to the march outside of just the people that you learn about through mainstream media. So it gives you an opportunity to redefine narratives in a very, very powerful and meaningful way, and young people to have an opportunity to take on these new technologies and bring in their culture and their point of view, their perspective that you often may not see. Kima, you want to close us out, bring us home?
So the question that we really ask a lot of the time is, are you immersive ready? Right? And we know that the immersive economy has a shortage of skills, content, and new talent to meet the demand. So that is why GRX Immersive Labs is very cognizant that we are concerned about educating the next generation, because we know there are amazing content creators sitting in 1st grade, sitting in 8th grade, sitting in 12th grade, right? And so we want to equip them with the tools and the knowledge to really meet this immersive time. And so one of the things that is very important, even as out to show the different companies that are leading the way, we're very aware that in order to prepare our students, we've got to think in a much bigger way, right? We've got to think about how are we designing educational models in virtual reality that really taps into that student that loves art, taps into that student that loves music, into that students that love to go behind the hood and really think about what this software is requiring you to do. And so those are all skill sets that are really going to push students and catapult them to be immersive ready. And as the world becomes our new desktop, what can students develop or create to help build the immersive as a teacher, I had a lot of students who had a lot of family members who dealt with various medical issues, right? Whether it ranged from cancer, whether it ranged to HIV, they all had different techniques that they were actually utilizing to help their family member either eat well or just live a more quality of life. And I found that a lot of the systems, the current traditional systems that we have in education, didn't allow students to really think deeply. And so those are the very students that have some of the cures, and they are the ones, like Alton said earlier, that are engaged in the Facebooks, that are engaged in various technologies. And so tapping into their knowledge, we actually can find the cure for a lot of social and health issues that we currently face in our world. And as GRX Immersive Labs always says, there are riches in the niches, right? And so it's time to really go out and tap into those spaces where kids are bored in classrooms, where teachers are not really leveraging all the knowledge that exists. GRX Immersive Labs is poised to create virtual reality content, artificial intelligence content that really reimagines education and really centers our students' knowledge.
This about wraps it up on our presentation, Storytelling in Action, Immersive Storytelling in Education. So we just want to say thank you to XPRIZE for a wonderful opportunity to present Storytelling in Action, the GRX Immersive Labs way. Again, my name is Alton Glass, CEO of GRX Immersive Labs. I just want to say thank you.
And I'm Dr. Kemar Wilson. Definitely, thank you, XPRIZE, for this opportunity for GRX Immersive Labs to really show you showcase all the amazing work that we're doing around immersive education. So thank you so much. We look forward to interacting with you all virtually again.
Hello, this is Jackie Lee from Science VR. Today we are going to talk about immersive science labs and game development for young learners. This is me, my family. Here's Ed. He's going to appear very soon. So I want to give you a brief overview of what I've been doing and what leads me here. Ed, actually, he's the guy that leads us here. He's currently 11 years old, a sixth grader. He got his promotion from 5th grade to 6th grade just this year. So he's been in the new campus without getting in touch with any of his new classmates. He's also an Unreal Engine developer. We've been working together since the school closure. So you're going to see him in some of our video clips. I'm Jackie Lee. I got my PhD from MIT Media Lab, focusing on understanding human emotions using technologies. And then I worked at Intel RealSense, where we developed 3D cameras, and later on AR and VR. After Intel, I founded Science VR. The goal is to think about this new medium that we can design and put our design in front of others' eyes. So this is a very powerful tool that I think will bring a significant change to our future of education. So I'm very fortunate, got grants fundings from MIT's Sandbox Innovation Fund program and supports from Oculus Start. And we also receive Epic Mega Grants. We're going to talk about immersive science labs. Why doing this? I think if we can be closer to historical stories, it'll be easier for us to learn and discover more stuff. That's kind of the general idea. And here we have a few images on slides, and we're going to take a short tour to some of it. However, the idea is that if we can be closer to historical stories, and this will be very fun to just take a few steps away from those famous thinkers. For example, physicists, writers, sci-fi characters, and those writers and thinkers, they have great ideas. And what if we can be part of their ideas and tinker around what they was working on? I think that'll be very, very fun for learners from all ages, especially younger age. We started Science VR by looking at how we can build science labs inside this immersive environment. We took an approach about we want to combine historical stories and also interactive visualization and to use those interactivities to get our learners to tinker and to build on their own knowledge. So this is also a very powerful way of using immersive medium because our users, they can use their hands. So from physics, we started to build Michael Faraday's laboratories where he did a series of electromagnetic experiments. And we reviewed Ada Lovelace and Charles Babbage's salon where they invented the first machine that can calculate polynomials. We also reviewed Marie Curie and Pierre Curie, their journey of discovering radium and polonium. So let's dive in more. Michael Faraday. He invented a series of electromagnetic apparatuses that hugely influence our modern life. And one of the discoveries he made was the idea of the field. So what you are seeing here is the field lines around the magnet. So he was the first to conceptualize those invisible force lines. And we find that it's quite matched to our approach because using VR, we can see the unseen, like those invisible force lines. So this is where we started. In addition to those visualizing the unseen, we also can visualize how they think in geometrical ways. Michael Faraday, he's also one of the scientists that Albert Einstein admired. There were 3 portraits in Albert Einstein's study: Isaac Newton, Michael Faraday, and James Clerk Maxwell. They are all visual thinkers. They think in visual and geometrical ways. And we believe that we can, in VR, it's a perfect medium to visualize in those geometrical ways. And maybe we can turn those math become interactive and make them easier to learn. So it's hard to communicate those science concepts without you understand it and use it. So that's the idea that we design those visualizations. So on the left side, if you Google magnetic field, that's what you can find. However, if you come to Science VR, if you put on the headset, we will take you back to the stories where Michael Faraday discovered those invisible field lines around the magnet. And you can use your hands to really pick up the magnet and see the fault lines, and to really experience what it's like in front of you. So we find that very powerful to bring the STEM concept in front of you and allow you to use your hands. So, well, you can argue that you can go to Exploratorium. That's a very fun place where you can interact with electromagnetic apparatuses, like using your hands. These are very fun installations in Exploratorium. And well, you can also go to a Faraday Museum where you learn about the stories. However, you're not allowed to touch those apparatuses because they are vintage and they're so important that they're in a museum. In VR, this is a place we can combine the two, where you still use your hands, and also VR will take you back to the 19th century where Faraday and Maxwell, they discover electromagnetism. It will be like this. So you and your friend, or your teacher and your classmates, can all go into Michael Faraday's laboratory, where you share the same setup and discuss physics with Michael Faraday. So I'm going to show you a video, and I'm going to also talk about some of the labs in our in this video. And this is partially funded by Epic Mega Grants. This is me typing on Enigma machine. That's the machine that World War II, a lot of young smart scientists want to break it.
Mr. Faraday, this is the talented pupil I mentioned to you before. Mr. Faraday explored a series of experiments demonstrating the connection between electricity and magnetism, so we call him the father of electromagnetism.
This is Faraday's lab. This is the circuit that you can interact with. Of course, the compass and magnet, invisible forces. This is Osted's discovery of the first electromagnetic apparatus. MP's right hand over there. This is Nikola Tesla. Tesla coil and Tesla tower. How about Earth's climate? Adjust the year and see our world. This is difference engine using finite differences to calculate polynomial and Ada Lovelace. This is a bomb machine designed by Alan Turing.
It's very easy to take more than nothing.
All right.
Chain of logic.
Watch me carefully.
Shakespeare in some line string. Archimedes. Dante, Inferno. All right. And let's hear what Ed was thinking.
Science VR is more like a classroom lab. You can learn stuff. For example, Michael Faraday. He is like the teacher of the classroom, and he teaches us magnetic fields and how magnets make energy. Michael Faraday is like the science teacher. The first is you get the idea and you learn something about them. And then the second part is when you get really interested in it and you keep wanna play it again and again to see which details you didn't notice before. And the third part is when you really want to search up other books to help you study about them.
So that's some comments from Ed. Actually, the video was recorded about 1.5 years ago, almost 2 years ago. I want to take you through some of the immersive science lab we built, ADAS engine. We rebuilt ADAS workshop based on her publications and also some of our imagination. And so this machine in the middle is the analytical engine, where, if I quote Ada, she said that this machine can be used to program poems or even music, and the machine would do exactly what you want it to do. And she called it this kind of science. It's a science of operations. So if you put one step after one another, so that becomes a procedure. And the machine will follow a procedure to execute one after another. And in this case, we redesigned analytical engine and with a piano keyboard. So any users who doesn't know about programming, they can create some inputs from the keyboard, just like you play piano, and use those handles and buttons to modify the inputs, which is exactly like a program. So as you tinker around the piano keyboard and the control panel, essentially you're building your first musical program. Galvani's frog. This is where electricity was used to like live. Electricity was used around the animal bodies, and Galvani found out that a frog found that twitch when you put metals around it. But in fact, it's not really electricity was not from the frog. It's from the two different metals, and touching each other. So in this experiment, our users will be able to discover and explore and discover what kind of combination of metals will make the froglet twitch. And this is actually very important because it leads to the discovery and invention of a battery. Curious elements, Marie Curie and Pierre Curie, we want to bring their journey of discovering polonium and radium. So those two elements was when they were working together. Those were the two elements they discovered by purifying pitchblende, and they named those two elements themselves. Carol's riddles. This is a VR experience that blends two books. One book, Alice in Wonderland, and another book, The Game of Logic. Both books are written by Lewis Carroll. Carroll himself was a mathematician and logician. So this experience, we want to challenge our users to think about symbolic logic by solving riddles. And this is a fun one. Archimedes' heat rate. This one, our users will go back to the ancient Greek to help defending enemies coming from the coastline by pointing mirrors at them. And of course, you have to calculate geometry and trigonometry to figure this out. And you're part of the early Greek mathematician story. Shelley's creation. I think we have a video for it.
In the summer of 1816, we visited Switzerland and became the neighbours of Lord Byron. But it proved a wet and genial summer, and incessant rain often confined us for days to the house. Some volumes of ghost stories, translated from the German into French, fell into our hands. "We will each write a ghost story," said Lord Byron. I busied myself to think of a story to rival those which had excited us to this task. One which would speak to the mysterious fears of our nature and awaken thrilling horror. One to make the reader dread to look around, to curdle the blood and quicken the beatings of the heart.
Shelley's creation, sci-fi and biology. And Mary Shelley, she was the author of Frankenstein. Richard Feynman. So I really like the quote that he said, "Science is hard because it takes a lot of imagination." And in this experience, we are making one of his inventions that led him to the Nobel Prize, the Feynman's diagram. So in this diagram, you can play with the combinations that electrons and other particles interact with each other. And by interacting with each other, you can also control the flow of time. For example, if an electron moving through the flow of time, and a positron in Feynman's diagram, it's equivalent to electron, but that carries positive charge moving back in time. So in this experience, we let you to use your hands to experience what is Feynman's diagram, what is electron, what is positron, how they are different. And when they interact with each other, there might be light and radiations. So I worked through a few science labs, and they're not the full list. The full list is that we're thinking about maybe you can build a scientist, philosopher, thinker encyclopedia in virtual reality. So this image is the Temple of Athens, and with Plato and Socrates in the middle, and I think there are some more thinkers around. And I hope we can build this kind of universe where any learners, they can go inside the story first before they start to learn anything. And if they find out what they want to learn and they're interested in learning that more, so they can go for it. They can see and explore great stories in the history that will lead them to the knowledge that influence our society today. So I think that would be fun. It's like wiki of a lot of stories, but in VR. When we bring science VR to museums, to places, our users always lined up. And when they are lining up, they chat about science, and they help each other to figure out things. This is a wonderful thing to witness. Because it's not only that they are learning science, but they are like chatting and having fun together. One of our young learners said that I just experienced the future of education. And we were presenting in schools and conferences, museums, and it's quite interesting to see young learners. They can learn about how to use controllers and navigate through this virtual environment, and also learn something from it. Take home those memories with them. What we want to do is very like this images where Michael Faraday, he was lecturing and doing live demonstrations to women, children, and to the general public, so that science is not only belongs to certain group of people, but belongs to the public. So anyone who can put on a headset and witness how science was discovered, and use your hands to tinker and participate, and be part of the historical story. This is what we want to do. Okay, so this is the second half. I want to talk about the game development for young learners. I'm going to talk about 2 case studies, Aaron and Ed. And this is a photo that we went to a hackathon together. And in the back, of course, there are VR headsets and gaming laptops. For Aaron, he was a high school intern. Now he's in college. He was a very good and self-motivated student. And I think he learned coding before being our intern. He was interning at a very early stage of Science VR where we don't have published any immersive lab yet. And at that time, he helped us to study and research Charles Babbage's difference engine, and all by himself. And he helped build the first prototype in VR, so that we can have our other users to share what he built. So he did research, and he dig into Charles Babbage's publications to figure out those keywords. So those keywords are a way that Charles Babbage used to represent numbers. If you think about the T's on the one gear, so those are very much like numbers. Like a gear has 10 T's, that would be 1 to 10. And if you want to calculate 2 plus 3, so you turn that you can turn 2 T's and then turn 3 T's more. That represents 2 plus 3. So by arranging those operations, you can actually compute fairly complex polynomials. That's when Charles Babbage find out, by building a machine, that he can use that to calculate polynomials, to help bankers to calculate the interest, for example. And our intern Aaron, he studied this machine. I think that's it's quite good for high school to take on as a project, that they have to master a historical idea and build it. So the second one, we're going to talk about Ed. He's been working with me to build games. So I serve as a mentor and coach. And we were attending hackathons, and he also present his game in science fair, school science fair. This is the photos that we took during the hackathon and science fair, where he built a project that make math more fun to learn. The tool we use is Unreal Engine. I think this is a very powerful tool for young learners because it has this visual programming part. It's very it's quite similar to Scratch that has a visual interface. However, in Unreal Engine, this is a game engine where the AAA studios, they use the game engine to build high quality games that we can download it from console, from iPhone, from PS4. So this is a very powerful tool, and with a visual programming interface. I think because of the visual interface, it's make it much easier to follow when there's a YouTube video, because typically they will talk about how it works and we'll play around the visual interface and do demonstrations, and so that it will be, I think it's for young learners, the visual way, it make it much easier for them to learn. For Ed, not only we try Unreal Engine, he's quite good now. He considers himself as an intermediate game developer, and he's making games and having fun with it. We also try having him to learn about Python programming. Python is much more abstract compared to Unreal Engine, because game engine is quite visual and there's 3D elements of it, and it's more like a game. For Python, you basically work with strings, like a series of English characters, and to process those characters, and it takes some trainings. So we took some Coursera Python course related to stream processing. However, I found that it's hard to motivate him to do Python programming. So I also got inspired from other YouTube videos from ComAI about to process coronavirus genomics using Python. So genomics there, it's a huge string with only 4 characters, ACGT. And so in this way, I think it motivates Ed to do this inquiries of nature, as well as doing Python programming. So we talk about Ed, and he's been attending hackathons with me. I think hackathon is also a very good place where you can spend the weekend and do some hands-on exercise. I think the hands-on practice is super important for mastering the skills that he learned from videos. We work together almost like every day since the pandemic because of school closure. So usually I'll send him some YouTube links for the task he needs to do for this week. And of course I'll be around for him to ask questions. I think that's also an important aspect, to provide a supportive environment for him to not get too frustrated when bumping into things that he cannot overcome. So a lot of time he was watching and following YouTube videos and tutorials. I think practicing daily, it really helps. And of course, a good coach and tech assistant around him to solve things that might stop him to learn. That's also very important. Okay, so in this presentation, we talk about immersive science lab. That's mainly from Science VR's virtual labs. By providing this playful learning environment where our users put on a headset, and we will teleport them into the historical stories and allow them to be part of it and using their hands to tinker around and to learn about ideas that influence our modern society. We also talk about game development for young learners. I present you 2 case studies. One is our intern, high school interns. Another is my son, who's programming with me. So I think the key things are we need to enable them to tinker. So we need to provide this supportive environment where if they have questions, they were able to get answers quickly, and providing good materials. So for Aaron, it will be historical stories. For Ed, that will be the games that he wants to build and have fun. Because that's what drives them to move forward. All right, so I think this is it. This is Jackie Lee, and thank you very much.
Greetings. I'm Richard Garriott, and I have been a member of the XPRIZE family since its founding. And I am very excited to speak to you today about the challenges and potential of virtual learning environments. As some of the other speakers in this series, I myself am a bit of a non-traditional learner. In fact, I consider myself one of the first successful products of the self-taught through self-curated videos era. In school, I was a BC student at best, yet I found a way to shine through independent self-paced projects like science fairs, which I excelled at. This allowed the faculty at my schools to give me the latitude to take on more independent projects, and I flourished with their great support on my independent exploration of computers. By the time I finished high school, my career as one of the very first ever computer game developers was already well underway. When I went off to college, as my business income soared, my GPA shrunk. And ultimately, with my family's blessing, I left school to run my first company. And while my family expected that era to eventually pass so I could finish my degree and get a real job, at this point, I don't think I'll be returning to school, at least not as a student. You know, I am an example of how, with the right tools and a motivated mind, one can, in fact, not only get the basics of an education, but rise to the top of a field through hard work and sufficient access to appropriate educational content. But I've also learned, by direct experience, about the competition for a learner's attention. You know, whatever the platform, whether it's videos or computer screens, potential learners are bombarded with other non-educational uses of the same technologies, often produced at even higher levels of quality than much of the educational content. This makes leveraging these platforms especially challenging. Let me illustrate this with some stories out of my own games. The computer games that I'm best known for was a role-playing series called Ultima. The series started in the late 1970s and is responsible for the modern use of the term avatar, which I will discuss shortly. And the series also spawned the first massively multiplayer online game, or MMO, with a game called Ultima Online, and its successors continue to this day. Through more than 40 years of creating that game series and its follow-ons, I began to recognize the power of role-playing. When I would get fan mail, even for my early primitive works, I realized that players were reading and interpreting my work in many unusual ways. As humans seem to do, they would often speculate, fill in gaps, and interpret a broader meaning than I had ever intended. And while this was generally harmless, I quickly realized the impact I could have by laying a more purposeful foundation in my work. You know, my earliest games had simple stories about hunting monsters, gaining power, and defeating a primary antagonist. But players quickly learned that the shortest paths to victory often included morally questionable activities that the game allowed. For example, you could steal from the shops in my games, and while the guards would chase you off, players still exploited these behaviors, all while supposedly on the path of being the savior of the people. And at the end of my games, all my games, my personal character in the game, Lord British, asks players to write to me in the real world and tell me of their quests. I then and now send players who write to me a personally signed certificate of their accomplishments. Interestingly, most who wrote to me after winning in these early games also told me their stories of cheating. So I resolved to make my next game in such a way that while I still allowed amoral behavior, the world would respond more realistically to directly show that amoral behavior would lead the in-game society to decide that you were not their savior, but in fact a rogue unworthy of helping, often working against you. The characters that you might steal from would quickly quit helping you and ultimately work against you in the game, and in this way, cheaters never prospered. You know, at this time in computer games, your persona that you played was generally referred to as your character. Your character might be an evil alter ego, and thus you might enjoy pretending to be evil. But for this game, I wanted you, the real Earth human, to feel responsibility for the actions of your character. And I had come across the term avatar in Hindu text, describing the term as the human incarnation of various gods while they visited Earth as the god's avatar. I adopted this term and created a game fiction that not only called your character your avatar, now in my fictional world, but your avatar in the game world also started with a psychological profile test that created its initial conditions in my game world. This was the first use of the term avatar in computer games, but as you know, this term has now become quite ubiquitous. When this game was released, it became my first #1 bestseller, and to this day, it is seen as a watershed moment in gaming. You know, many people wrote to me about how much they learned through playing the game, how their actual personal morality had been affected, and in fact, the New Yorker magazine recently published an article called "The Computer Game That Led to Enlightenment," as this is the 35th anniversary of the publication of Ultima 4: Quest of the Avatar. You know, the game showed me that by making the play experience relevant and personal, not only can I make an even more successful piece of art, but also that this new interactive digital art form had potential far beyond what I had ever imagined. All the games that I've written since have attempted to speak to players at a deeper level, to speak to current issues and real-life problems, and all of those stories are recast as deceptively as possible into my medieval realms, but they're all packed with as much learning as I could possibly cram in. So throughout the decades, I've often been asked, why don't you or others just make one of your AAA games as a full-on educational experience? And for many years, I started to believe that this was just not possible. And for years, the market at large failed to produce very many AAA educational experiences that rose to the level of self-sustaining financially. And I believe that this was largely due to the competitive landscape when trying to captivate someone's attention on these digital devices. Now, I've been in this industry from its inception to the current day, from a time when bringing in $100,000 of revenue in a game was an exciting new threshold to cross. Yet today, now the costs to make a AAA title have reached over $1 billion, and the revenues of AAA games are often in the multiples of billions of dollars. Computer gaming related experiences are now far bigger economically and by social impact than all movies, television, books, theater, and other forms of art combined many times over. Esports now commands as large or larger audiences than physical sports, but it remains a hit-based business. If you make one of the top 10 products in a winning category, you can win big. But after that, it gets tough fast. And the majority of computer game-like experiences do not make returns commensurate with their costs. Because of the profoundly difficult competitive race for the consumer's attention, anything you do that is not laser focused on how do I reach the top 10 adds great risk into reaching the top 10 and thus financial viability. I regularly tell people that someone who sees the potential power of interactive education, that the price of entry is so high and the odds of earning back your costs are so low that to try and make a self-sustaining educational AAA product that was commensurate with its costs was folly. People would then often lobby me to consider making a budget experience with donated money. But my answer remains similar, that no one would play or stick around in an experience that didn't compete with the AAA alternatives on their digital devices. And for many years, this seems to have remained true even in hindsight. The good news is we finally seem to be moving beyond this limitation. Computing devices have finally become so powerful, and the reality engines that we create for them have become so readily available that just looking and playing well is no longer one of the key challenges to developers. And finally, since competing purely on graphical bells and whistles is losing absolute dominance, we're also seeing great, massively successful experiences that both abandon the best reality engine look and contain great content that bridges the gap from pure play and begins to move into focused learning. Now, my favorite example of this bridge is Minecraft, which I expect most of you here know well. I happen to love Minecraft not only because it's a great game, but because it's organized in such a way that players can quickly move from being pure passive consumers, which they are in most gaming experiences, to actual contributors. First using the world editors to reorganize their own play space, but then by making mods to the game, some even will add their own code to the game, and ultimately share or even sell their mods to others. And so Minecraft remains one of my most highly recommended experiences for parents to buy for their kids. Recently, developers have begun expertly crafting MMOs with a strong educational focus. My favorite current example is called Adventure Academy, which was recently launched by Age of Learning, the makers of ABC Mouse. And while I was personally critical of the slow tech used by ABC Mouse, kids didn't seem to mind. The product did very well, and the company's new offering is great across the board. It is a beautiful integration of all the classic MMO features, which encourage and reward participation in educational quests. The rewards that kids earn and share, they can share their constantly improving avatars on homesteads within the world. Which brings me to this final section, where we are today. For decades, I've claimed to simultaneously be one of the world's greatest virtual reality enthusiasts, hoping beyond hope that we were close to seeing AAA MMOs in virtual reality, which I hope to be the first to create and have throughout my career. In fact, a fun little side fact is that I was the inspiration for James Halliday, the creator of the Oasis in Ernest Cline's Ready Player One. But simultaneously, I was always sad to realize or come to the conclusion that true self-sustaining AAA virtual reality worlds for profit or education remained even further off. I was usually convinced it would be 10 years or more, no matter which decade you asked me that question. Today, I actually believe we have the pieces necessary to finally begin to truly open this door. Events like this today are a great sign. The newest light wireless virtual reality headsets are also essential. The quality reality engines that are now broadly available are essential. Still, I would argue that the door is just open a crack. It remains to be proven whether we can open it wide and keep it open, but I am now finally hopeful. But remember, any new experience, pure entertainment or educational, are competing for the same audience hours. Only the really great content will ultimately survive. Fortunately, we now have examples of all the pieces. We have great examples of educational experiences driven by AI. We have great educational experiences in compelling open social MMO environments. And we now see great VR experiences as well. I hope and believe that we all, as members of the XPRIZE extended family, can manifest this reality. And since I hope some of you listening will either make or support a team in making this reality come true, I offer a few brief tidbits from my lectures on virtual world creation. For example, do your research. Good fortune, in my mind, is the intersection of preparation and opportunity. Another adage I like to chat about is that no one enjoys an experience that does not run well on their machine. You have to make your experiences stable, fast, and fun in that order. Obviously, if it's not stable, it won't be fun. If it's not fast, it won't be fun. And a final one is that this work is hard, and often bigger teams don't help. Your development when you start one can either be on time, on budget, or on quality, and you can only pick two of those. The third one will often go far out the window in support of the other two. With that, I will begin wrapping up here by repeating that I really believe that the challenge and opportunities are both great. Experiences which are deeply meaningful, personally responsive, and connecting humans to humans for the betterment of all are now possible. This is the time to demand them for our students. This is the time that creators can create them, but the realities of the hit-based world of digital experiences must still be met. No half-baked ideas will see the light of day. Only the best skilled creators, driven by passion, supported by strong mentors, and sufficient capital, will lead us to this bright future. So I thank you.
I hope y'all had a really great time today at XPRIZE Connect's Future of Learning Lab. My sincerest gratitude for spending time with us, and if anything, I hope you leave here today feeling energized and fired up, inspired and motivated and ready to take action and get the work done. Let's use our collective power to become a global movement, so when you get home, make some actionable goals. Say to yourself, I'll implement that strategy in my organization as soon as I get back home, or set a timeline by which to do so. Also, be clear on this goal and how it affects you and others, and get an accountability partner. Be proud. You are a part of the future, and your zest, zeal, and love for positive change has brought you to XPRIZE's first fully immersive virtual event. You are a part of history. If you're looking to stay up to date on all things XPRIZE, follow us at XPRIZE on all social media platforms, and you can find XPRIZE Connect at go.xprize.org/connect, or email us at xpconnect@xprize.org. And we'd like to thank our sponsor, Endless, who supports Connect's gaming-related programming to catalyze innovative ways of learning. Thank you so much for coming today and being excited and inspired to go and implement new projects, programs, and ideas. And I'd like to close by quoting the great Shirley Chisholm. She once said, "You don't make progress by standing on the sidelines, whimpering and complaining. You make progress by implementing ideas." My name is Monica Groves, and on behalf of the XPRIZE Connect team, thank you for coming today.